魔法が降る散髪と出会ったエクエストリアの地でダークエネルギーの危機疑念に満ちた王国ゼブラ帝国ととに悲惨な戦争で迷信に煽られ欲望に消費されます。プリンセスらはとても暗い時代に権力を握りトワイライトと友人たちに導かれて後戻りはしません。戦争の残酷な怒りが大地を貪り尽くし、かつて繁栄していたエクエストリアは今では核の荒れ地となっています。魔法とフォーランドが出会ったウェイストランドで全てが失われたように見える時間違いなく希望の物語、暗闇と絶望の中を挑戦する旅にリトルペットの荒涼とした土地を見よう。シェと呼ばれるバンカー、嵐からの避難所、戦争で引き裂かれたこの世界で活躍するユニコーン、リトルピップ、グランドペガサスエンクレイブ、彼らは空に向かって逃げます。果てしなく続く雲、かつての記憶、ポップスターのベルベット、レネディが忍者のモンモデル、リトルピップはこの荒涼とした世界で追求します。ロックピッキングとハッキング、彼女の芸術を生き延びるウェイストランドの危険を乗り越えながら彼女は自分の役割を果たします。魔法とフォーランドが出会ったウェイストランドで全てが失われたように見える時間違いなく希望の物語、暗闇と絶望の中を挑戦する旅にリトルペットの荒涼とした土地を見こう。大地に刻まれた過去の傷跡、リトルピップは砂の中を進み続けます。廃墟の世界、それでもまだ夢が咲くウェイストランドの心には新しい日が迫っているかもしれない。知らんだ戦争の響きは夜のささやきのようにリトルピップ、光を放つピーコー、ウェイストランドの影に希望が舞い上がり始めます。彼らを一緒に再建し新しい扉を開きます。
Chapter 24 Dances of Light and Shadow.
I can smell the muffins baking now.
Death. The battlefield was strewn with bloody corpses under a charcoal gray sky that heaved and threatened rain. I was dying. Or more precisely, my host was dying. And, trapped in his memory, I was along for the ride. Part of my mind remained coherent enough to wonder about that. I could feel the press of metal against my host's head, a helmet which could easily hold a recollector. Was I going to experience death? The rest of my mind was overloaded by pain that tore at my abdomen. My host had fallen against the wall of a trench, head propped up just enough to see that most of his body below the stomach was no longer as attached as it should be. I could see his intestines and internal organs spilling out onto the recently dug dirt. Mercifully, I couldn't feel that. My host had lost all feeling below the top of the wound. He was already dead. He must have known it, but his body just hadn't gotten the message yet. Who was I? I had assumed this was Applesnack's memory, since it came from one of the orbs in his memory case. But that seemed unlikely now. Between the armored barding and the blood, I couldn't be sure. Several Pegasi flew back and forth over the battlefield, searching and relaying messages or calling out names. For a moment, a familiar sky-blue mare with her shockingly brilliant rainbow mane and tail swooped over my trench. She hovered, looking about frantically. Her blood-stained purple suit looked nearly black in the light, and her battle saddle was scorched. Her eyes fell on me, and she winced. Then she was off again.
Hey!
The large form of a particularly statuesque red stallion and similar military barding slid down into the trench next to me. His eyes went wide as he took in the morbid reality of my wounds.
So, Sarge, we drive those striped bastards back?
I felt my muzzle move, and the words came out in a low, masculine voice. I felt a drop of wetness hit our cheek. At first, I thought the other pony was crying. But then another raindrop fell out of the sky, and another, and another.
Yep.
The red pony nodded. Wisps of orange mane fell from under his helmet, caked a dark red by blood. He spoke slowly.
You did good, soldier. Mighty good. They'll make you sergeant after this.
Rain was beginning to soak into his coat, washing caked blood out of it. My host choked, coughing up blood. The taste was warm and coppery in our mouth.
Post-mortem, I'm afraid, Sarge.
My host's voice was eerily calm and even. He had minutes left to live, if that. And he seemed at peace with it.
I'm afraid I won't be joining you when you go after all.
We felt cold, a chill deeper than that from the rain. I felt drops of rain kissing the searingly painful wound. I was thankful I couldn't feel drops landing inside me.
Don't talk.
The big one said, looking deeply wounded.
I ain't ready to let you go, Buck.
Think the zebras had different to say.
My God, my host actually chuckled. He was in utter agony. I hadn't felt pain like this since the dragon set me on fire. I was sure that my own body was screaming, and he just chuckled, like it was nothing.
Don't worry, Sarge. We won the day, right? No regrets.
The big red stallion looked like he was fighting tears. My host just grinned, his muzzle full of his own blood.
Well, one regret. Never did get to meet that hot sister of yours.
The stallion frowned dangerously, and I suddenly realized that his mane was the same color as Applejack's coat. And they had similar freckles. Big Macintosh bristled, then burst off into a gruff laugh.
Now you got to pull through.
He grinned.
So I can buck your backside, boy.
It was too late. Darkness was already creeping into the edges of my host's vision. The Reaper pony had come to take him home. Wherever home was before Celestia and Luna were goddesses. My host tilted his head back, staring into the darkening sky, feeling the rain on his face for one last time. A flock of Pegasi soared in from overhead, 2 of them pulling a passenger wagon full of other ponies, mostly unicorns. All the newcomers were barding of yellow and pink and carried saddle boxes with little butterflies on them, just like velvet remedies. All except the lead pony. She didn't need the uniform. Fluttershy already was the uniform.
Oh dear.
The shy Pegasus pony looked out over the hills and trenches full of dead and dying. Her eyes filled with tears, and she began to tremble. But she stomped a hoof down and forced herself to find her voice.
Oh, okay. Every pony, everyone, please be calm. We're going to help.
Fluttershy turned and called out to her team.
Please, if you would, take your positions. And hurry. Thank you.
Seeping shadows had nearly engulfed my host's vision, and his other senses were fading fast. I was looking at the world from the bottom of a deep, dark well. Thankfully, the pain was at the top of the well, far away from us. We closed our eyes. It was hard to open them again. Our eyelids were heavy, like they were made of gold. When we did, there wasn't much to see. Just clouds and rain, barely visible. We were in a much deeper well. Fluttershy's head moved between us and the clouds, looking strangely upside down, cringing at the sight of my host.
Oh no.
She dashed up to us.
I think we can help. Just please hold on.
We strained to speak. It only came out as a whisper.
Bit beyond you. Go help the ponies you can.
Our words trailed off. There was no more energy to put behind them. That was enough, hopefully, to get the point across. A unicorn in a yellow and pink dress stepped into view. Fluttershy, she said, her voice the whisper of a whisper. We're ready for the test run. The world faded to black, a black that was all-encompassing, no sight, no sound, nothing to smell or feel. Even the taste of blood was gone from our mouth. We were dead. We should have been dead. But a pleasant warmth was spreading through us. I could feel it all the way to my host's tail. The world came rushing back, like we were being released from a memory orb. There was no pain. It was replaced by the bone-deep chill. Our body was soaked in rain. The trench had become squishy with mud. We opened our eyes. Our body was healed. Complete. It was a miracle. It was impossible. What did you do? I heard a mare's voice cry out from above. I looked up to see the rainbow-maned mare dive out of the sky, a rainbow-colored wake stretching out behind her. Fluttershy, what did you do? Rainbow Dash stopped, hovering in the air, staring in utter shock at her fellow Pegasus.
We healed them,
Fluttershy said graciously, her voice somehow filled with happiness but not a hint of pride. Several of her unicorns were trotting up to stand by her side. I know that, Rainbow Dash assured her. But how? Fluttershy blushed, looking pleased.
We call it a mega spell.
Rainbow Dash blinked. A what now? One of the unicorns cleared her throat, and Fluttershy took a meek step back, allowing the mare to explain. It's a new underlying spell framework that allows smaller spells to be augmented in scope and intensity. The blue Pegasus looked lost and worried.
This way,
Fluttershy claimed,
we can heal everyone on the battlefield with a single spell. No one has to die because we couldn't get to them in time.
Rainbow Dash turned her stare over the battlefield. My host did too. Everywhere, ponies were getting to their feet, with expressions of awe and bewilderment. Only the dead remained dead, their corpses strewn across the hills and filling the trenches. The wounded, even those at the very brink of death from impossible wounds, were healthy and whole. Like my host. All of them? And like the zebra who was pulling herself from amongst the bodies, a zebra sword clutched in her mouth, crackling with electrical fire. Rainbow Dash shouted at Fluttershy, You healed everyone? Indiscriminately? Even the zebras? Do you know what you've done? Do you know how many ponies died here today? Rainbow Dash bellowed. And now we have to fight the damn battle all over again! I could hear the yellow Pegasus squeak, beginning to cry. My heart broke at the sound. I wanted Apple Snack to turn towards her. I wanted him to comfort the mare who had just saved his life. But he didn't even spare her a glance. Instead, my host lowered his head, sinking his teeth into mud to pull up his rifle, ignoring the slimy texture and earthy taste. Shots began to sound across the battlefield outside the trench. Fluttershy, get down! Rainbow Dash cried out a moment before the blue Pegasus tackled the yellow one, sending them both rolling into the trench next to me, her wing catching the wake of a missile as it shot over the trench and exploded, raining dirt down on us. The battle was engaged. Again. Velvet Remedy stopped as we approached the massive gate that the Steel Rangers had built in front of Stable Tech headquarters. The armored plate looked like it had been taken from a battleship's hull. It was slid down into grooves in a concrete wall that bisected what had once been the squat skyscraper's courtyard. Steel Rangers stood guard along the roof and in the open half of the courtyard, accompanied by two of the tank-like Sentinel robots that had ironically helped prompt the creations of the anti-machine rifle. This outer half courtyard was a mess of cracked steps and shattered cobblestones, concrete planters where nothing grew, and a dried fountain. Above the fountain rose a cracked and badly weathered statue of a once beautiful white unicorn with a curling purple and pink mane and tail. The statue had suffered from not only weather, but generations of graffiti before the Steel Rangers had taken possession of the building and began fatally discouraging raiders and miscreants from approaching their base of operations. Every pony else was focused on the guards in magically powered armor and Sentinel robot in front of the gate. The senior paladin mare trotted forward, addressing them. I perked my ears to listen, but felt a sudden hoof nudge from Calamity. He pointed a hoof and turned to see Velvet Remedy walking up to the fountain. Hello, great-grandmother, she said softly. Great. She paused, blushing. I've sung your song, and I just wanted to say you saved us. I'm here because of you. Stable 2 worked. The Steel Rangers had quieted, themselves strangely interested in my friend's almost internal conversation with the statue. Calamity moved away from us, flying quietly towards her. You got it right. Velvet dug at the ground. I just wanted you to know. There was a tear in her eye as she turned and stepped away, moving to rejoin us. Calamity landed next to her, wrapping a foreleg about her in comfort. Velvet Remedy stopped, leaned into the embrace, and sniffed once, then broke away, wiping a tear, and returned to her place behind me. Firelight fluttered out of the sky and landed on the statue, causing the Steel Rangers to fall into battle stances.
At ease,
Steelhose rumbled. I was willing to bet that, behind his mask, he had rolled his eyes. "Those things are dangerous," one of the knights explained. I chuckled grimly to myself.
Yeah, she might lift your visor and breathe, baking you.
The mental image was grotesque. Having seen a pony killed cruelly like that was horrifying. But somehow the image of Firelight pulling the same trick struck my funny bone. Goddesses, there really was something wrong with me. The nightmare next to me, the one with the machine gun battle saddle, giggled in her armor. "You can't lift the visor in these helmets." She turned to me. "That would be a serious weak point in the armor. I can't imagine such a design getting through the shield committee." I didn't know exactly what she was talking about, but gleaned the general idea. "It wouldn't," I agreed, "if protection was the primary goal of the armor." "What other purpose could armor have?" she scoffed. "Intimidation?" Behind us, Calamity had flown up to look Firelight in the eyes.
You crap on it and she'll kill you. Fair warning.
A sky-rendering squeal tore the air. Above us, the giant arm of a crane swung into view from behind the wall. The massive steel talons of the end of it lowered and grasped onto the metal gate. Slowly, with the tortured cry of metal grinding on concrete, the gate to the Steel Rangers Citadel and Stapletech headquarters lifted to allow us access. "Poppy Seed," the nightmare next to me said. "Hmm?" I blinked, confused. "My name," she said. "I'm Knight Poppy Seed." At my continued blank expression, she expounded, "Poppies are a flower from zebra lands. They have seeds." "Oh," I smiled back. "Little Pip." I lifted my right foreleg, showing off my pip buck. "Pip is short for Pip-Buck," I told her, choosing to conveniently forget my name was my mother's play on Pipsqueak. "All the ponies in the stables have them." Even as I said that, I wondered if that was true, considering the often fatal strangeness of other Stapletech stables. I looked beyond the lifting gate, a sudden lump in my throat.
Well, in my stable at least.
"Really?" Poppy Seed commented. "I'd always heard that to pip somebody meant to shoot that pony with a firearm." I had never heard that before. And really, what do you say to that? The rest of us started to move forward. Firelight seemed intent on staying outside in the Philadelphia outskirts. I wished her well, expecting she would still be nearby when and if we left. She had survived on her own for a long time. I was more concerned about the rest of us. Calamity looked back at the base of the statue, bent his head forward, and snatched a bottle cap out of the dry fountain bed. He flew back to us, taking his place, walking at Velvet's side, dropping the cap into one of his saddlebags as he did so. The sounds of sporadic gunfire danced in the air. Steel Rangers trotted laps around a track running along the towering wall which encircled the lower floors of Stapletech headquarters. In the inner half-court, a senior paladin was barking orders at initiates as they struggled to master movement in their suits of magically powered armor.
I get it,
Calamity said to Steel Hooves as one of the initiates bucked at a badly dented steel plate, leaving hoof marks nearly half a yard from her intended target.
Your armor spell matrix enhances your strength and endurance to compensate for the bucko, it right?
Steel Hooves nodded without a word.
Interesting,
Calamity mused.
The enchantments in an Enclave suit negate its weight, kinda like one of the enchantments on Spitfire's Thunder.
Steel Hooves glanced back at the unique anti-machine rifle strapped to Calamity's battle saddle. The thing was almost twice as long as he was, when fully assembled, so he kept it broken down while traveling.
Different approaches, but still, it's all about keeping the weight down.
Steel Hooves had slowed, staring at Calamity. This was the first time he had witnessed Calamity's freaky knowledge of magical engineering, rarely seen as it was. The senior paladin mare led us up the steps to the once grand doors of Stapletech. What had once been gleaming polished bronze, inlaid with richly varnished wood, was now tarnished and discolored metal with inserts of warped and rotting timber. Above the door, the gear-shaped Stapletech logo was embedded into a mantle over a pair of decorative nooks where the fires had once burned. Ashes from the nooks had stained the wall and doors below in streaks, making the building look like it had been crying. I shuddered, feeling a chill. Cocking his ear towards the gunshots, Calamity asked Steel Hooves,
I take it it's a shooting range out back. If your friends here ain't inclined to kick us out or shoot us anytime pressing, think I could take a few turns at it? Trying to impress the Rangers. our ghoul companion retorted.
Calamity laughed.
Hell no. That ain't it at all. I trotted closer, my own curiosity waking.
What then? Surely the 4-year running sharpshooting champion doesn't need lessons. I've never seen you miss.
Velvet Remedy snarked, even when he was supposed to.
So why the shooting range?
The leading mare had stopped at the front door and was speaking to some pony on the other side through an intercom. Poppy Seed trotted in place next to me, looking anxious. Or bored, hard to tell without being able to see an expression. You see, this new gun, Spitfire's Thunder, is a magically enhanced anti-machine gun. Made for a Pegasus sniper. Calamity tipped the brim of his hat forward. It's enchanted so's to weigh only a few pounds, and to have only a feather's brush of a kick. Fires more like a magical energy weapon than a firearm. Even has a lightning gem fueling her insides. That's why she sounds like thunder when she's shot. She fires probably 20% faster than the non-magical model, and won't never jam, no moving parts. Now it was my turn to whistle. All of which means she's more magical energy rifle than firearm. But she still uses bullets just like my battle saddle. And bullets are subject to wind and gravity, so that makes for an odd combination. He smiled to me, then looked frankly at Steelhooves. And that means I best get some love in with her on the firing range before taking her into a battle proper. The door into Stable Tech was opened from the inside. Velvet Remedy pushed past us, rolling her eyes and tossing her mane.
Do you and your gun need some alone time?
She shot as she passed Calamity. He blinked. Well, yeah, that's what I just said. I face-huffed. Velvet Remedy nickered and trotted inside, ignoring the confused Pegasus.
Does the news today make you feel anxious? Worried about what might happen to yourself or your family should the megaspells fall? I know, and I understand your fears, because I share them.
My companions and I looked around startled. The lobby of Stable Tech had been designed to be a welcoming self-advertisement. The sad, sweet voice seemed to come from right in front of us, no matter which way we were facing. It filled the air.
That's Sweetie Belle,
Velvet Remedy whispered, searching for the speakers.
Like you, I hope for the best. But like you, I need to prepare for the worst. I want a safe place for my loved ones to survive if that horrible day should ever come, where our beautiful Equestria falls beneath a megaspell holocaust.
It's automated, Poppy Seed told me. Starts up every time we go through that door.
Didn't used to.
But when we tried to disable it, only made it worse. She pointed to the large Stable Tech logo embedded in the floor. There used to be an image standing there of that unicorn from the statue out front. Made out of dancing lights. Looked like a damn ghost. Killing that also killed the interface for the tour presentation. She giggled wryly inside her armor. Enjoy. Explained why neither our guide nor the Steel Rangers milling about seemed to be paying the voice of Sweetie Belle even the slightest bit of attention.
I too need to know my family will be safe. But more than that, I want them to be happy. I don't want them locked away in a dark, cramped shelter for the rest of their lives. That's no better than a prison. No, I want my family to be safe and secure inside one of Stable Tech's magnificent stables.
Our guide led us past display cases, most of which were destroyed, and the displays plundered and framed posters on the wall, all badly faded. The posters ranged from terrifying portents of Armageddon, all of which somehow managed to be more wholesome and pleasant than the post-apocalyptic reality they attempted to prophesy, to pictures of smiling Sweetie Belle urging parents to trust their children to Stable Tech's promise of long and happy lives. All of them had a unifying message, although rarely put into these exact words. We care. You need us. You will die without us. Buy your tickets for the Stable Tech lottery now. We were approaching the end of a hallway, passing a pristine Sparkle Cola machine. This one with a large backlit plate showing an orgasmic Fluttershy drinking her favorite carrot-flavored drink, and an ammunition vending machine which had been broken into and thoroughly looted. The end of the hall was adorned in false rocks, so the hallway would appear to transform into a small darkened cave. The illusion would have been effective if chunks of plaster from the cave wall hadn't broken loose, revealing the wire mesh beneath. As our leader stepped into the cave, loud clunking vibrations echoed through the wall and display lights came on, revealing a huge mock-up of a stable door. Sweetie Belle's voice came to life around us again,
and the recording playing at a strangely low speed for the first few seconds, making your voice briefly sound similar to steel hooves.
Stable Tech welcomes you to our new line of subterranean stables, featuring our patented SAS Arcano technology. SAS technology is the product of years of dedicated, uncompromising effort by our Stable Tech scientists to bring you the most advanced and enduring designs based on the 3 pillars of post-apocalyptic survival: safety, amenities, and sustainability.
Velvet Remedy and I exchanged looks. The mock stable door, numbered 0, swung open on hinges as we approached while a soundtrack played the sounds of an actual stable door being pulled open. Spinning yellow lights topped off the simulation, something that hadn't been present in Stable 2.
You and your loved ones will be able to sleep in peace, knowing that our impenetrable stable doors are built to survive and protect even if Zebra invaders detonate a balefire bomb directly outside your new, safe, and secure home. With only a projected 7% failure rate under even those extreme and unlikely circumstances. Stable Tech's mighty stable doors are guaranteed to protect you and your family.
Wow! Velvet Remedy stifled a giggle. Before I could stop myself, I whispered,
Velvet Remedy's barn door doesn't swing that way.
I gasped and quickly corrected myself.
I meant Stable 2's.
Too late. The charcoal-coated unicorn with the scarlet and gold streaks in her white mane was fixing me with a stare that told me I wouldn't be hearing the last of this for a long, uncomfortable time.
Damn it.
Sometimes I hated my mother. Not that my slip of the tongue was really her fault, but it was her fault.
Still thinking of that dark, cramped cellar that you feared would be your family's home? Let the magical light of SAS technology burn those fears away. Through the magical power of your stable's appointed overmare, each stable will enjoy full, realistic sunlight, even underground, with all the warmth and joy it brings.
Sweetie Belle's voice boasted,
And at night, a softer light will fill the halls provided through enduring Earth Pony technology.
So far, the most accurate part of the exhibit was the hall lighting with its ever-present, high-pitched whine. Of course, this nighttime lighting had been 16 hours a day, every day, all the time. The realistic sunlight promised through the overmare had been reserved for the underground apple orchard. And based on the color and taste of the things we had called apples, I had my doubts about how fully realistic it was.
Concerned about security? Fear not. Each stable is supplied with a security level and a fully stocked armory. Our friendly Pi camera system allows the overmare to keep an eye on every pony in public areas, without prying into your private affairs.
Sweetie Belle's disembodied voice seemed especially pleased with this feature.
We here at Stable Tech believe in returning your life to the level of respectful privacy that you deserve without compromising your safety.
We began to trudge through the bizarre mock stable. Its layout was nothing like the real thing, designed more like an amusement park ride than a functional shelter. Every few yards, we would pass a large window. As our leader approached, lights would flicker on inside eternally sealed rooms, where mannequins would play out scenes of utopian underground life. With each room we passed, Sweetie Belle's ghost would regale us with some other aspect of how wonderful and safe living in a stable would be. After the other stables I had been in, I found that this was creeping me out. I couldn't stop thinking about how so many stables had apparently turned into lethal traps. Very not like these promises. Somehow, the reaction I saw on Calamity's face made it even worse.
Here at Stable Tech, we have taken the time to think of everything. We know that, in the event of the worst kind of megaspell cataclysm, it may take Equestria not months, but decades to recover. Those of us who choose to survive the destruction may have to live most of the rest of our lives underground and see a new generation born without knowing the world outside. So each stable includes a Stable Tech apple orchard, providing not only more than enough food for a growing underground community, but complete with grass for your children's hooves and mist fountains to simulate rainbows, run off one of our patented SAS water talismans.
Did other stables run out of food? Stable 2's apple orchard was, simply put, vast, which may explain why the rest of the stable never enjoyed magical sunlight. Did Stable Tech actually design the other stables with orchards that could only support a generation or two of growth? Or was Sweetie Belle purposefully downplaying the horrors that she and her 2 best friends anticipated?
Of course, we all hope and pray that these stables will never be needed.
But can any of us afford to take that gamble and not seek a place of safety and joy for our loved ones and ourselves?
Velvet Remedy seemed on the verge of tears at the parting words of her ancestor, whom we both knew had become the first overmayor of Stable 2. The stable whose special purpose was to keep us down there, safe, forever. Or, I knew, until Spike could find the right ponies to cast Gardens of Equestria. "I can't believe you lived your whole lives in a place like that," Calamity said as we walked up the steps that led out of the exhibit. "I mean, one that actually worked. This explains so much." I opened my mouth but couldn't find words. Only a little squeak escaped.
We here at Stable Tech hope you enjoyed the tour today. If you have any questions, feel free to ask at the lobby desk. One of our friendly staff would love to tell you everything you need to know.
We were made to wait in the long hall of rotting wood paneling outside Elder Blueberry Saber's office, under the watchful glares of armor-encased ponies, as Steelhoof spoke with the Elder in private. I tried to engage Poppy Seed in conversation. That worked until I misstepped by asking what she thought of the Steel Ranger's oath, wondering whether she felt the same way as Nightbuck had about following Applejack's principles. What I learned instead was that talking of the oath to outsiders, or tribals as she called us, was forbidden. After that, she ignored all my further efforts to chat. I couldn't tell if it was because I had deeply offended the knight, or because there were other Steel Rangers watching. I contemplated trying to eavesdrop, but then realized the guards wouldn't let me close enough to the door, and I wasn't entirely sure I wanted to know what was being said. I was sure there were some elements of the conversation that I would do well to hear, particularly anything regarding us or Steelhoof's mission. But there was probably more than a bit of discussion about internal politics and current affairs within the Steel Rangers. Such things were none of my business, and after entering one of Steelhoof's memories without permission, I didn't want to stick my hoof into his affairs uninvited so soon again. Furthermore, I found that I really didn't want to know. The Steel Rangers were distasteful. Steelhooves was a Steel Ranger, not just a former member who still wore the armor because, for some reason I didn't quite understand, he couldn't remove it, but a current and still active part of the organization. A Star Paladin at that, which, although I didn't quite know what that meant, sounded impressive. Between this side trip and the memories in his memory orbs, I was beginning to learn a lot about my newest companion. Well, newest four-hooved companion. And I found I could accept most of it, although not always easily. I felt I could trust him, within certain parameters, and call him a friend. But I did not envy his karma, and I was apprehensive about where his loyalties would fall if the hooves met the apple tree. Learning about him had also meant learning about the Steel Rangers. I was interested in them as they connected to Steelhooves, and to Applejack, a mare in that special circle of friends whom Spike had personally known, and whom I had grown to care about regardless of the centuries between us. The notion of defenders still sworn to the values of Applejack was like a light in the sea of darkness that the equestrian wasteland often seemed to be. But the Steel Rangers themselves, or at least a great many of them, struck me as a little better than well-equipped, more principled raiders. They didn't go about raping and torturing. No bodies hung mutilated from their walls. But they had no compunction about just sitting back and letting ponies suffer and starve and die when they had the technology to do some good. They were like Spike, only without the noble and self-sacrificing reason that justified their actions. I frowned and turned my thoughts away from internal contemplation and back into the hallway. Having decided not to eavesdrop, I slipped my earbloom into one ear and tuned my pip-buck back to the Philadelphia broadcast. But instead of Red Eye, I got another iteration of March of the Parasprites. I looked towards my friends. Velvet Remedy and Calamity were sitting together, occasionally casting furtive glances at the door to Blueberry Saber's office, as Velvet helped divorce Calamity from the more egregious misconceptions of stable life that the tour had planted. I contemplated joining the conversation, but I had missed a fair part of it, and both Poppy Seed and the guard seemed more interested in them than me. So instead, I sat, growing restless, bored. I stared at the pictures on the walls, tattered and age-darkened oil paintings of buildings. I recognized one of them, barely, as the Red Racer Factory. I got up and started to walk the hall, giving the paintings a closer examination. There were pedestals as well,
set at regular intervals, each holding a small architectural model. Most of the models had collapsed, overcome by the weight of at least 20 decades. But a few were still standing, mostly intact, an amazing testament to the model builder. When Stapletech built something, they built it to last. I was just about to pull the earbloom from my ear when the current song ended, something both patriotic sounding and yet heavy on the use of an oboe. And Red Eye's voice spoke into my ear.
My friends, let me share with you a secret, just between you and me. I was not always like this. No, once I was a young colt, irresponsible and carefree. I did not understand the need to toil, to labor, nor should I have. For I was but a child, and childhood is a time for innocence, for exploration, for happiness and growth. I was lucky, fortunate beyond my deserving, to be blessed with safe places to roam, security from the fiends and horrors of the equestrian wasteland, and companionship in the form of my beloved dog, Winter. Oh, the adventures we had. Sounds beautiful, doesn't it? A time of peace and joy that I can return to in my mind at the end of the day, after the equestrian wasteland has thrown at me the worst of its horrors and despair. Between the visions of my peaceful past and our gloriously bright future, I find the strength to go on, no matter how hard the path or heavy the load. But my childhood, picturesque and ideal and safe, is that what your own children enjoy? Tell me, equestrian wasteland, how many of our children today are truly happy, truly carefree? Sadly, we both know the answer. None. Today, Equestria is a hard, miserable, unforgiving place. Our colts and fillies live with fear, violence, rape, and death. The bleak and poisoned world offers our children only meaningless struggle and, all too often, a cruel and terrifying end. There is no joy out there, no hope. No more. This ends here. This ends now. One day, yes, the new Equestria we are building will offer them that same utopian security that I once enjoyed. But we cannot wait for that while our children suffer. The leaders of our past may have forgotten how much each colt, each filly, is to be cherished when they unleash their arrogant wrath upon our world. But we who have lived through hell know better, and we will not wait another day. As those living within lands already being reclaimed know, our nation's young ones are, and have always been, my highest priority. All that we sacrifice, we do for them, to give them a better place. And in the meantime, we strive to give them what safety and security our hooves can offer. And more than that, dear friends, oh, much more. We provide schools where they can learn, medical centers where they will obtain free treatment, the best medical care in all of Equestria, and homes where they can live together with other children making friends, all under the watchful care of loving, approved mares and stallions. Soon, the armies of the children of unity will come to your town. Not as an invading army, oh no, but as an army of engineers and teachers and doctors. They will rebuild your schools, establish hospitals that will provide the best care in this ruined and tortured nation, and bring to you the words of the goddess, so that you too may know unity. And once again, our children will be able to play.
The door to Blueberry Saber's office opened. Steelhooves took a step out.
Little Pip, could you come in here for a moment?
Elder Blueberry Saber was the first Steel Ranger I had actually laid eyes on. She was a rather pretty older mare. I suspected that when she was closer to my age, or even Velvet's. She must have been quite cute. She had a pleasant blue coat, and her mane and tail had once been a berry purple before it turned mostly silver gray. There were still a few wisps of the original color. I couldn't see her cutie mark. Her robes concealed a modest portion of her body. Steelhooves guided me in, closing the door behind him with his metal-sheathed tail. Blueberry Saber stood in front of me beside a heavy iron table, whose interlaced frontal design reminded me oddly of scaffolding. She had one hoof up on the table, although with a closer glance, I could see that her hoof was not actually touching the metal surface. Trapped between hoof and desk was the round black ball of a memory orb.
Little Pip,
Steelhoof said, his voice oddly strained.
I need you to look into that orb and tell me what is inside there.
I looked at him, puzzled, then at the Steel Ranger Elder. She nodded with a smirk that looked ugly on what should have been a pretty face. All right, I said, approaching slowly. I was a little surprised at my own hesitation. Something in the room just felt off. Still, I did as Steelhooves asked, lowering my horn towards the orb and focusing. I felt the odd washing sensation as reality slipped. Part of me panicked, suddenly thinking that they are incapacitating me. A memory of my own, that of Velvet Remedy shooting me with my own dart gun, flashed through my head. And then I was no longer with them. The first sense I gained was smell. Even before I could see the barn, I could smell the rich scent of hay, overlaid with other less pleasant earthy odors. Sight came next. I wanted to blink as dazzling sunlight, beautiful and pure, filtered into the barn through an open hayloft. Then came touch. First the touch of the cloak I was wearing, a rough but not unpleasant cloth. Then, I felt odd. The body I was in was different, but I couldn't really put my finger on how. I had been in earth ponies before. The lack of a horn was no longer startling to me. And the body was less alien than that of a horny male, much less than my exceptionally freaky experience as Spike. But I still felt wrong somehow, and it was like an itch that wouldn't go away. My host was standing in a bed of hay, watching as two familiar mares walked into the barn. They ambled right past me without so much as a glance. Now what's this you wanted to talk about, Rarity, that we needed to hide out in the barn for? Well, the elegant white unicorn said, looking at her freckled friend with the frazzled blonde mane. Rainbow Dash said that last week at the Summer Sun celebration, she came on to you and you didn't mind. I wanted to snicker. Rarity had managed to strike a perfect tone between gossip and suggestiveness. Yet I could tell, without a doubt, that she was only playing with the orange mare with the 3-apple cutie mark. Call it intuition, but I just knew that Rarity only had eyes for the stallions. And that made Applejack's expression all the funnier. Oh, hey, no! Applejack nearly shouted, backpedaling. God dang it, not you too! Rainbow Dash was drunk. Again. And I told her. I really wished my host would laugh, because it was hard to be in stitches when your body wouldn't cooperate. But in the very least, I could tell Applesnack that whatever he had been afraid I might find in here was rubbish. Applejack regained her composure, as Rarity fluttered her eyes but failed to stifle a ladylike snicker quite fast enough. Oh, for the love of... Applejack stomped. Did you drag me all the way back here just to mess with me? She put a hoof to her freckled face. Oh, hell! Did Rainbow Dash put you up to this? This is one of her practical jokes, ain't it? Actually, well, yes, Rarity admitted. It was her idea. I knew it, Applejack huffed, stomping again. But I really do have something I need to talk to you about, the graceful unicorn said, abruptly turning quite serious. Applejack could tell the mood had changed. Fun, even at her expense, was over. What is it? I've come across some new magic, Rarity said cautiously. Zebra magic. She stopped, measuring the country mare's reaction. You mean, like the things that Cora used to brew? Not exactly, no. Rarity lowered her voice. Have you ever heard of a soul jar? Applejack stared at her purple-maned friend. No, and I ain't sure I want to. But Rarity wasn't ready to stop. A soul jar is an item. It can be any item, really. It doesn't actually have to be a jar that you put a soul into. Applejack looked taken aback, but the unicorn continued. It was as if, now that she had started talking, she couldn't stop until it was all out. Putting a soul into a soul jar changes the object. It becomes effectively indestructible, for one. And you can use the soul to hang other enchantments on. The unicorn stopped at a thought, then added,
It becomes a foundation. Not unlike Megaspell Framework, I suppose.
Rarity? Applejack gasped. What the hell has gotten into you, girl? Where did you even get this magic? This is... The orange mare's voice lowered to a hiss. This is necromancy. Rarity looked to her friend and nodded, her own eyes wide. I know. Then in answer, it's from a zebra book called The Black Book. Again she paused, thinking, well, the Black Book of something I can't pronounce. A name, but it doesn't have vowels in the places it ought to. It has all manner of extremely icky things in it. Soul jars, bypass spells, magic to tear souls apart. With each word, Applejack's expression became more horrified. Rarity seemed not to quite notice. She gave a smirk like she was revealing a particularly juicy bit of gossip. If you buy into the more colorful background of the book, they say that it was written by a mad zebra alchemist who communicated with the stars through dreams. Who is they? Applejack asked, but never got an answer. Now, I know all of this is perfectly dreadful, and my first instinct was to burn the book and be rid of it, Rarity said. For the first time since the conversation turned dire, Applejack looked a little relieved. That relief was short-lived. But the top magician in my ministry says that he ought to be able to take that soul-shredding magic and rework it, turning it into a precision spell that would allow him to cut off just a small portion of a pony's soul, enough to create a soul jar without doing any real damage to the subject of the spell. And why would you want to do that? Think of it, Applejack. What soldier wouldn't be willing to give up just a small bit of her soul to be put in her own armor, making it completely impervious to any bullet? Any weapon? Rarity was positively glowing in the rapture of her idea. And it wouldn't have to be those ugly metal things your ministry has been working on. We can make perfect, impenetrable armor out of dresses. Beautiful dresses. Applejack was reeling. And not only would our soldiers look absolutely fabulous and would be immune to the weapons of the enemy, Rarity continued, they wouldn't be weighted down, encumbered. Until now, armored barding has always come at the price of mobility. But now... Rarity? The unicorn stopped, putting her hooves on Applejack's shoulders. Applejack, just think. None of our family would have to die in battle anymore. If Big Macintosh had... No! Rarity dropped back, stunned by Applejack's sudden outburst. But the orange earth pony wasn't done. She advanced on her friend, jabbing a hoof at her breast. Don't you dare bring my brother into this blackness! Rarity gasped, eyes wide. This talk stops now, Applejack demanded. I don't want to hear another word. This is vile. No soldier would give what you're suggesting. And even if they were willing, how could we let 'em? Some prices are just too high. Don't you think if there weren't horrific consequences to playing with these things, we'd already be facing zebras with impenetrable armor? Or bullets that could shoot through anything? Or worse? Rarity stopped. She turned her gaze away from Applejack, a flush of embarrassment on her cheeks. Oh, you're so right. I don't know what I was thinking. Applejack let out a breath in deep relief. It's okay, Sugar Cube. You got wrapped up in a notion and didn't really think it through. Happens to all of us now and again. The unicorn looked up to Applejack, smiling weakly. Well, then, I'm lucky I have a good friend who can slap me out of it. Applejack gave a chuckle. No harm done, then. Now I want you to go back to Canterlot and continue working on your designs. You have a heap of work on your plate as it is, and neither of us will mention this ever again. Like it never happened, Rarity said, genuine thankfulness in her voice. Like it never happened, Applejack agreed. Rarity and Applejack embraced each other in a hug. Then the unicorn slipped elegantly away and started back for the barn door. Hey, Applejack called out. Her friend stopped, looking back. And when you get back, burn that book. Or better yet, have some pony else do it for you, the orange pony suggested. I get the suspicion that even reading it was messing with your head. Rarity lifted a hoof to her chin and thought, then nodded. Yes, I do think you are right, Applejack. She gave a ladylike frown. That book is dangerous. Applejack watched Rarity push the barn door open with a hoof and walk out. Finally, my host moved, stepping lightly so as not to make any noise, following the beautiful white unicorn. Hey! Applejack called again, galloping past me fast enough to make my cloak flutter. She stopped at the door, calling out,
And for whatever nonsense Rainbow Dash put you up to,
"That hug does not count." I was back in my own body, and back in the presence of Steelhooves and Blueberry Saber, both high-ranking members of the Steel Rangers. The wearers of those ugly metal things Applejack had gone ahead and designed. Gears were starting to move in my head again. The pony in my brain was busy shoving puzzle pieces into place. And the first one that clicked was the memory of Applejack and Rarity talking in Spike's memory.
I sure hope this ain't nothing to do with that thing we never talked about.
Oh, no, darling. I gave that project up ages ago. Steelhooves interrupted my mental puzzle solving with an uncharacteristic tone.
Well, what was the memory?
I blinked. I was no longer thinking that the issue was Applejack's fidelity, which should never have been in question. But I was at a loss as for what had Steelhooves on edge. Clearly, Applejack had talked her friend away from that horrifying course. Otherwise, such perfect armors would still be around today.
It was a conversation.
I offered, my brain working to figure out how to pull the information I wanted out of them.
Between the mayors of the Ministry of Technology and the Ministry of Image.
I wondered if I should have called it the Ministry of Wartime Technology, but it was too late to change my wording.
It was a long conversation about several things, most of them trivial.
I said, not exactly dishonestly.
What specifically were you looking for?
Steelhooves shook his head.
Telling you would bias your answer.
Elder Blueberry Saber snorted. Well, if you don't, I have no problem telling her. The elderly mayor smiled at me. Tell him that this memory proves the values of the ministry mayor he so stubbornly clings to are fiction. This memory proves that she didn't really care about the lives of the soldiers, but only about advancing her own designs. And when some other pony came up with a much, much better armor design, she made sure it never saw the light of day. Oh, that's what this was about. I blinked, feeling angry now. That's what this was about? Of all the much, much worse things in that memory, the elder of the Steel Rangers was focused on this? I about spit my bit. Standing up as tall as my little frame would allow, I huffed.
How about I tell you what I didn't see in that memory?
Blueberry Saber blinked in surprise. Steelhooves took a tentative step towards me.
What I didn't see was my host.
From the blank look in the elder's eyes, I realized I was using terms I had come up with myself. I had no idea what the proper term for a memory's host was. Not that it mattered. The elder was an earth pony. She couldn't see into a memory orb without a recollector anyway. It seemed increasingly likely that she had never actually seen the memory herself, or that she had many years ago and lacked a clear recollection of its contents. So I tried again, keeping my anger at this nonsense tightly under control.
I didn't see the pony whose memory it was, not even a forehoof. And while that's not entirely unusual, I'm quite certain that the two ministry mayors couldn't see her either. I don't think they would have had that conversation if they knew some pony else was present.
Both the elder and Steelhooves were still, for at least a moment, actually paying attention.
What I saw in there was that some pony was spying on the ministry mayors, invisible.
I remembered the itchy strangeness.
And I don't think it was even a pony. I'm pretty sure I just shared the memory of a zebra.
Another puzzle piece slotted into my head. I lifted my pip buck, saying,
I found this in the rubble of a recruitment center out near the Shattered Hoof facility.
I played back the old recording, removing the ear bloom attachment so that both of them could hear. I'm sending you one of the devices recovered from Shattered Hoof Ridge. Intelligence suggested that the zebras had developed invisibility spell fetishes. But this looks like something designed by the Ministry of Magic. It's even Pip-Buck compatible. I hate to say it, but it looks like we have traitors in our midst. If some pony in MAS is leaking arcane technology to the zebras, the princess will need to take action. What followed the recording was much discussion, but in the end, the only thing resolved was that I had gotten at least a bit of the elder's trust
while managing to sidetrack both of them from their earlier argument. It was over an hour later when Elder Blueberry Saber got up and trotted to the window, staring out at the angry red glow coming from the walled-off portion of Philadelphia.
If you are going in there, you won't be able to do it like that, she said. Not with armor and an arsenal and a squad of companions.
Why not? I asked. I'm not worried about getting past the wall. I can just float us over when there's a gap in the patrols.
That was at least my plan. Because, Blueberry Saber turned to me, you will never get close to Red Eye that way. He's always protected. In the very least by a flock of griffins, if not by a wing of those damned alicorns. The first sign of trouble, and he'll pop his sky chariot and leave the city. You'll lose any chance you have of taking him down before you even know it.
Damn. I was confident of being able to sneak close until she mentioned the alicorns. I should have figured this couldn't be so easy. But I was damned if I would just give up and go home, not after the fresh reminder of what these slavers were doing to innocent ponies.
I can help you, the elder offered, if you agree to help me in return.
Oh, this was going to be one of those days. The elder laid it out for me. She could get me and maybe one of my companions into the walled section of the city, stripped of our possessions and dressed in the rags of slaves. I'd have to work my way to him from there, preferably by gaining his trust rather than by body count. The latter method was likely to backfire for the same reason a covert assault would.
You may have more to fear from the inmates than the guards, Blueberry Saber noted. Red Eye's armies have started rounding up raiders and putting them to work as slaves along with the rest. Some of the ponies you'll be stuck with in there are exceptionally nasty refuse.
This plan just kept getting better. And what do you want from me in return? I asked finally.
2 things.
Blueberry Saber walked round the office as she spoke.
First, Red Eye has managed to develop some sort of engine fueled by radiation. He's been having the slaves mine the Philadelphia crater itself for irradiated debris, which he can turn into usable energy to run his factories.
Steelhooves nickered.
Well, that's a game changer.
Red Eye's claims of building a new Equestria, at least on an infrastructural level, suddenly gained a lot more authenticity.
Indeed, Blueberry Saber agreed. She turned to me. I want the plans for that engine.
Okay, plans for a radiation engine. That was one. And number 2?
The Steel Ranger elder frowned even more deeply. Our intelligence states that Red Eye has gotten a hold of research into something called a bypass spell.
I felt a jolt. I had heard of that sort of magic not 2 hours ago, and not in a pleasant context.
I want you to find this research on bypass spells, confiscate what you can, destroy the rest. The elder stomped both her forehooves. Thoroughly obliterate it.
I raised an eyebrow. Since when is the Ministry of Wartime Technology interested in spell research?
Steelhoof stepped in.
Since it's a matter of survival,
He explained.
the zebras created bypass enchantments midway through the war. A bypass augments another magical effect, allowing it to ignore one specific type of thing. The zebras, for instance, used it to create Balefire Burst, the much smaller version of the mega spell you are familiar with a zebra bypass. With that, a zebra could trot into an area crowded with ponies, set off the blast, and kill every pony within a block or 2 without being harmed herself.
The mental image of an invisible zebra walking into a crowded stable atrium during one of Velvet Remedy's performances suddenly lodged in my mind and refused to leave.
The unicorns of the Ministry of Arcane Sciences failed to crack the enchantment before the megaspells fell, Blueberry Saber informed me. But it's impossible to know how close they were, and thus how close Red Eye is. I think, however, that you can grasp why it is in every pony's best interest that Red Eye is not allowed to finish this research.
I nodded, now imagining spells with an alicorn bypass. By the goddesses!
So, the elder asked, do you agree to my offer?
As much as I hated to, I didn't see another way. Not now that simply killing Red Eye wasn't enough.
This is a stupid plan.
I sighed, looking at my friends. Almost definitely, but it's the plan we've got.
I ain't letting you go in there alone,
Calamity insisted.
especially unarmed.
I smiled at his loyalty. I won't be totally unarmed, I assured him. They won't be taking my horn, and they can't take my pip-buck either. Instead, we would be wrapping my forelegs in bulky rags to hide its presence.
Why do you have to go alone?
Velvet Remedy asked, almost pleading. If anything, she seemed to like this plan even less than Calamity. Because I don't want the damn slavers to get their hooves on you. You're gorgeous, and in there, beautiful is a really bad thing to be. I need you out here. You're a non-combatant, and that place is full of enslaved raiders. Please, please don't make me explain further. Velvet Remedy scowled, clearly hating every word, but said nothing more.
One of us needs to be with you,
Calamity demanded.
Why not me?
At least with Calamity, I felt comfortable with a direct answer. 2 reasons, I said, feeling bizarrely like Blueberry Saber for a moment. First, because you are a Pegasus. And Luna only knows what they would do with a Pegasus. You folk aren't exactly a common prize down here. I pressed my lips together in chagrin. I don't think we'd be able to stay together past the gate. Calamity was not at all satisfied.
I don't care. Let them try to do what they think I'll let them get away with. I'm not abandoning you 'cause of that.
I had expected that, but I still felt a wave of genuine gratitude. But before I could move on to my second reason, Velvet Remedy interrupted.
How about Steelhooves?
I can't go.
Steelhooves said simply.
A Steel Ranger is a bit conspicuous.
Velvet sighed with exasperation.
We all know you're a ghoul now. You don't have to hide in your armor. You can take it off.
No, I can't.
Calamity cocked his head, giving Steelhooves a querying look.
Why not?
Velvet Remedy pushed.
Because my body is fused into it.
Was the ghoul's answer, eliciting several gasps, one of which was from me.
Oh!
Calamity took a few steps back.
You're that kind of ghoul.
Wait, there are types of ghouls now? Other than Ghoul Pony and Zombie Pony? Velvet Remedy looked equally surprised by Calamity's reaction.
What kind of ghoul? He's a Canterlot ghoul.
Steelhooves nodded. Velvet Remedy and I were still in the dark. Would somebody care to explain? No more secrets. Ponies who suffered massive amounts of magical radiation and survived were forced to endure the cruel deterioration of becoming a ghoul pony. Since the zebras had employed different kinds of mega spells, it only stood to reason that there were minor differences in the effects. In most cases, these differences were barely recognizable, except between the ghoul ponies themselves. But Canterlot ghoul ponies were an entirely different sort, because the mega spell unleashed in Canterlot was unlike any other.
When the bomb started to fall,
Steelhooves told us,
Princess Luna threw up a magical shield over the entire city. Canterlot was bombarded by hundreds of missile strikes. None of them were mega spells, like the missiles which hit Cloudsdale or Philadelphia, but they would have been devastating all the same had they struck home. But the princess kept the shield up.
Velvet Remedy and I sat, listening, almost entranced. Calamity paced off to the side fretfully.
I was stationed in one of the hamlets that surrounded the city, just outside the perimeter of the shield. My squad's orders were to evacuate the hamlets, getting as many of the ponies to shelters or stables as we could. The blast wash from those missiles exploding against the shield wiped out hundreds in the first few minutes. The bombardment lasted hours.
Steelhooves took a deep, trembling breath and pressed on. Even hidden in his armor, I could tell he was shaken. Although at the time, I thought it was by memory of those deaths. I would realize later it was because of what happened next.
Applejack was with me, but when strikes started, she fled back to Ponyville, leaving us to do our work while she tried to ensure all her family got safely into Stable 2.
I suddenly wondered if Applejack herself had made it. Had she been in Stable 2 when it closed? I saw Velvet Remedy glancing at me and suspected she was wondering the same thing.
But the missile strikes were just part of the zebra's ploy. The megaspell was already in the city. A special one. After all, this one was meant to kill Luna and Celestia, not just 750,000 ponies.
The pink cloud,
Calamity said abruptly, stopping.
Yes.
Calamity momentarily took over the tale.
The pink cloud was a great radioactive cloud of entropic, necromantic gas. Like taint, it didn't care if you had gas masks. Nothing protected against it. Everything it touched, it seeped into and rotted. I heard horror stories of bodies found partially melted into sidewalks, or with their saddles fused to their bones. Canterlot is still toxic today. The streets and buildings soaked it up like sponges and are slowly releasing it as they decay.
The zebras wanted the shield.
Steelhooves continued.
It kept the pink cloud concentrated in the city, strong enough to fatally poison even Celestia and Luna. By the time they comprehended that they were dying, it was too late. But still, they kept up the shield. I'm told they took turns, one powering the shield while the other tried to regain a little strength. That, in the end, they were holding each other for support.
Why? I asked, feeling tears forming in my eyes. Why didn't they just let the shield fail? The city was already doomed. Why didn't they escape?
What do you have?
Steelhooves asked simply.
I was still in one of the more remote hamlets when the shield finally came down. The city had soaked up enough of the pink cloud that the exposure wasn't fatal, but...
Calamity again added to the tale, a tone of disgust in his voice. By the time Luna and Celestia realized the pink cloud was killing them, the first attack had been hours ago. The Pegasi had already closed up the sky. The wind was beginning to go wild. With a sad flap of his wings, our Dashite friend explained, if Celestia and Luna had let that spell of theirs drop, they probably would have survived. Though most likely at a fraction of their former selves. But a whole heap of ponies would have been doomed, as the uncontrolled winds blew pink cloud all over them, evacuating hamlets, over farms. 'Twould have destroyed all life as far as Ponyville. Maybe farther. Mournfully, he informed us, I'm so sorry to both of you. I really am. But Luna and Celestia ain't goddesses watching you from the heavens like your stable teacher taught you. The princesses gave their lives so that your ancestors can make it into that stable and live. It was a long time before Velvet Remedy and I were ready to talk again. For a while, we just moved away from the others, found a corner by ourselves, and held each other in silence. In that time, I decided that I was damn well going to keep praying to Celestia and Luna anyway. It didn't matter if the accounts didn't match my beliefs. I still believed in my heart that somehow Luna and Celestia were up there, watching us, caring about us, giving us guidance. I just didn't know if what I believed was true. I realized it probably wasn't, but I could choose to believe anyway. Finally, we gathered together again for round 2 of every pony not going into Philadelphia with me. I have to admit, with my faith shaken, I no longer felt as confident, but I plowed on anyway. Second, I told Calamity, picking up where we had left off, you're a Pegasus.
Lil Pip? I think that was the first one.
Well, it's also the second one. Because you're my escape route. My lifeline. No pony else can swoop in and rescue me if things go bad. I need you out here so you can do that.
Calamity frowned, but seemed to find that more palatable.
Wait.
He looked at me like I was trying to dupe him.
How the hell am I supposed to know when you're in trouble or where to find you if I'm out here and you're in there?
Fortunately, I had already planned this out.
These slavers, at least the rank and file, don't seem to be the most educated lot. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't be able to tell where my pit buck ends and a peripheral begins. So I'm confident I can get in with a slotted attachment.
I smiled.
That means either a stealth buck or the broadcaster we got from the Griffins.
I floated out both.
I'll take the broadcaster. You take the stealth buck. Steelhooves can activate it for you when...
I know how to use a stealth buck,
Calamity interrupted, holding up a hoof to the device.
So, how do I get your call, genius girl? Case you missed it, I don't have one of them pit bucks of my own.
I grinned as I floated out Velvet Remedy's custom pit buck. Still in my saddlebags after all these weeks of travel, Velvet Remedy gave me a pained expression.
Yes, I kept it.
I told her before she could say anything.
And yes, I know you don't like wearing it. You shouldn't have to. This is just the backup plan if the main plan fails.
Calamity raised an eyebrow.
And that is?
Finally, I levitated Homage's override device out of my saddlebags.
I have a very important mission for all of you to complete while I'm gone.
I looked my companions over and decided that there had never been a better team assembled for such a job.
I need you to take this to the Philadelphia Tower and attach it to the mainframe in the base station. Once you do, it will give DJ Pone 3 both eyes and voice in Philadelphia, kicking Red Eye out. And that will free up the receivers in the station to pick up my broadcast.
Red Eye's almost certainly got some heavy forces guarding that tower.
Steelhooves noted.
I expect we'll be in for a battle.
Then you'll definitely need a medical pony, Velvet Remedy asserted. Calamity tipped up the brim of his hat. Well then, looks like we got ourselves a plan.
Go ahead,
Steelhooves said, holding the last of his 4 memory orbs out to me on an armored hoof.
You've seen the others. You might as well see the last one before you go.
I didn't think I was ready for another trip into Apple Snack's memories. The day had been too much of an emotional maelstrom. I felt weak and fragile, like another gust could cause me to break. I put up a warding hoof, shaking my head. Steelhooves grunted.
Compared to what you've seen, this one is gentle.
He pressed.
You trust me, don't you?
To very specific extents, I admitted. It's not you and Applejack having sex, is it?
Steelhooves stared silently. Then he put the orb down, letting it roll towards me on the floor.
You have a dirty mind.
He turned and walked out. I stared at the orb as it rolled to a stop against my right forehoof. This isn't fair! I recognized the voice of Rainbow Dash almost a full minute before I heard her. It was Steelhooves, not Applesnack this time, not with the heavy armor pressing all around me. My vision beyond the inside of the helmet was limited to the view out of my visor, but I was graced with an exceptionally complex and sophisticated eyes-forward sparkle. Within the helmet, I seemed to have access to everything my EFS and Pip-Buck provided, and more. Breathing inside the armor was unpleasant. My muzzle was pressed into a rebreather. The air was cool and fresh, likely supplied by a minor air talisman, but the mouthpiece was simply uncomfortable. The armor itself was bulky and weighed down on me, but I felt strong. Stronger than in any memory I had experienced before. The weight, however, heavy, felt no more taxing than carrying a light pack. My hoof steps were heavy, like my hooves were. Well, encased in steel armor exactly as they were. It was, all in all, an enlightening look into Steelhooves' existence. And while I could see the advantages, I did not envy him for it. I trod down a hallway focused on the wooden double doors at the end. This, I guessed, was an office building of some sort. Not, mercifully, a battlefield. There seemed to be no imminent threats. I felt myself raise an armored hoof and push open the door with measured gentleness. Inside was a barely furnished office that looked almost unused. A few shelves and a desk. And this is where Rainbow Dash and Applejack seemed to be having an argument. Applejack was standing behind the desk, dressed in a suit that she looked distinctly uncomfortable in. Rainbow Dash, on the other hoof, was wearing that same purple and black uniform I had seen her in earlier today and years ago. Or rather, a pristine new version of the same basic design. It had a jagged yellow neckline and a skull-shaped cloud on the flank, shooting a rainbow-colored lightning bolt, covering where Dash's actual cutie mark would be. Both mares turned to look at me. Applejack nodded, giving Steelhooves a smile of gratitude. Rainbow Dash only seemed to size up the metal warrior, clearly unable to recognize the pony beneath. I recall that the Pegasus wouldn't learn about Applejack and Applesnack until a party that I suspected was still a year or two away. Her attention returned to her orange-coated friend. "It's just not right!" the blue Pegasus spat with righteous indignation. "The Ministry of Awesome is putting up almost 50 towers, as tall as the clouds, all over Equestria. And here you're having to sell Sweet Apple Acres just to get a suit of armor belt? How does that make sense?" Okay, maybe not an argument. "That's 'cause building those towers is all y'all seem to be doing," Applejack explained patiently. "Meanwhile, my ministry is helping fund over 4 dozen industries, giving them the subsidies they need to keep running until they can pull a solid profit. And next year, there'll be 12 more. Rainbow Dash gaped, then cocked her head. "Don't you sometimes think the Ministry of Technology is a little too successful?" Applejack nudged her cowpony hat and smiled. "No, seriously," the blue Pegasus claimed, spreading her wings. "It's gotten so sometimes I can't even recognize Equestria anymore." The orange pony with the graying blonde mane gave her friend a look.
I hadn't noticed the gray in other memories, although the difference in age was at best a few years. I realized with amusement that, at some point, Applejack had started dyeing her hair. I wondered if, at that age, I'd feel the urge to. But then, I'd be a lucky mare to live that long in the equestrian wasteland. For example, do you really need all those roads? The rainbow-maned Pegasus asked.
Some of us ain't got wings, remember?
There was a clop at the door. Steelhooves trotted to Applejack's side like a bodyguard. Rainbow Dash scowled but moved to the side.
Come on in,
Applejack called out. The door pushed open, and Apple Bloom walked into the room. She was beautifully groomed and wore a business dress of mahogany and rose that went well with her mane. She looked infinitely more comfortable in her dress than her older sister did in the suit. There was a business bag strapped to her side.
Wait,
Rainbow Dash said, looking between the two sisters.
You're selling your farm to your own sister?
Technically, Apple Bloom said in a politely professional voice, she's selling Sweet Apple Acres to Stable Tech. The younger sister turned her head, pulling open her business bag and pulling out a clipboard with her teeth. She offered it to Applejack, who took the other end, then set it on the desk between them.
I think you'll find everything is just as we promised,
Apple Bloom told her sister. I noticed her voice was a touch more urbane than her older sister's, the country accent not as strong. Steelhooves moved towards Apple Bloom, leaning close and whispering into her ear.
You're not going to plow the place and build a mall, are you?
Oh, heavens no,
Apple Bloom whispered back, looking uncomfortable, almost guilty. Her older sister caught the look.
Hold on. You're not going to kick me and Granny off the farm, are you?
Apple Bloom looked wounded.
How can you even ask that? I'm your sister.
'Cause I know that look, Applejack said sternly. And it's 'cause I'm your sister that I do. Now spill it.
Apple Bloom sighed, then pulled out a set of blueprints, unfurling them on the desk in front of her older sister, and the three really, guessed.
You'll have the rights to the trees and the apples just like we promised. Stable Tech is only buying the rights to the land. But you'll have to move all these apple trees in this section here. And you won't be able to use the barn until next spring.
What?
Applejack cocked an eyebrow at her younger sister.
Why?
'Cause we're gonna be building a stable there.
Footnote, level up. New perk, a little dash. While wearing light armor or no armor, you run 20% faster. Chapter 25, Generous Souls.
We stand at the dawn of a new golden age. Where others merely survive, we thrive. And while I have led your efforts, it has been by your own strength. Because yes, freedom is what we all work towards.
Alone. I had given my possessions, even my barding, to Calamity. Night Poppy Seed had brought me soiled, filthy slave cloths to wrap myself in. Thick wrappings had gone around my right foreleg to hide my pit buck, complete with twigs and bloodstains to suggest my leg had been cruelly wounded. If any pony asked, I intended to tell them I'd been run through with a piece of rebar. Then I had been shackled. As with the slavers before, Night Poppy Seed had been unable to shackle me properly at the hoof thanks to my pit buck, so she had locked the manacles above my knees. I had floated myself into the cage of a slave wagon and bedded down in moldy hay filled with small, itchy bugs. It had taken only minutes to become wretchedly uncomfortable. Between that and nearly getting fucked in the tail by a giant flaming Pinkie Pie the evening before, I had been deemed to look decently pathetic. I had been allowed to attach a few bobby pins to my rags, but I would have to hope I could find a screwdriver somewhere on the other side of the wall. Then, with worried goodbyes, my companions left me alone. I was to lay there and wait for a member of Red-Eye Slavers whom the Steel Rangers had sufficiently bribed, or perhaps ensured the cooperation of in less wholesome ways, to come and get the slave wagon. I'd forgotten what it felt like to be alone. I had spent my whole previous life alone. I hadn't had any friends growing up, and my mother, as much as I loved her, wasn't the sort of parent a filly could feel together with. Alone is cold and dull and miserable. It is a void that aches to be filled, and the little hobbies and distractions I had turned to had never really filled that hole, because it was a hole that could only be filled with companionship. Growing up, the closest I had come to that was music. The singing on the Stable 2 broadcast. At least with music, there was another pony involved who was trying to make a connection. And I could pretend that pony was trying to make a connection specifically with me, not just any pony who was listening. The illusion was never perfect, and it couldn't be held beyond the song. But while the music was playing, the mirage of friendship helped protect me against the cold. Needless to say, it was the songs of Velvet Remedy which I had cherished the most. I had even fallen in love, I think, with my dream of her. I still remembered the hurt when my ridiculous and unrealistic mental image of her was shattered by the real thing standing in a train car, a non-prisoner in a slaver town. And even then, I think, I still clung to little fragments of my dream Remedy until the day she shot me. That said, I wouldn't have traded my very real friendship with the actual pony for anything, much less for a relationship with my two-dimensional daydream. What I had was better, far better, because it was real. When I left Stable 2, my life changed forever. And the most dramatic change wasn't the vast open wasteland or the sickly sunlight that pushed its way through the clouds. It wasn't the horrors and wickedness and cruelty I had seen, or the daunting amount of pain I had suffered, or even the growing river of pony blood drowning my hooves. The most drastic change was friendship. And it started just a few days out of the stable with a pony named Calamity. Calamity was unlike any pony I had ever met. He was fearless and noble and just in a way that I could only aspire to. And he cared about me in a way no pony, not even my mother, ever did. He was willing to stand by me, even when I was being foolish and wrong. Not that we never disagreed, because we did often enough. But he gave me the benefit of the doubt. He trusted me, and he was some pony I knew I could trust in return. I freely admit that I had been jealous when Calamity and Velvet Remedy had started to gravitate towards each other. And in retrospect, I have to wonder, was my conviction that they were a couple already accurate or a self-fulfilling prophecy?
How foolish I was to feel that way.
But friendship was and is still new to me, and I had many lessons to learn about it. And many, many more to go, if the sheer number of Spike's stories are to be believed. Only after I had come to accept their closeness and take comfort in it,
Was my heart really open enough to embrace homage?
I had friendship, but the void goes deeper than that. I wanted more than companionship. I yearned for love and physical intimacy. I will also admit that when homage first opened the possibility, I was drawn to her out of desperation. But that changed. She changed that. Likewise, I would not blame a pony for thinking that our relationship had been fast and brief. But while it is true that I had not met her in coat and mane until Timpani Tower, I had gotten to know much of her before seeing her face to face, as she had gotten to know me. In truth, I have known Homage almost as long as I have known Calamity.
True, I had not known her deeply and personally until Timpani Tower.
But who really knows their friends well in the first few weeks? And I can safely say that the connection we had built before meeting was laid on a solid foundation. I can say this thanks in great part to the honesty that I realize Homage embodies. The Homage that I grew to know as DJ Pone 3 was and is the real Homage. Not all of her, granted, and not without trappings. But real all the same. Homage knows of me at my best, but has also seen me at my worst. And instead of being scared away, she has embraced me and let me in. She has held and comforted me, and she has done so much more, allowing me an intimacy that I had only daydreamed about before, and usually to my private shame. With Homage, I don't feel ashamed. Having seen the memories of Steelhooves, a melancholy realization had crept into my thoughts. He was the only of my companions who has been in a similar relationship. Yet, unless Calamity and Velvet Remedy have managed to be up to things with a far greater degree of sneakiness and stealth than I attribute to either of them. Like me, he had a companion whom he could trust to be open and honest with him. And, like me, he chose to keep things from her. I am quite sure he did not reveal to Applejack the murder he committed. Whereas in my case, I have kept from Homage, well, another murder Steelhooves committed. Thinking on these things, I suddenly found the parallel downright creepy. Steelhooves once told me that I would learn that he wasn't a better pony, which I certainly have seen as true. just like she did. And while I can only guess at what befell their relationship, I do know that he and Applejack were together the day the bombs fell. I must assume they at least worked at mending any damage his dark secrets had caused. And I also know that, ultimately, she left him. She chose her family over him, and she left him behind. And he's been living with that abandonment for 200 years, alone. With an aching heart and a sense of unease, I found myself desperately needing to talk to Homage. With any luck, I would be able to do so as soon as my friends had the override installed. I wondered if I would be able to speak to her just by talking to the air. But from what I heard, it seems more likely that I would need to get to the station myself to have real communication with her. Either way, I was determined to come clean, for better or for worse. Unlike the hobbies and distractions of my lonely youth, friendship really can fill the void enough for a pony to be happy. And while I wouldn't normally consider my experiences in the equestrian wasteland to be happy ones, I really have been happier out here than I ever was in Stable 2. Being with friends is a blanket against the cold, a bulwark that makes you stronger, a connection that makes you bigger. Without friends, I was exposed, weak, and small.
And, on an unrelated note, itchy.
Chain link fencing crackled with energy surrounding a barricaded outer gate. Guards watched with amusement as the slaver pulled my wagon up to the wall.
Only one?
A guard mare called out. She was heavily barded and wore a battle saddle bearing 4 combat shotguns. The sight made me cringe.
A whole wagon just for one? Been slacking, Nash?
The slaver pulling my wagon just grunted. I scratched at my neck with a hind hoof and tried not to wince every time the wagon jolted as it rolled over the broken, rocky streets. I unrealistically hoped that slaves were given baths.
And such a small one, too.
A guard buck in similar barding called out. I noticed that I couldn't see any weapons on him, save for his horn and hooves. I wondered if that made him less or more dangerous.
If it wasn't a unicorn, I'd say toss it back in the lake.
Itching badly, I really wished I would be tossed in a lake. It occurred to me, however, that this was not the first time a slaver has suggested unicorns were considered an extra valuable prize. Not entirely surprising, considering that the unicorns in Stable 2 were often expected to go into technical work, thanks to the fine manipulation our magic allowed. I wondered what work Red Eye was putting us to. I'd probably find out soon enough. While Quadruple Combat Shotgun Pony kept aim on me, her male counterpart threw a lever, killing the electric crackle of the chain-link fence. He hoofed a button, and a section of the fence began to roll open with considerable clatter. Quadruple Combat Shotgun Pony continued to keep her battle saddle trained on me. A single unicorn pony shackled and caged, as did 2 snipers hidden within steel bunker towers on either side of the wall's inner gate. The heads of patrol ponies could be seen walking the perimeter of the wall on a raised platform just behind it. Even knowing me, it felt like a ridiculous amount of overkill. A griffin arced overhead, checking out the latest arrival, and flew away laughing.
By the you-know-who, Nash. When I first saw this one, I thought you bucked your horseshoes and actually brought in a filly.
The mare snickered, making me feel ever smaller.
I was thinking maybe I ought to blow your head off before Stern got a hold of you.
Nash, my chauffeur, merely grunted again.
What's this?
The guard buck asked, peering in at me. His horn glowed, and a jagged rusty spear jutted between the bars at me. I cringed back. The unicorn frowned at me and tipped the spear so the head of it caught on the blood-soaked wrapping around my pit buck and pulled it away. Crap! I wasn't even in the gate and the plan was falling apart.
Oh,
He said with a smiling grunt.
think you're a clever pony, do you?
He gave me a cruel leer.
Let's see how clever you feel inside.
Inside? Did he intend to rape me? I wondered with a shot of panic, or just let me through the gate. The guard mare shot him a look, then gave him a cruel laugh.
Oh, please do it. Hell, here, let me help hold her down.
She gave her companion an evil smirk.
15 minutes of fun, if that.
And you'll be scratching at the hay bugs biting your sheath for a week. I felt suddenly thankful for the infested hay. The buck backed up with a fearful look, then scowled at the mare.
You'd really enjoy that, wouldn't you?
More than life itself.
What a disgusting couple.
Bah!
He hit the button to close the outer gate and waved a hoof towards the sniper ponies.
Let it through.
He gave me one more look, this one barely containing revulsion. His eyes moved to my pit buck, now partially visible through the wrappings.
Oh, and tag her to see Doc Slaughter. She's got one of them leg terminals that are a bitch to get off.
For a pony who had been so sorely disappointed that she had a pit buck for a cutie mark, I was remarkably terrified at the thought I might lose it. As best I could parse the buck's attitude, these slavers had seen pit bucks before, and had ways to remove them. The buck threw the lever, and the fence around us once again crackled and hummed. With a rending grind, the huge metal inner gate of the wall began to lower on massive chains, a drawbridge complete with a moat on the inner side of the wall. My pit buck began to click urgently as it picked up radiation seeping out of the sludge. The wall was clearly meant to keep any pony from getting out as much as prevent ponies from getting in. Beyond, I got my first glimpse of inner-city Philadelphia.
Slave masters stood guard over mesh-covered work pits.
Wearing barding and gas masks, pointing weapons down to where poor ponies labored beyond the point of exhaustion. I couldn't tell what work they were doing, but I could tell they were filthy, sick, and trembling. A chimney rose out of the nearest work pit. Hellish red-tinted exhaust poured out of it. I gagged on the stench of unwashed ponies and noxious fumes. A swath of bright yellow and green fluttered around the chimney before perching on a nearby pile of rubble. Firelight! She cocked her head at me. I was not alone.
Behold,
Called out the voice of Red-Eye.
we stand on the threshold of a new dawn. With every factory we recover, every mill we rebuild, we move one big step forward towards an Equestria where our children can live in the safety and comfort of modern cities, not grovel in the dilapidated ruins of the past. With the stone and glass and steel forged by these, we can rebuild the homes and towers and lanes of mass transportation that will bestow freedom and prosperity upon generations to come. This, my children, is the very last generation that needs to cringe in caves and scramble for 200-year-old scraps of food.
The Philadelphia broadcast poured out of speakers everywhere. The messages and music were non-stop, the constant companion of both slave masters and slaves. Nash pulled the wagon past several more work pits before drawing to a stop in what had once been a chariot lot. I coughed. My pit buck was not shy about informing me that the gas pouring out of the work pit smokestacks was poisonous. The guards had masks, but they apparently couldn't spare any for the slaves. I trembled with anger. The rate of attrition here must be unconscionable. The lot was full of cage wagons, most of them recently emptied by other wagon pullers who were amassing slaves in an open area of the pavement. The gate I had come through was not the only one, and I was not the only new arrival. Nash opened my cage and stuck his head in, biting on the chain between my shackles and hauling me roughly out. I was dragged into a throng of suffering ponies, each of whom had clearly been through weeks of torment before even getting here. A large black griffin in dark gray talon barding landed on the roof adjacent to the chariot lot and turned her white-feathered head to scowl at us. Above her head rose a banner that fluttered in the wind, the Red-Eye flag. She had a whip curled under one wing and an anti-machine rifle strapped to her back.
The work is hard, yes.
Red-Eye's voice continued out of the nearest speaker.
As the griffin above scanned the miserable group of ponies beneath her.
But only through the generous gift of our efforts can our children and our children's children have a better world. We must selflessly give all we can so that a new Equestria may rise. And that is not an easy thing to ask.
Honestly, Red-Eye, I don't see much asking going on.
Tribals care only about their own small groups, unable or unwilling to view a larger picture. Raiders and Steel Rangers are the epitome of selfishness, caring only for their own base desires and outdated codes, taking what they want from the rest of us and giving nothing back. But here, today, and every day, we give back. We create. Where others only know how to tear down, we build. And that, my children, is how we pave the way for
One of the other wagon pullers shouted at us, making many ponies cringe, and one actually burst into tears.
Make yourselves presentable, you worthless mules!
The griffin's expression suddenly turned from something resembling mild contempt to cold anger. She drew the massive anti-machine rifle faster than I would have thought possible. The report of the gun was like the righteous anger of Luna. The wagon puller was ripped in two, the bullet punching through the asphalt and burying itself deep in the ground. A few of the ponies screamed. A magenta mare with an orange mane began backpedaling, trying to keep her hooves out of the spreading pool of blood, her terror-stricken face splattered with what looked like part of the dead slaver's stomach lining.
We are not animals. We are not zebras. We are ponies. We have a better nature and a higher calling. We know that the road is hard, and yet we stand and face the challenge. We know that many of us may suffer and perish and never taste the sweet fruits of our labor. But out of generosity and hope, we give ourselves anyway, so that others may know a better future. Because that future is worth any sacrifice. And yes, the new Equestria does demand sacrifices.
Okay, but pony sacrifices? Red-Eye's speech ended. The music began again, uplifting and regal. The griffin looked not at us, but at the cowering slavers.
You do not interrupt when Red-Eye is talking.
She then turned to us.
My name is Stern,
the griffin stated, looking down on her new slaves.
And this is my town. You are workers,
Stern informed us as she paced along the rooftop above.
You work towards the building of a brighter tomorrow, towards the new Equestria, which will be populated by the Unity. Your work is the gift that you give to the future. And you can either give it willingly, or Red-Eye will give it for you.
I found myself conflicted. I see that the treatment of the slave ponies, which amounted to nothing short of slow and torturous murder. And yet, I understood Red-Eye's goal. Maybe not all of it. The whole Unity thing was getting downright creepy. But the progress, the striving to make the world a better place at any cost, the same drive had left me flank deep in blood, and I was not apologetic for it. Red-Eye will put you to work doing things we probably should be working together towards anyway, although by choice and in safer conditions. Me? I'll put a bullet through your head if you're a raping, murdering blight on pony kind. In both cases, we have decided that ponies who don't choose to live their lives the right way had forfeited their right to live freely, if at all. There was a difference. There was a line between Red-Eye and me. It just wasn't as thick as I would have liked. Even so, it didn't change the pain I was seeing and hearing all around me, and that these horrors had to stop.
But most of you don't really care about the future, do you? I can see it in your eyes. You don't give a crap about other ponies, you just care about your freedom. Well then, listen closely, because I'm going to tell you how to free yourselves,
Stern said, her voice gruff with disgust and conviction. Part of me wanted to cry out that I did care, but a much stronger part of me listened intently. Unless I could find a screwdriver and an unguarded place to hide, this might be my best chance.
You earn it.
Of course you do, I thought. But Stern was quick to expound on that concept.
You can toil in the mills and the factories and the workhouses until you drop, or you can volunteer for more dangerous jobs. Those who do are rewarded. Red-Eye is a very generous stallion. He gives you 3 options.
The griffin held up 3 razor-sharp talons and began ticking them down.
You can choose to work on a stable recovery team. There are a lot of stables in the Philadelphia area, each rich in resources. But stables tend to be dangerous. They often have their own security or their own unique dangers.
I shuddered, feeling a fresh wave of fury. The griffin scowled.
And of course, there are the Steel Rangers, who are also after the same prizes. And before you start getting any wrong ideas, let me warn you. The Steel Rangers have adopted a slaughter-first attitude towards anyone that stands in their way of reclaiming old stable tech property for themselves. They will slaughter you just as quickly as they will slaughter us. And in those rare cases where the stables have their still living residents, they usually slaughter them too. At least Red-Eye gives them the same options he gives you. My eyes went wide, my jaw dropping. Luna raped them with her horn. You work 2 years on a stable recovery team and survive, and Red-Eye promises you freedom. You'll be tagged and you'll be allowed to live whatever life you choose. The Griffin gave a knowing smirk. So long as you don't decide to become a bother.
2 years? That was not an option.
But I wasn't really thinking about that.
I was thinking about how Blueberry Saber and I were going to have some very, very harsh words. I was already considering what ammo to use as punctuation.
Curling her second claw, Stern continued. You can work in the Philadelphia crater. Red-Eye has need of radioactive materials, and that crater is a treasure trove of them.
If Blueberry Saber was to be believed, and it would have been stupid for her to lie about my objectives, then I knew why Red-Eye was mining the crater. He needed material for his rad engine. But working at ground zero of a megaspell strike, even in radiation protective barding, that was a death sentence.
Red-Eye has stated that any pony who works for 6 months' worth of full workdays in the Philadelphia crater will be treated for radiation sickness and freed.
A falsely kind smile crossed her beak.
But since he is such a charitable stallion, Red-Eye has recently reduced it to only 4 months.
I suspect most ponies suffered fatal poisoning within 3.
Your third option,
Stern informed us, holding up the remaining talon,
is to fight in the pit. The pit is arena combat, pony against pony. Each event has 6 rounds, and there is usually an event once every week. More if Red-Eye himself graces us with his presence.
The Griffin stared down at us, assessing the pathetic herd of new slaves.
If you survive 6 consecutive events, not only do you gain your beloved freedom, but you gain an honored place in Red-Eye's army.
She stood up tall, glowering.
But frankly, none of you look worthy of such an honor.
The black-bodied Griffin snorted.
Still, I am honor-bound to give you the option. Just try not to make it too easy for your opponent if you do.
Then scowling yet again at us, she warned,
These are the ways to earn your freedom. But there are 2 more ways to gain it. You may at any time choose to join the Unity. If you do, your fate will be in the hooves of the goddess.
She said the word as if it was distasteful.
Or, of course, you can gain freedom through death. Try anything stupid. Try to rebel. Try to fight. Try to run. Any of those are fine ways to die horribly.
Stern fixed us all with a stare.
But that is all they are.
Welcome to the Philadelphia Fun Farm. A weathered, oversized image of Pinkie Pie's head and forehooves peeked over the top of the arched wrought iron gateway. Beyond lay the decaying ruins of what had once been a massive amusement park. I remembered it from the poster in Steelhoof's shack. Everything the Grand Galloping Gala should have been. Every day. Forever. We were herded through the gateway. A fair bulk of the old amusement park had been converted into the slaves' quarters. I had been assigned a straw mat, somewhere in an enclosure where ponies once galloped around in mock-ups of plow wagons, ramming into each other for fun. Being new, I didn't rate 4 walls, only a roof. And I was told to be glad for that. The rain in Philadelphia, they warned me, burned. On the path up to the gateway, I had spotted slaves harnessed to actual plow wagons, pushing mounds of rubble as they pulled a chariot behind them, carrying the slave master pony who whipped them if they weren't going fast enough. Or if the slave master liked the sounds the poor pony made when struck brutally with the lash. Or if she was just bored. I wondered if any of those tortured ponies spent their nights sleeping in the bumper plow pit. Sometimes irony sucked. Once, colts and fillies would drag their parents from miles around to romp and play in the silly rides and spectacles the Philadelphia Fun Farm provided. Now, it was a monstrous monument to slavery and death, wrapped in garish peeling paint. Pinkie Pie wouldn't approve. Above us, 3 Pinkie Pie balloons floated, in constant orbit over the decayed amusement park. One moved freely, the other 2 were anchored, one apiece, to the 2 tallest buildings still standing within the curtain of the wall. The first was leased to an old hotel, beaten but unbroken, which towered just a few blocks beyond the eastern edge of the Philadelphia Fun Farm. The huge lettering on the 20th floor balcony was nearly rusted away and had long ago lost its lighting. But even without it, I would have recognized the Alpha Omega Hotel from its small picture in that old news article I'd seen a couple days ago. The second Pinkie Pie balloon was bound to a building rising out of the fun farm itself. It was clearly stylized as a barn, looking like nothing so much as a colossal version of the old building on Sweet Apple Acres. The first floors were covered in gaily colored murals and fairy tale characters, most of which had slid from the precipice of childlike frivolity into the valley of disturbing imagery. The roller coaster that looped all about the amusement park actually passed through the building on the 6th floor. A huge radio tower jutted up from the top, modified to look like a comically oversized weather vane. I realized that I was looking at the Philadelphia hub of the Ministry of Morale. I should have known. Pinkie Pie and her ministry had created the Sprite Bots. The source of the Sprite Bots broadcast had to be a ministry hub somewhere. It wasn't powerful enough to reach all the way to Manhattan, but with each Sprite Bot rebroadcasting the signal, the Ministry of Morale's reach had been effectively infinite. When Red Eye had taken the hub, he had simply added his sermons to the playlist. The music itself was the same songs that the Ministry of Morale had been broadcasting since before the war. As if mocking me for my revelation, the plucky harpsichord number playing over the speakers suffered a sudden influx of lyrics.
You gotta share, you gotta care, it's the right thing to do.
I really wanted a gun.
Oh, look,
called out a blood-red mare whose dark green mane was done up in spikes. She was lounging on the spectator railing of the bumper plow area.
fresh meat.
The slave master ponies walking with us took their leave. Nash gave me a parting look that I couldn't interpret. Then we were alone with the other slaves. Many paid us no mind. Most that even spared us a glance did so with sad, resigned expressions. I felt sickened at the sight of several of them. Many were shedding their manes and coats, revealing boils or discolored flesh beneath, or suffered from withered limbs, or sloughing facial features. The slowly dying victims of radiation poisoning. And then there were the bullies. The blood-red mare slid from the railing and stalked towards us.
Listen up, my little grub worms,
she barked. Her cutie mark looked like an eyeball on a pike. I shuddered, wondering just how you end up getting that as a cutie mark. Blueberry Saber had warned me that I might have more to fear from the inmates than the guards. Another pony joined her. A hulking, piss-colored male pony with an ugly scar and the cutie mark of a very angry yellow flower. I got the absurd feeling that the flower wanted to kill me. The school and stable, too, had bullies, and these ponies reminded me of them. No matter how powerless we all were, they could find power by making the rest of us feel more miserable. It was contemptible at best. With every pony suffering, I felt it was vile that some of the slaves themselves would go out of their way to make it worse for others. I had learned that the best way to gain strength was through friendship. Shouldn't we all be working together? But this was faster and easier for the selfish.
I'm Blood,
the appropriately colored mare with the spiked mane announced. Then, introducing the over-muscled buck,
and this is Daff.
The lug stared at us, his eyes lingering on the mares.
I know y'all just heard Stern's big spiel about Philadelphia is her town,
Blood said, which I bet she wouldn't have dared if the griffin was anywhere nearby.
Well, the bumper plow pit is our domain.
What a glorious empire you have here. I snarked under my breath before I could stop myself. Blood looked like she had been slapped.
Excuse me?
She trotted up, eyes narrowing.
Did you just talk? Because it sounded like you talked, but I don't remember telling you to.
Why couldn't I keep my mouth shut? Well, at least maybe if she kicked the crap out of me, she'd manage to crush all the biting bugs in my coat while she was at it. Then again, maybe it was a good thing I'd gotten her attention. If I became the bully's new chew toy, then that would spare the other slaves at least some of their attentions. I'd faced a dragon. I could take the crap these two could dish.
Okay, I ran away from the dragon. But that's just getting nitpicky.
Well, did you just talk?
Blood demanded, sticking her snout against mine. She had to lower her head a little to do so, something I could see she enjoyed. My small stature made me a particularly appealing target.
I just said, what a glorious empire you have. You know, with the crumbling amusement park ride.
I stammered, cringing back.
You must be so proud.
Her eyes widened.
Oh, you are begging me to mess you up.
She lifted a hoof and brought it down on the chain of my manacles, driving my face into the dirt.
Okay, Philly, this is life from now on. You speak when I tell you to speak. You lick where I tell you to lick, and you give me half of your food rations every night. And maybe, just maybe, I'll keep you for myself rather than letting Daft have you every Luna-damned night until he splits you in two.
I looked up at her, putting on a pitiful expression.
Daft!
She called back to the piss-colored brute.
Fuck her up bad.
The lumbering buck approached me with a nasty grin.
With pleasure.
He spun and kicked hard. Pain exploded through my breast. I found myself flying back through the air. I crashed through the rotted remains of what had once been a hot dog stand, with a picture of Pinkie Pie slathering on the mustard. I was struggling to get onto my feet when he slammed into me at full gallop, sending me sprawling. I thought I heard a rib crack. Breathing was becoming painful. The buck trotted up to me as I fought to catch my breath and reared up. Without armor, I was afraid he'd break my back, so I twisted. He compensated, his hooves coming down in my stomach, knocking any wind I had out of me. I coughed, tasting blood. The huge buck positioned himself over me. My horn glowed softly as I wrapped a very tender part of him in a telekinetic sheath and gave him a warning squeeze. Daft stopped abruptly.
Here's the deal,
I whispered, half moaning in pain.
You decide I'm not worthy of your attentions. That way, you get to save face. And in return, I don't show you just how good I am at this particular trick.
I squeezed a little harder, and the buck jolted with pain, sweating now.
And you keep yourself to yourself and away from all the other slaves or the deal's off.
A slight bit tighter, and Daft nodded fervently, tears spilling from his eyes as he tried not to scream.
Deal?
I asked, even though I knew he had already agreed, as I gave the telekinetic field a slight twist.
His reaction was utterly worth it. Good,
I growled, my mouth tasting of warm copper. I released him, dropping my head back as my vision swam. I needed a medical pony. I needed Velvet Remedy. Shaking himself, Daft made a show of staring me up and down, then dismissing me with a huff.
Fuck that.
He said too loudly.
She's so tiny it would be like fucking a kid.
He turned around. Blood was looking at him, with one eye narrowed in disbelief. Daft glanced back over his shoulder at me, snorted, apparently deciding what he could and couldn't get away with. He drove his right hind hoof back with a gruesomely hard half-buck that landed directly between my hind legs, then trotted away, basking in the blood-colored mare's obvious approval. I'd never screamed so hard in my life.
I have walked through the streets of Philadelphia, cleared of rubble, and seen the steel mill producing steel, the textiles mill producing cloth, the power plant producing power.
Red-Eye's voice sounded proud through the tinny speakers on the steel poles that jutted into the ruddy evening air.
It is a start, but such a glorious start. And we owe it all to each other.
What is this?
I asked, half whimpering, as a bowl of indescribable mushy stuff was shoved in front of my nose. The smell made my deeply bruised stomach convulse in revulsion. Oatmeal, the slave pony claimed flatly, scooping up a bowl full of the same discolored glop for the next pony.
Oatmeal? Are you crazy?
I stared in disbelief.
This doesn't look anything like oatmeal. Or smell, or...
I added as another portion of the muck slothed from ladle to bowl.
Sound.
I gave half of the oatmeal to Blood, feeling like I was the one being cruel. Then I limped around until I found another pony who had been bullied out of his share and gave him the rest. I was in too much pain in tender places, including my stomach, to attempt eating anyway. In turn, he gave me very depressing advice on continued existence as a worker in Philadelphia. Don't choose the crater. Most ponies who go there don't live even 3 months, much less 4. Don't choose the pit. You'll have to survive as many as 36 battles against other slaves to make it, and the battles were always to the death. I moaned at that. I couldn't see myself taking the life of another slave. Well, maybe Blood and Daff, but not the innocent ones. He himself worked in the scrap yards, using a tool he called an auto axe to cut apart chariots and other large hunks of metal for melting down in the steel mill. It was dangerous work, and they were kept under supervision by guards in high places. But there weren't any whips. No slave master was going to get into a scrap yard with a slave wielding a spinning blade magically enchanted to slash easily through metal. He regaled me with the many ways to die in Philadelphia. One of the least pleasant was the work pits I had seen on the way in.
But fortunately,
He said,
those are reserved for ponies who try to escape. Or worse, sabotage Red Eye's work.
What are they?
Philadelphia has a bit of a parasprite problem.
the pony told me as he ate the remainder of my glop.
Apparently there was a massive infestation maybe 3 or 4 decades before the mega spells. Supposedly they wiped it out, but parasprites are really persistent.
He licked the bowl while I tried not to gag.
A couple years back, Red Eye's bucks were blasting their way into one of the stables that was pretty close to the crater and cleared open a pocket full of the damn things, all irradiated to hell and nastier than ever.
Bloat sprites? I asked, but he shook his head.
No, bloat sprites is what's happening to the parasprites that get themselves tainted. Big and mean, but don't tend to reproduce. And that's a blessing, you trust me on that.
He looked at me gravely.
These little buggers are irradiated. Big difference.
So, what do they do?
Same thing they've always done. Eat and spit out more.
The pony fixed me with a stare.
Only now, they're carnivorous.
They eat?
Ponies? Oh, Celestia!
And those chimneys?
The buck cocked his head.
Well, that's where we incinerate the nest they find. Only way to make sure they stop reproducing is to kill them with fire.
He scowled.
Problem is, sometimes there are ones deep in the nest that don't get properly cooked by the exterminators. They wake up from the heat, fly out. The mesh over the work pits makes sure they don't get too far, and one of the guards always has a flamethrower. Especially after that one mare had one of them buggies fly into her throat. They ate her from the inside out.
Pure nightmare fuel. I really wish I could unhear that. But as bad as that was, on the top of his list of ways to die was unity.
I know what that bastard Red Eye says, but I've known plenty of ponies who volunteered for unity, and not one of them ever came back.
He confided in me.
According to some ponies, the goddess, whatever that's supposed to be, is turning them into those big alicorn critters we sometimes see hereabouts. But if that was true, then I figured there'd be a lot more of them. And you'd think one would bother to come back and say hello to old friends, being as they can fly and all.
I didn't think it helpful to tell him that there were probably more of them than he thought. My mind was already processing the other information. The pseudo-goddesses had no cutie marks and were at least guided through a telepathic source. My mind reeled at the possibility that transformation removed their individuality and sense of self completely. Doing that to a pony would be worse than murder. Night was chilly and I had no blanket. I lay on the rat-chewed old mat, which had been a bed to slaves before me, most of whom were probably dead now. The mat was so worn it felt harder than the cement beneath it,
And so stained that I didn't really want to touch it.
but it was all I had. My body was badly bruised, and it still ached to breathe. My rib had been cracked, but thankfully not broken. I tried wholeheartedly to ignore the worst of the lower pain. Part of me wanted to kill Daff as painfully and bloodily as possible. Part of me wanted to curl up and cry. I fought down both.
Considering what I did and threatened to do to the piss-colored bastard, I think part of me wanted to show that I could take what I was willing to dish out. Mostly, though, I had told him he could save face, and as much as I hated it, I had to acknowledge that is exactly what he did. The sky above was black, with reflected tinges of orange and red. With the fall of night, all the forges and fires and other glowing things were more pronounced, giving the Philadelphia ruins an infernal cast. The worst was the subtle red tinge to the air that became a luminescent glow within the massive pit where the megaspell-carrying missile had struck, missing the massive industrial sectors of the city to find the heart of the civilian housing. Darkness never truly fell in the core of the Philadelphia crater. A gust of wind brought a deeper chill and a choking, acrid smell with it from somewhere deeper in Philadelphia. A few of the other slaves coughed in their sleep. I shivered and tried to breathe without inhaling. I missed my friends. I wondered if they were okay. In my mind, I had begun playing through all the mistakes I had made, all the ways my plan could have gone wrong. Somewhere, not far away, I caught sight of a small burst of green flame. Getting up, I slipped quietly out, bringing up my eyes forward sparkle to help me find the balefire phoenix. My heart felt thankful for the company as I spotted her perched on a sign shaped like a smiling Pinkie Pie holding up a hoof. You must be this tall to ride in the fun farm wheel. Behind her, the massive iron structure of the wheel rose above the park-like mechanical eye, watching us balefully. Higher Light hooted musically at me. Thank you, I told her earnestly. I didn't think I could make it through this trial alone. I considered asking her questions, or requesting that she ferry a message to Velvet Remedy, or half a dozen other things that I dismissed in turn. Instead, I chose to just sit there, resting my head against the two-dimensional Pinkie Pie and enjoying her company.
Well, let's put you to work,
Mr. Shiny said, looking me over. Mr. Shiny was the slave master pony in charge of assigning work to new slaves, and I thought he had a deceptively kindly voice.
I see you've got a pit buck, and you should be tagged for a visit to Dr. Slaughter, but I figure we can hold off on that.
He gave me a smile that seemed personable, but had no real warmth.
What do you say we put that thing to use instead?
I was still terribly sore and walked with a slight limp, but he didn't seem to notice, or at least not care. I was sure he'd put ponies to work who were in much worse shape. What do I have to do?
Well, there's a building in town that's been infested with parasprites. But this time we can't just go in with flamethrowers. So we could use a pony with a pit buck.
Mr. Shiny explained.
That thing can spot targets for you, right? We'll send you in there with environmental barding and with a low-powered magical energy gun. Shoot the damn things until they're piles of ash.
How many are there? The fretful nightmares of the night before replayed themselves in my mind.
Shouldn't be more than 50. They haven't had anything to snack on since the infestation was discovered. Poor whitetail.
Within half an hour, he had me equipped and ready to go. Except for ammo. I'd get that after I entered the building. They'd shove it through a mail slot. Beams of bright magenta magical energy lanced through the air at me from the security turret in the hallway ceiling. One of the blasts struck my environmental suit, melting a hole in it the size of a hoof just below my cutie mark and burning my flesh underneath. As I threw myself behind a desk, I hoped it wouldn't scar like the slash on my neck. The terminal on the desk glowed softly, that same sickly pale green that almost all of them did. I hid myself behind it as I began to hack the system. It only took me a moment. The terminal security was pathetic. And I was in luck. The terminal could shut down the turrets. The turret let loose another barrage of pink energy. Several lancing bolts struck the backside of the terminal. It exploded in my face with a blast of sparks. I would have been permanently blinded, if not outright killed, had the environmental suit not included a gas mask and heavy goggles. I cringed back behind the desk and considered my options. Until now, the bug hunt was more frustrating than dangerous. The barding had made me effectively immune to the parasprites, and I had become so practiced in the art of stealth that I could sneak up right behind one before the half-blind thing spotted me, which was good since I had almost no skill with magical energy weapons. Even at close range, even with sats, I missed as often as I hit. As the turret spewed out another barrage, a little yellow parasprite flew towards me, drawn by the smell of my burned flesh. I slipped into sats as it drew close.
aiming the laser and firing. I hit it with the third shot, and it disintegrated in a flash of turquoise ash. I dropped the targeting spell,
And then kicked it back up a second later to help me take down 2 more parasprites.
one of which was approximately the color of dead flesh. I think I'm in trouble. I checked the magical spark pack. The second 2 had taken me 5 shots to vaporize. Better, but still not good. According to my Pitbuck's initial scan, there were 52 parasprites in the building that I had to wipe out.
And I had just killed parasprites numbered 19 through 21.
That left 31 more to go, most of which I knew were swarming around the building's factory floor, an area I had been avoiding, choosing to clear out the rest of the building first. Only now they smelled flesh. And I had 7 shots left. Really in trouble. The turret poured out even more magical energy, trying to strike me down, not smart enough to realize there was a whole big metal desk in the way. The desk was getting warm to the touch. If I didn't find more ammo in this place, or even better, another weapon, I opened the desk just to check. Bottle caps. 3 of them. I let out a scream of frustration. I looked around, spotting a door marked maintenance nearby. Wrapping the desk in a feel of levitation, I carried it alongside me as a shield while I dashed for the door. It was locked. I still didn't have a screwdriver. Looking towards the heavens, if either of you 2 are actually up there, I'm really sorry for doubting. Really sorry. I apologize. Now, could you please send me a break? The turret fired again. The desk was no longer just warm. It was beginning to radiate heat. 3 more parasprites flew into the room, drawn to my smell. Well then fuck you too, both of you, I shouted upwards. Go lick each other's. I slid into Sats and sent a flurry of targeting spell-guided shots at the parasprites. 2 turned to ash. The third was struck, falling to the floor but not dying. The other shots missed. And now I was out. I panted, my rib injury burning and making it hurt to breathe. Damn it! The turret fired again. The desk was now glowing. In frustration, I snapped. You want this so much? Here, take it! Keeping the desk between me and the turret, I floated it up to the offending machine and slammed at it over and over until it stopped working with a crunch. I then floated it past me the other way, flipping it over and dropping the glowing metal surface on the wounded blue bug. I managed to close myself in an office above the building's main floor. The hallway that the turret had been protecting had led to this room, the equivalent of an overmayor's office. There was a small door on one side that probably led to a closet, and massive plate glass windows that looked out over the main work area. I stared out one of the windows at the mass of cute, colorful predators swarming between the catwalks above and the printing presses below. Same aesthetic, I noted dourly. It was like the world before had a hard-on for industrial accidents. I also now understood why going in with flamethrowers was not so much an option. This building was a printing house, and a lot of it was full of books, posters, a veritable cornucopia of fuel for an out-of-control fire. Such a fire would probably destroy the very things I was sure Red Eye was after, the presses. I had to applaud the stallion. He had power, steel, textiles, and now he was working on bringing back mass publication. As far as I could tell, the only book that had been written and distributed on any significant scale since the apocalypse was The Wasteland Survival Guide. Getting this place running would be a major step forward. Those schools he was promising suddenly began to look real. I spotted several more automated turrets covering the main work floor. Damn things ignored the bugs, but I knew that they'd attack if I so much as stepped a hoof into that room. I was in no shape to deal with that many parasprites, much less the damn turrets. The room had a desk with a still-functioning terminal. I sat down and began to hack, hoping that I could turn off any other turrets from here. The password, interestingly, was Generous Souls. Welcome to the Ministry of Image Philadelphia Hub, Miss Periwinkle. How are you this fine morning? It has been 202 years, 37 days, 1 hour and 13 minutes since your last login. Would you like to check your messages? Wait, this was a hub? But there wasn't anything here. It was a small building, little more than a print shop. There was nothing here. That made no sense. This wasn't a tower. It was 2 stories tall. And I'd seen enough of the building to be pretty sure it didn't have secret sublevels. There weren't many offices, nothing more than what would be expected from a small publishing house. I got up and started looking around. There were posters on the walls of the office, and many more visible down on the printing floor below. I had seen most of them before. Everything from the progress posters of the Ministry of Wartime Technology to the image of Twilight Sparkle above the words, "Reading is magic." The poster I had seen in the Ponyville Library, only without the disfiguring graffiti. I glanced back to the terminal and noticed something else. On the desk was an old album. I opened it and began magically flipping through the pages, all full of collected scraps, old newspaper articles, flyers, public notifications. They were decayed beyond readability. Of those that weren't, many were familiar. The clinic warning about wartime stress disorder, for example. One of the barely readable newspaper articles caught my eye. Dragon over Hoofington. The Shadow Bolts, led by Rainbow Dash, engaged the Dragon Brimstone over the skies of Hoofington last weekend as Zebra forces managed their deepest strike into Equestria in the war's 13-year history. All rumors that the Zebras have enlisted the aid of the dragons native to their homeland have been confirmed. Princess Luna vows to expand Equestria's Pegasus. The rest was supposedly continued on another page. The rest of this one was a picture of Rainbow Dash standing proudly on the head of the fallen monster. It was the sort of image that would have branded Rainbow Dash as a national hero in the minds of ponies for generations. I closed the book and looked back at the screen, and I began to understand. I thought back to the Pinkie Pie poster that first alerted me to the existence of the ministries. If I had been asked, I would have said that the Ministry of Morale had been the first one I had seen. I would have been wrong. The Ministry of Image was the first one I had seen. Only it hadn't gone by that name. It almost never went by that name, at least not externally. In fact, I suspected that Principles of Proper Pony Speech was supposed to be an internal document. The Ministry of Image didn't seem to do projects of its own. It worked in service to the other ministries. It created their materials, their books, their posters, their flyers, and, in one case, even their armor. Every poster associated with one of the other ministries. Hell, probably every time I had seen or heard anything from any of them, I was seeing the Ministry of Image. The invisible ministry that was everywhere. I downloaded Miss Periwinkle's messages into my Pip-Buck for later perusal, then moved on to the more pressing task of dealing with the turrets. I had hoped I could turn off the turrets through the terminal in what I considered the Overmayor's office. But the terminal had allowed me to do one better. It allowed me to reprogram the turrets to wipe out the parasprites. I crouched behind the desk, listening to the barrage of turret fire fill the main floor of the MI hub. The parasprite kill count on my Pip-Buck had shot up to 39 and was only now beginning to slow. I realized I would have to hunt down the last ones, the ones in rooms and spaces the turrets didn't cover. But suddenly my job was a lot easier. My luck just kept improving. There was a bathroom off to the side of this office. The toilet water made my Pip-Buck freak, and the sink was completely non-functional. A plumber pony had been working on it when the megaspell hit. Her skeleton was still in the room. She had been killed by a chunk that fell from the ceiling. There wasn't much left of her maintenance uniform, but it was enough to patch the hole in my environmental suit with the aid of Wonder Glue. And there had been several bottles of the latter in the pony's toolbox, along with a wrench and, squee, a screwdriver. There had also been a feebly locked medical box with a few healing bandages and a couple extra bobby pins, and a tin of Mentols. I stared at the tin for the longest time, fighting the urge to just go ahead and take one. Just one. It took an effort to shut the box. Leaving them inside, I relocked it. Never again. I was finally out of those damn shackles. I'd noticed that most of the other slaves weren't wearing them, so I was fairly certain that I could get away with not wearing them. But if I hadn't gotten them off myself, I suspected there wasn't any pony here with both the know-how and kindness to have helped me out. I really hated Philadelphia. The turret fire stopped. To be on the safe side, I shut them down completely before stepping out of the office. My Pip-Buck said I had 5 to go, and I was still out of ammo. I needed a plan. Moving back the way I had arrived, I tried unlocking the maintenance room I'd been kept out of earlier. With any luck, there would be more magical spark packs inside. The door clicked open, but my streak of luck had ended. There were no magical spark packs, no weapons or ammo of any kind. Instead, there was the skeleton of a Pegasus pony who had locked himself inside, along with a now empty bottle of Buck and a case of painkillers. From the position of the skeleton and the disarray of the room, I suspected he died in severe convulsions, but hopefully unable to feel them. There were a few posters, well preserved, on the wall of this room that I had never seen before. A rather fantastic poster for a Pegasi aerial acrobatics team called the Wonderbolts, whose bright blue uniforms were clearly copied from the darker militaristic Shadowbolts design. Or was it the other way around? A framed newspaper article on the wall read, "Wonderbolt's heroic attempt to free zebra captives leaves 4 dead. This morning, Princess Celestia announced the successful rescue of the 17 ponies held captive for 2 weeks by zebra gem pirates. The Wonderbolts, Equestria's greatest flyers, volunteered for the secret mission that sent them into zebra waters. However, success came at a grave cost as 4 members of the elite Pegasi team were killed in the ensuing battle. Thankfully, none of the captives were killed, and only 1 received serious injury. Throughout this 2-week crisis, the Zebra Caesar repeatedly denounced the actions of the pirates and offered support to Princess Celestia, but he denied permission for equestrian ponies to enter zebra territories, claiming it would increase existing tensions, and insisting that his army's intelligence indicated that the pirates were operating in international seas. The Zebra Caesar continues to disavow any knowledge of where the pirate ship had anchored. Princess Celestia claims that the Wonderbolt's operation in zebra territory was the result of a happy miscommunication and apologized personally to the Caesar. The article clearly predated the beginning of the war. One more thing to think about later, when I wasn't trying to find a way to disintegrate parasprites without a magical energy weapon or incinerate them without fire. The maintenance room included a workbench and a variety of odds and ends, including the Buck's Wonderbolt's lunchbox and a sack filled with some ponies' badly decayed porn collection. Mostly old copies of Wing Boner magazine. I managed not to look. No, really. Okay, maybe just a little. Pegasus mares are kinda exotic after all. Inspiration struck. I dumped out the magazines and set the sack aside. Then I emptied the lunchbox of the muck that the food inside had rotted into. I brought up the schematic that Ditzy Doo had given me as a gift. I didn't really expect a homemade mine would be any good against parasprites, but that didn't mean I wouldn't find a use for one later. I was about to put my new mine into the sack when I had another idea. I couldn't set the damn pony-eating bugs on fire inside the building, but... Half an hour later, I trotted out of the printing house, a sack full of angry parasprites floating next to me. "Oh, Pirelight!" I sing-songed with a smile. Mr. Shiny was most impressed, and I felt myself flush with pride. Only for the pride to be swiftly followed by shame and anger that I was letting myself feel happy about slave work. And worse, thankful to one of the slavers for praising me. The reward for my efforts was to have the magical energy gun taken from me, but in return he offered me a set of ragged slave barding. It offered little protection, but little was better than none, and it would help against the chilly night. The former wearer, according to Mr. Shiny, was no longer able to use it due to decapitation. Working swiftly did not lead to rest, but to more work. I was assigned to the scrapyard for the rest of the day. I spent all of 10 minutes getting instructions on the use of a gruesome-looking auto axe before the yard foreman, a slave himself, decided he just didn't want such a dangerous tool in the hooves of such a small and weak-looking mare. I pointed out that as a unicorn, I was more than capable of wielding the metal-cutting saw regardless of my physical size or strength. In response, he put me to work gathering the bits of scrap that the other workers, slaves, damn it, were slicing off of old passenger wagons and other sizable metal artifacts of the past. I trudged into the ear-splitting din of the scrapyard. Dozens of ponies were pitting those spinning magically edged blades against the metal. At least a dozen more were on scrap collection duty. I looked up to see the slaver guard staring down at us, armed with battle saddles or assault carbines, keeping well out of range of the auto axes. A daring unicorn could try to float one up at them, but she would be gunned down before she could kill more than one.
Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the gorgeous yellow and green plumage of Pyrelight as she circled, a Wonderbolt's lunchbox clutched in her talons before soaring out of sight. Smiling to myself a little, despite my dreary situation, I got to work. Enslaved ponies, crying out under the whips of the slavers, pulled wagons piled with scavenged metal into the steel yard for slicing. I was shocked when several ponies trudged wearily into the scrap yard, pulling a wagon laden with the massive gear-shaped steel door from a stable. My work was much easier than theirs thanks to my magic, and it afforded me the chance to speak with the other slaves. They were not a chatty bunch, quick to remind me that too much talk made the slavers nervous and was a quick way to get your tongue cut out. But I was still able to glean a few tidbits, which convinced me that the only places likely to find either the schematics of the Rat Engine or Red Eye's research into bypass spells were the Alpha Omega Hotel or the Ministry of Morale Hub. The Alpha Omega was being used for special housing. For the lower floors, this meant housing for pit fighters. Being on the fast track to brutal death at the hooves of other slaves didn't come without compensations. A much nicer place to bed down, shorter work hours, and, if rumors were true, access to a still. Who or what was housed in the upper floors was apparently a closely guarded secret. "The only other place to get booze in all of Philadelphia," one of the slaves chimed in as she let her auto-axe cool down before going again at a 3-yard-long section of what had once been a stable wall, "is the Roma Bar. Our slave a hangout on the other side of the wall." A shame, as I decided that I could definitely use some apple whiskey. "Stern hates the stuff. Says booze makes slavers stupid, and she ain't got a use for stupid." The slave mare, with the really strange accent, chomped down on the bit of the auto-axe, kicking it on again, and started cutting. I hung around long enough to bundle the first chunks cut from the wall and floated them back to the waiting bins. Then I moved on. From the ponies willing to talk, everything about the comically barn-shaped MOM building was a mystery save that there was always a Pinkie Pie balloon anchored there, that Stern roosted in the upper tower, and that Red Eye himself had private chambers somewhere within. I found myself speaking with another of the slaves, this time a unicorn buck with a cancerous eye and only 3 legs, the result not of an accident or cruelty, but a birth defect from having been born to a tribe who had lived too close to the Philadelphia crater before the wall. Our conversation was interrupted when, one by one, the slaves paused their work to look up into the sky of black clouds. Several pointed, many whispered. I turned my own head upward, trying to spot the cause of the commotion. It wasn't hard to spot. A sky chariot was flying overhead, pulled by 2 griffins, surrounding it a wing of alicorns. "Welp," the deformed buck muttered. "Looks like Red Eye's here." I stood in the same lot where I had stood yesterday. The blood of the slaver executed by Stern still stained the ground. All around me, other slaves had gathered, pressing close. The rooftops around us were lined with griffins in talon armor. Stern took her favorite spot and stared out over us. Her anti-machine rifle was slung to her back, but I remembered the speed of her draw. The speakers fell silent, March of the Paris Brights cutting off in mid-song. A couple of the ponies beside me whinnied nervously. I spotted Blood and Daff in the crowd. Blood looked bored, inspecting her hoof. Daff looked grim. And then I finally saw him. Red Eye. Flanked by an escort of alicorns, the pony whom I had come to blame for a great deal of the equestrian wasteland's wrongness walked up from a ramp on the right side of the building where Stern was perched. Red Eye was a strong, able-bodied earth pony stallion, with a crimson coat and a few light scars around a blank flank where his cutie mark should have been. He had a jet-black mane and tail, which were practically groomed, and he wore a black cape that was slung to droop off his right side. I could only see the left side of his body clearly as he strode towards the center of the roof, but his left eye was distinctly blue. I wasn't sure what I had been expecting. Hell, I think I'd been expecting an alicorn monster the size of a Pinkie Pie balloon. Twisted and evil, radiating explosions of power? Or something equally as absurd. Red Eye was just a pony. I could end this all now. I just needed something big and heavy. I could float it over his head and drop it. Even if the griffin spotted me, even if Stern gunned me down, I could accept that just so long as I could take him with me.
One of the alicorns looked out over the crowd, her eyes quickly finding me. She spread her wings and took to the air, keeping a protective watch. Damn it! They remembered, and they weren't going to let me pull the same trick twice. I realized with a chill that the alicorns knew I was here, and so did their goddess, which I suspected meant Red-Eye did too. This was a stupid plan. In the middle of the roof was a strip of railing which had once held a sign. Red-Eye trod up to it, the other two alicorns taking positions on either side of him. He turned towards us, putting his forehooves up, spread out, on the railing as he stared down. I gasped, my world suddenly lurching out from under my hooves.
Workers, welcome and thank you for joining me.
Red-Eye was even more charismatic in person, his words oily smooth and devilishly persuasive. But I was barely hearing them, my gaze transfixed on the red glow that came out of the metal sheath around what should have been his right eye socket. A cyber pony? Red-Eye was a cyber pony. I was staring in the face of a level of technological advancement that soared way beyond terminals and sprite bots. Red-Eye had cybernetic implants. How? Where did he get them? When did that sort of technology even become possible? My gaze traveled down his body, searching for other signs of augmentation, and locked on his right foreleg. Red-Eye was wearing a pip-buck. Red-Eye was a stable dweller.
I have demanded a lot from you in the name of the future,
Red-Eye was saying as I shook myself out of my utter stupor. The crimson cyber-augmented stallion even wore his pip-buck on his right foreleg, which was uncommon, just like me.
But I would not call for anything from you that I would not demand from myself,
Red-Eye claimed, looking over us. The red beam of that targeting eye flashed as it swept over me.
As you can see, I was gifted, through no merit of my own, with a privileged upbringing that the good ponies of our equestrian wasteland could only dream of. I lived in a stable where such luxuries as safety, food, and clean water were taken for granted. Our water talisman alone could have given life-sustaining nourishment to thousands, but was instead being used for frivolous joys like our atrium's fountain.
He frowned, shaking his head.
Observe my eye. My stable offered medical and technological advancements far in excess of even pre-war civilization. Ponies in the highest ranks of stable tech conspired to make my stable an experiment in rulership through the Earth Pony way.
Celestia, suckle me! Stable 2 had always known a unicorn overmare. I tried to imagine a stable under Earth Pony rule and driven by the same push for progress in industry that had dominated the thinking of the Ministry of Technology. What could they accomplish over 200 years of isolation? Well, cybernetic implants for one. I realized I had lost track of Red-Eye's speech and chided myself for not paying closer attention now that he was actually right in front of me. But I couldn't help the oozing sense that I was looking into a dark and supremely fucked up mirror.
Saw the equestrian wasteland for what it is. But more than that, I saw what it should be, and what it could be again. That night, for the first time, the goddess whispered to me.
I found myself resisting a face huff. The idea that the alicorn's goddess was speaking to Red-Eye, or at least that he could be under that impression, made a lot more sense. I knew a pony in Stable 2 who would sometimes pick up the stable broadcast through metalwork in his jaw. Celestia only knew what all that wetware in Red-Eye's head was capable of receiving, by intentional design or otherwise. The goddess communicated telepathically with the alicorns. Was she communicating with him too? Or was he just picking up stray signals? Preacher had suggested the Velvet Remedy that Red-Eye was getting garbled messages.
And the first thing that she showed me was how wrong my stable's teachings were. How actually repulsive our beliefs in Earth Pony supremacy. No breed of pony is greater than another. We are all slaves to the equestrian wasteland, and it is only through our work that we can be free.
As Red-Eye talked, I remembered the twisted versions of stories and history that I had seen in Stable 24. Even the tale of the Mare and the Moon, the tale of Princess Luna's 1,000-year fall to madness as Nightmare Moon, A madness she had been rescued from by the group of friends who Luna had subsequently chosen to be the mayors of her ministries had been altered into the tale of a fallen prince. I could only guess, if this was what Stable Tech had done to ensure a male-dominated experiment in that stable, what the teachings in Red Eye Stable would have been.
But that work is worthless unless it is shared. Until we are all free, none of us are truly free, nor do we deserve to be.
Red Eye glanced away, looking strangely ashamed. Then, with a fierceness I hadn't expected, he told us.
And that is why my stable was the first to be dismantled. Its doors and supports torn out and melted down. Its concrete walls and floors cut apart to make the foundation stones of the cathedral. The fortress we are building on the site of my former home, to be the new capital of our new Equestria and the new home of our living goddess.
I reeled.
The ponies of my home were the first to join the army of the Children of Unity. Or, in the cases of many, they became the first workers in these very yards where you work today. I saw the bounty of our stable shared, the water talisman given to a struggling town which now knows the joy of clean and pure water. I focused the great minds of our best science ponies towards the task of the coming new age. The only thing that remains of my home is the cloak I wear as a reminder.
Red Eye claimed, smiling down at us.
Everything I have ever had, I have given, as you do today.
His eyes, both mechanical and natural, looked over the ponies in the crowd. His voice was paternal.
And I could not be prouder of all of you.
He glanced back to Stern. The black-colored griffin nodded her white-feathered head, but her beak twisted in a scowl of dislike the moment he turned away. The alicorn in the air continued to circle, keeping her eyes out for unidentified floating objects. Looking to us again, bathing us in his smile beneath the slate-colored clouds, Red Eye announced,
"And so I come bringing the gift of respite. Tomorrow shall be a day of rest. None shall labor. Furthermore, the bounty of the Romer Bar stills will be made freely available to you, for those who wish to taste the finest horse whiskey Philadelphia has to offer."
The words of the leader of our slavers was met with clopping applause and shouts of joy. It was insanity. The gratitude of the crowd made as much sense as our oatmeal. I looked around and found a few ponies who were not celebrating. One of them was Daff, although Blood seemed to be cheering for the both of them. Red Eye grinned kindly, and then waved his hoof for quiet. The roars and stomping died away uneasily, as if strangled.
And I have also arranged for entertainment. 2 full events in the pit, with seating for every pony to enjoy.
He looked down over us.
That is, of course, if I can get some volunteers.
The quiet became a hard silence. The slave ponies looked to each other.
And we have one,
Red Eye announced as he looked into the crowd.
Any more?
I looked around to see which pony had volunteered for the blood sport. Dav was holding up a hoof. Blood was staring at him in shock. Then, slowly in a show of companionship that I thought beyond the vicious ex-raider mare, Blood stood next to the piss-colored stallion and raised her own hoof, lowering her head to sigh.
Fuck you, Daffodil!
She muttered.
I hate you so much!
Red Eye's voice counted out.
That's 2.
Everything went to hell about an hour after Red Eye's speech. I was making my way back towards the bumper plow structure when a mare's scream jolted me into a run. The scream was coming from inside a building whose decaying paint job proclaimed Philadelphia Fun Farm Mirror Maze and House of Wacky Reflections. The mare screamed again, and I charged inside. The interior of the building was dark and dusty, the air filled with motes, the floor covered in shattered glass. I levitated myself a little as I moved, not wanting to cut my hooves. The place was a maze, just as advertised, but very few of the mirror frames held anything more than a few nasty shards jutting against their backboards. Old graffiti suggested that a raider band had once used the place for fun of their own design.
No! Get off me!
The mare cried out, and I skidded to a stop as I recognized the voice. It was Blood. I heard laughter.
and a buck's voice, husky and cruel, ask,
Now why shouldn't you have some fun tonight? It's only right, seeing that you're going to die in the pit tomorrow.
I heard a grunt that sounded like Daff, and then the sound of wood impacting pony flesh. I trotted forward until I caught the scene reflected in the remaining third of a shattered mirror. 2 slave master ponies had blood pressed back against a wall. I could see blood flowing from her back, where the jagged fragments of the mirror behind her were cutting into her tail and flanks. One of the slavers was a unicorn, and he was floating a lever-action shotgun at Blood's face as he pressed lewdly against her. The buck next to him covered her with a sawed-off shotgun, almost identical to the first firearm I had ever seen. 3 more slavers were piled on Daff. One, a mare, was trying to beat him into submission with the butt of her rifle. My heart flared with rage. I felt my nerves ignite. A pony in my head tried to remind me that I couldn't start killing slavers. That my only chance to get at Red Eye required keeping a low profile until I could get close. That I still had a lot of work to do. That I really didn't want to save that sadistic bitch and her rapist buck friend anyway. What the hell was I doing risking my life, risking everything, for them? And absolutely none of that mattered, as the slavers learned when the glare from my horn was matched by the light that flooded over hundreds of deadly sharp shards of mirrored glass. The slaver pony with the sawed-off shotgun managed to get a shot off before the room became a Cuisinart. He missed. The particularly bloody murder of 5 slavers was not going unnoticed. The one shot fired had drawn attention, and now I was running through the maze trying desperately to figure my way out while slaver guards in heavy barding and battle saddles gave chase. I'd left Blood and Daff alive and in shock, the corridor decorated with a scene so bloody it would have made raiders envious. I had snatched up the lever-action shotgun and the mare's rifle, but I hadn't had time to search the remains. I had only the ammo currently in the firearms. According to my eyes forward sparkle, that wasn't much. 2 shots in the shotgun, 12 in the rifle. Red marks on my EFS compass told me that 2 more guards were ahead of me. They undoubtedly had the building surrounded outside. My only hope was to get out of here and change terrain before there was enough time for more than the closest slavers' forces to be brought to bear. I wish I had chosen to bring the stealth buck after all. The red marks moved, weaving through the maze, drawing closer. I crouched down, hiding, shotgun ready. The moment the first guard's head appeared in the corridor, I slid into sats and opened fire. The slaver guard went down hard, bleeding from a hole torn in her throat. The second was right behind her. I put the only other shot I had into her face, centered on her left eye. Then I discarded the lever-action shotgun and galloped ahead. I heard shouts and the galloping sounds of armor-shod hooves on shattered glass behind me. Ahead, I spotted an open doorway, twilight pouring in around the slaver pony positioned there. She was a unicorn and was floating a riot shield in front of her as she finished setting up a chain gun in the entrance. Fuck! I dove into another passage and back towards a dead end as I weighed my options. The slavers behind me were getting closer. I bumped into the mirror behind me, a splash of cold washing over my body from the touch. I turned, looking into the only fully intact mirror in the house of wacky reflections, and froze. Staring back at me was me, but not me. The little pip staring back at me was wearing cobbled-together raider armor. She was shot to hell, dying, her body giving out as she glared at me in a swiftly deteriorating battle stance, her gaze daring me to make another move. I shrank back in horror, turned, and ran, right into the path of the chain gun. I would have been bloody giblets if my sudden appearance hadn't completely surprised the unicorn mare. The moment it took her to recover was just enough for me to telekinetically grab the gun and spin it around, opening fire. The riot shield was sorely insufficient to its rather awesome firepower. I paused a moment in a futile attempt to pull the chain gun off its mounting and take it with me, then dashed out the door. A sniper in one of the Pinkie Pie balloons took a shot. The bullet whizzed past me, tearing into a ruined popcorn cart. I started weaving, making myself as difficult to target as possible. I needed someplace safe, preferably someplace high. It was time to call Calamity. This whole plan was a bust. A griffin swooped overhead, strafing at me with a submachine gun. I changed course, hoping I wasn't being corralled.
I was. The path in front of me dead-ended at the wrought iron fence that surrounded the amusement park. They had maneuvered me into a trap. At least that was their intention. As I galloped past an overturned confectionery stand, Pinkie Pie's Pink Pies, I magically scooped up a dozen scattered pie tins, floating them ahead of me. I levitated them each higher than the last, forming stepping stairs. Wrapping myself with a levitation field to virtually negate my own weight, I ran up the stairway of pie tins and leapt over the fence. The Pinkie Pie balloon sniper fired again, putting a hole through the last tin just as my hoof left it. The griffin turned and continued the chase. But at least for the moment, I had reduced my opponents to 2. I dove, rolling, and brought up my targeting spell, unleashing half the bullets from the rifle into the griffin's armored underbelly as she flew over me. Talon armor turned out to be very good. She was not dead, not even bloodied, but the impacts knocked the wind from her, driving her to land roughly. I rolled back to my hooves as another sniper shot struck the ground right where my head had been. I needed to get out from under this sniper pony. She was no calamity, but she was a frighteningly good shot. And it would only take 1 hit. I ran for the nearest intact building, firing the last of my bullets into the 2 guard ponies standing watch in front of it. I tossed the rifle, telekinetically swooping up one of the guard's automatic pistols as a replacement, and burst through the front doors of the Alpha Omega Hotel. The hotel, which had once hosted the Summer Sun celebration, had seen better centuries. The aura of ruined opulence clung to the interior like its faded and peeling wallpaper. The air was dingy and filled with little motes of dust and decay. Small rains of plaster occasionally fell from the cracks in the ceiling. The hotel was home to ponies who knew they were on a glorified death row. Ponies sat along the bar, drinking their night away, knowing that tomorrow most of them would be slaughtered, in bloody spectacle for the amusement of the crowds. Crowds full of fellow slaves who could somehow look into the pit and not see themselves, who could look and actually cheer. My heart felt sick as I walked quickly through the small throng of silent slave ponies. They glanced my way briefly, if at all. They didn't care. Why should they? We were apparently incapable of caring about each other. I brushed dampness from my eyes and looked for the stairs. If I could make it to the roof, I could call Calamity and get the hell out of here. I made my way up to the Alpha Omega, hooves plodding on rotting carpet. My EFS was picking up a host of friendly marks, but no sign of any pony or griffin who was hostile. I passed a painting of Celestia standing gracefully in what looked like a grand ballroom, a kind smile on her face, surrounded by colorful ponies in a fever of a party. The Summer Sun celebration in full swing. The painting was graying from age and dust.
Goddesses, this is a depressing place,
I muttered, almost wishing for more guards to come charging up behind me, if only so the adrenaline would shield me from the blanket of despair that was beginning to smother me. Why weren't they?
I should have all of Stern's armies on my tail by now.
It's not like that sniper didn't see where I went. Maybe they considered me trapped? But even then, I can't imagine they would just sit back and let me make a home in here. Why weren't they coming in? I found the next flight of stairs and started up. I was just clearing the top when all the friendly lights on my EFS started turning red. I was picking up dozens of hostiles now. Far too many.
The lights blurred together,
making it impossible to identify the positions of individual opponents. I floated up the automatic pistol and crouched low, hoping I could sneak past most of them. The door opened, not by my horn or hoof, but by the telekinetic pull of a unicorn pony on the other side. I immediately slid into Sats, targeting the colt before he even saw me, and froze again. A colt! The child, who was floating a single shotgun next to him inexpertly, wasn't even old enough to have a cutie mark. Beyond him, I saw other children, young fillies and colts, all looking well-nourished, well-cared for, and annoyingly well-armed. The room itself was brightly lit, and recently painted in cheery colors. The worst of the cracks had been repaired, I suspected by magic, and the air was considerably cleaner. Unlike every other building used by either slavers or slaves, this floor had been restored to a fair reflection of its former glory. My eyes widened further as I spotted what was clearly a schoolroom through the doorway opposite this one. Red Eye's words echoed through my head.
Our nation's young ones are and have always been my highest priority. All that we sacrifice, we do for them, to give them a better place.
The scene before my eyes was simultaneously wonderful and horrifying. Young children ripped from the homes of their families and given to the care of loving, approved mares and stallions. Their real families were dying in the city below, trapped and enslaved behind the wall, while they themselves were being given the best possible care, probably the best possible life in the equestrian wasteland. And they were being taught education, indoctrination. Of course they loved him. They would be ready to kill for him. Red-Eye was building schools, and he was about to have the ability to print his own textbooks. The scene was going to be repeated everywhere. I couldn't do it. I killed Sats. I couldn't sneak past all of them, and I couldn't just fight them. "Hey!" the cult called down the stairs. "She's up here!" I turned to flee, only to see a midnight blue alicorn moving silently up the stairs towards me. I would have face-hoofed if I had been given the chance. I had actually wondered why no one was coming in after me. By the goddesses! How could I have forgotten some of these monsters can turn invisible? The alicorn's horn was glowing. A metal apple floated towards me, the pin pulled. The alicorn would survive, but even if I did, the cult next to me would not. If there was time, I might have stopped to wonder why the alicorn would threaten a child if they were so clearly precious to Red-Eye. But there was no time. Instinctively, I lashed out with my magic, trying to knock the grenade away. I realized my mistake as the world started to slip away from me. The last thing I saw in this world was the alicorn drop the illusion that surrounded the memory orb. They remembered, they learned, and I had been bested by my own trick. Everything shot into almost brutal sharpness. Colors were more colorful. The lines around objects almost vibrant. The sunlight was sunnier than I had ever imagined it could be. Bright and warm and glorious beyond belief. I could smell the bush I was standing behind, the flowers nearby, the grass. I could smell the two ponies I was watching. The sweat on Applejack would have made me stir in recently wounded places if this had been my own body. It was not, however, a fact to which I was hyper-aware. I could feel a slight burning on my left forehoof, as if I'd recently touched a hot stove. I had an itch on my cheek, an odd pain in my hind legs that was barely noticeable, a tingle along my back. There was a familiar and delicious peppermint taste on my tongue. Oh no! With dawning horror, I realized that my pony host was high on menthols. Oh, please no, I can't take this! The effects were nowhere near as pronounced. I was getting the heightened perceptions, but none of the other effects. Still, it was too comfortable, too alluring. "Howdy, Fluttershy," Applejack said, greeting her friend with a smile as the yellow Pegasus landed gently on the grass, as if worried about hurting it.
Hello, Applejack,
The Pegasus said meekly. "So, what brings you about these parts?"
Well,
The shy Pegasus looked down, crossing one leg over the other.
that is...
Applejack rolled her eyes. "Good gravy, girl, spit it out already. Is something wrong?" The Pegasus took a deep breath and then said in a rush,
Are you looking for a close mare friend? Because if you are, we could, you know...
She paused, all too obviously having no clue what good mare friends did in the privacy of their own beds. My host stifled a giggle as Applejack's eyes went wide. Then she scowled, trotting past the deeply blushing Pegasus to slam her head repeatedly against a tree. When she finished, she turned on Fluttershy. "All right, that's enough. What is it with all my friends hitting on me? Pretending I'm a filly fooler? Y'all know better. And y'all are straight." She took a step forward. Fluttershy eeped and took one back. "Fluttershy, I know you, so be straight with me." The pun was probably not intended.
Well...
"Did Rainbow Dash put you up to this?" Applejack demanded.
Oh,
Fluttershy squeaked but shook her head.
no.
Applejack looked dubious. "So you're saying you just thought this up all by your lonesome?" Fluttershy shook her head. "So Rainbow Dash did put you up to it?"
No.
she insisted softly. My host began to move, silently creeping out from behind the bush. But some pony did, Applejack sussed out. Her yellow friend nodded. Who? My host had moved up behind Applejack so quickly and stealthily, even I hadn't seen it happen. Still, it bewildered me how we could be standing this close and neither of the ponies seemed to notice us. Were we invisible? It certainly wouldn't be the first time I found myself in a magically hidden being who was spying on the ministry mares. But I was clearly in an earth pony. Applejack turned around, only to find herself nose to nose with my host. Spooked, she jumped away so fast she toppled onto her back. Pinkie Pie?
Hiya! I felt my muzzle say, hearing the words in a high-pitched but pretty voice.
You got me!
What in tarnation are?
The blonde-maned orange pony stopped.
Then face-hoofed while still lying on her back in the most undignified position. You! This has been one of your and Rainbow's practical jokes, ain't it?
Yep!
I heard myself say happily as I began to bounce. Bounce? Applejack pulled herself back onto her hooves, staring at me and my host crossly. Care if I ask why?
Well, you've been totally mopey pony since the funeral.
Of course I have, Applejack shot. I buried my brother.
And you've been working really, really hard.
Pinkie Pie plowed on.
And you haven't been getting out or going to parties or seeing your friends. And you haven't even talked to a buck in forever.
Applejack huffed. How would you know if I've... She stopped abruptly, realizing just how stupid a question that was, considering who she was asking. Fluttershy had slipped back a ways, almost hiding.
You're all worked up and stressed, and you're gonna burn yourself out if you aren't careful. And you really, really need to get laid.
Applejack hung her head. Pinkie Pie was... incorrigible at best. This ain't gonna end till I get myself a buck friend, is it?
Nope!
Pinkie Pie announced bouncily. How the hell could she bounce on all hooves like that? I was inside her, and I still couldn't figure it out. Well, would it help if I said there is a buck I've had my eye on? Pinkie Pie stopped bouncing and stared off into space. The itch on the side of her cheek migrated to her chin. She looked back to Applejack.
Yep, that's the truth. But itchy chin means you haven't told him yet. You gotta talk to him.
Applejack sighed. And if I do, this nonsense stops? I watched the world rock as Pinkie Pie nodded enthusiastically. My host started chanting,
Do it!
rambunctiously as she bounced in circles around Applejack. Fine. Applejack reached out a hoof and stopped Pinkie Pie. On one condition.
What?
Y'all got to swear. Applejack turned to look at Fluttershy. Both of you, that Rainbow Dash don't hear a word of this.
But
Pinkie Pie started.
if Rainbow Dash doesn't know, how will she know that it's time to stop the prank, silly?
I can deal with it from Rainbow, Applejack said sternly. Least, now that I know where it's coming from. But this possible buck friend of mine, well, he's got kinda a funny name, and I think Rainbow might not be able to keep herself from messing things up. Wow, that came out badly. Applejack seemed to realize it too. Look, I'll tell her myself when I'm ready, not before. She looked at her two friends. Now y'all, Pinkie Pie swear it. Pinkie Pie swear? My host's reaction was immediate. I struggled to keep track of the odd motions, which ended with sticking a hoof in my eye, that accompanied the little song that Pinkie Pie and Fluttershy managed to do in perfect synchronicity.
Cross my heart, hope to fly, stick a cupcake in my eye.
Applejack breathed a sigh of relief. The three friends began to walk, my host falling slowly behind.
Ooh, there it is again!
Applejack and Fluttershy both stopped, looking back. There what is?
Burning hoof means Little Pip's watching me.
Pinkie Pie blurted out impossibly.
Or will be watching me. I'm not sure yet.
She bounced after her friends.
Who's Little Pip?
The furnace pits, Stern suggested, glaring at me. I was bound and shackled to the floor. And as if that was not enough, two green-coated alicorns stood frozen beside me, trapping me inside a shield. Not only had I done most of the things that Stern considered a death sentence, I had done them with aggressive results.
I had still failed, but she took the time to name each slaver I managed to kill before my inevitable capture.
No,
said Red-Eye, eliciting a look of shock and displeasure from the griffin. The cybernetically augmented stallion walked up to face me.
I'm feeling particularly generous today.
I doubted I would much care for his definition of generosity, but the horrific tale of a pony being devoured from inside by an ever-growing number of Paris brights left me thankful all the same. Addressing me directly, Red-Eye asked,
Do you think I'm a monster?
Bluntly, I answered, yes. He shrugged.
Because of course I am. And you, stable dweller, can probably see it more clearly than most, because you and I are a lot alike, are we not?
Not even slightly.
I hissed, lying through my teeth. Red-Eye chuckled.
I've heard of your exploits. I think we are more the same than you would like. You've just had it easy so far.
Enraged, I spat.
Easy? You think what I've been through out there has been easy?
Red-Eye gave me an almost fatherly smile.
The fact that you can still stand there and judge me tells me so. You have had hardships, I am sure. But you've never been forced to give up your principles for the greater good. To sacrifice yourself and become a monster because it was the right thing to do.
Oh, how I disagreed.
You couldn't do it even to escape,
he noted.
For which, by the way, I am very grateful. Had you harmed a hair on even one of those children.
He paused, then simply said,
Thank you.
Red-Eye turned towards Stern. His cape fell into view, a rough rectangle made from stable security barding. The number 101 was visible in yellow against the black cloth.
Take her back downstairs and keep her under shield. Tomorrow, she fights in the pit.
Lined up in the darkness with 5 other ponies, I spent an hour rummaging through the recorded messages of Miss Periwinkle. Most were worthless, but one was actually from a ministry mayor, and not the one I had been expecting.
Dear Miss Periwinkle, the voice began.
I found it very odd to hear an audio message addressed like it was a letter. It was a pleasure to hear from you again. The new posters for the libraries are absolutely perfect. I hope it will not be a burden to have 200 produced by next week. I also have a more delicate matter to ask you about. Let me preface this by saying that for decades now, ever since she taught me her gem-finding spell, Rarity and I have gotten together at irregular intervals to swap magical spells. I must admit, and please believe I do not say this to brag, it has been a long time since she brought anything that I hadn't already learned myself. That is until 3 days ago. I was thrilled to see that she had learned a trick I had never seen before. She had enchanted a small mirror. To look in it, you would see your reflection, just as with any mirror. But if you touched it or focused your magic on it, then a spell within the mirror took, well, the way she put it, the mirror took a picture of your soul. Then, a second enchantment allowed the mirror to show that image. As Rarity told me, the mirror could show you what you looked like on the outside or on the inside. I must admit, I wasn't ready for what I saw, and I'm still not sure about it. But that's personal. Rather, I wanted to ask you if you could give me any clue as to where Rarity may have learned enchantments like that. I know Rarity would refashion any magical spell until it was customized to her wishes, but honestly, I've been scouring my books, but I have found nothing that even remotely resembles these spells. I know you have worked closely with her for the last few months, so I hoped you would have an idea. Also, it's hardly worth mentioning, but the spell felt cold, not like Rarity spells at all. Anyway, this is mostly just a matter of rampant curiosity, and I ask that you please not mention this to her. But if you have any idea, I would really appreciate it if you let me know. Your friend, Twilight Sparkle. I deleted the messages from my pip-buck, but kept that one. I sat in silent darkness with 5 other marked souls and waited. The noise outside told me that the seating around the arena was quickly filling. I heard Stern, her voice magnified over the speakers, welcoming every pony to the bloody show. I heard hooves pounding bleachers in applause. My face twisted in disgust.
How could they? This was sick. Earlier, a slave master pony had attached a sheet to my flank, covering my cutie mark. She had snarled and whispered to me her fondest desires that my suffering be deep and excruciating and very slow. She had known one of the rapist slavers. The only reason I survived being numbered was because Stern was watching, but she still got away with covering the bottom side of the sheet with some sort of stinging powder that was making it hard for me to concentrate. I was number 3. Blood and Daff were numbers 1 and 2, respectively. They sat closest to the gate, looking out at the arena. A large plot of broken cement underneath a cage from which several barrels were suspended. I could see pressure plates set up like mines all over. Neither of them had spoken to me, going out of their way to ignore my existence. I couldn't decide whether to be hurt or relieved.
Used to be an ice skating rink,
The blue-colored buck with number 4 on his flank said, conversationally.
Apparently the owner of the fun farm had a thing for ice skating. Just be thankful that Red Eye removed the water talisman and put it to better use. These fights are brutal enough without having to do them on ice.
I tried to imagine that and just couldn't. Outside, the crowds began to chant for the first fight, their hoof stomps falling into a unity that would make the goddess proud. Part of me wanted to hurt them, and these were the ponies I was trying to save.
Hey, consider yourself lucky.
The blue buck joked.
Being number 3 ain't bad. Has anybody told you how these things work?
I shook my head. The roar outside rose to a crescendo. There was a loud buzz, then a clanging sound as the gate was levitated up by a unicorn no pony inside could see.
Round 1, Stern's voice boomed. From the red gate, all the way from the rock farms, we have Cinderblock. This is his second event, so you know he's got some hooves on him. And from the black gate, she's tough, she's mean. She's a raider with a body count higher than the spikes in her hair. It's Blood!
Blood got up, looking dejectedly at the open gate for a moment, then held her head up and trotted out, putting on a brave face that I didn't believe even a little bit.
You see,
Number 4 was telling me.
there are 2 gates. We're Black Gate. Each gate has 6 fighters randomly numbered. If you survive your first round, you will be pitted against the next opponent from the red gate. Event lasts until all the opponents from one gate are dead. The survivors from the other gate live to fight in the next event.
I looked at Blood and winced. So basically, it sucks to be number 1. I couldn't believe I was feeling sympathy for the vile raider mare.
Well, it's a give and take,
Number 4 said. I looked at him quizzically.
I mean, true. If you're a high enough number, it's possible you won't have to fight at all. And any pony who survives 6 events is set free. Doesn't matter if he actually fought or not.
I got the feeling that number 4 had made it through at least one event just that way.
You even get a spot in Red Eye's army,
He added enthusiastically. I considered pointing out to him the sort of position Red Eye would likely appoint to him if he ever won a fight. But I kept my muzzle shut. The sudden roar of the crowd snapped my attention back to the arena. Blood was down, soaking in a pool of her own, well, blood. Cinderblock, an athletic-looking light gray buck, was rearing his hooves in victory. The fight had lasted seconds. My heart sank. What was the benefit of being first again? I asked dully. Number 4 leaned close, apparently unable to comprehend personal space.
Well, you see those barrels? And you see those plates?
I nodded to each.
Step on a plate, the barrel above drops. Now the barrels are full of nasty stuff. Usually radioactive goo, but sometimes it's something worse. I heard they once had one filled with tainted ooze.
I shuddered, looking up at the cage that had been constructed over the arena and the barrels hanging from it. A few griffins flew high above, watching the show with binoculars or through rifle scopes. My eyes caught a swinging door built into the cage, kept closed by a simple padlock.
Round 2, Stern cried out. From the black gate, we have Daffodil.
The crowd broke into snickers and chortles as Daff got up and stepped out into the arena. He took one look at the bloody corpse of his companion and then locked Cinderblock with a hard stare that I could almost feel from behind him. Daffodil charged the light gray pony. Cinderblock ran, not towards him, but towards one of the pressure plates. The barrel above didn't exactly drop,
Rather, as the gray pony raced across the plate, the underside of the barrel swung open, and a dozen mines rained down, hitting the ground and bouncing in all directions. Daft changed direction with a deftness I would not have expected. The mines were rigged for fast detonation, only beeping once before exploding in a flash of smoke and shrapnel. Cinderblock had almost been fast enough, but his hind legs were peppered and torn as he flung forward. He was still struggling to get back on his bleeding legs when Daft reached him. I knew how hard those hooves hit, but seeing this, I suspected that Daft had held back when he bucked the living fuck out of me, even with his last low blow. The crowd beat their hooves and cried out for more as Daft pummeled the other buck, breaking first his legs, then every other bone he could before killing him. It tasted bile. Mines, Number 4 mused. Well, that was a new one. I shot him a dark look. Hey, like I was saying, those barrels have nasty things. But they also always have a weapon or two in them. So if you're first, you get your pick of the prizes. And if you go last, well, you go up against an opponent with their choice of weapons in an arena filled with ooze and goddess knows what else. And all you have are your hooves. Fighting last sucks. Round 3, Stern finally announced after Daft had stopped brutalizing Cinderblock and started just beating a dead pony. From the Black Gate, we still have Daffodil, after a surprising and entertaining first performance. Don't think any of you ponies are snickering at his name now, are you? The crowd applauded the crimson-splattered buck, whose angry flower cutie mark was now partially visible behind his number 2 patch, which was sagging and wet with Cinderblock's lifeblood. And now, the one I know you've all been waiting for. The crowd hushed with gleeful anticipation. From the Red Gate, she's demonic, she's exotic, and she has never lost a fight. Give it up for our champion, 4 events running, Zenith. My first thought, struck in my brain at the word exotic, was a Pegasus mare. The idea of facing a flying opponent in this arena was terrifying. And if she was as good as advertised, I would be facing her as soon as she finished killing Daft. The Red Gate opened, and Zenith stepped out into the arena to absolutely thunderous, overwhelming applause. From her grim expression, she wasn't enjoying it one bit. From the look she gave Daft, she was going to kill him. She knew it, and it brought her no pleasure at all. From her lack of wings, she wasn't a Pegasus. From her stripes, she wasn't even a pony. She's a zebra! Footnote, level up. New perk, cooler under fire. You regenerate action points faster. How much faster? You guessed it, 20% faster. Chapter 26, Zenith. The fate of Equestria does not rest on me making friends. Zebras! Equestria's enemies. The creatures who slaughtered us by the millions and destroyed our lands with poisoned clouds and balefire bombs. The creatures which were constantly portrayed as demonic, nightmarish, virtually without souls. Creatures who, according to the propaganda of the Ministry of Image, embodied the antithesis of pony virtues. Yeah, I thought, looking out into a caged arena where ponies murdered each other brutally for the sport of slaves. Because we ponies are so noble. Was it fair to paint Zenith with all the wrongdoings of the members of her race centuries dead? No more so than to blame me for the things ponies must have done to them. I had my own sins to bear the guilt for. And now, assuming a raider buck named Daffodil didn't strike her down, I was expected to fight this zebra. And either kill her or die by her hooves. Most likely the latter. I had been stripped of everything that I could use as a weapon. Even the screwdriver I had fought so hard for and felt I had earned had been taken. I had my horn, my hooves, my single spell, and sats. My brawling skills were, to put it bluntly, pathetic. It would be a miracle if I survived. I had managed miracles before. That was Red Eye's intention. That either I should die, or that I should be forced to kill other slaves. The zebra being only one of many, compromising the parts of me I held sacred just so that I might live long enough to kill him. Either way would be a victory for him. Although the latter, if I did manage to kill him, would be a Pyrrhic victory at best. I thought of the image in the mirror,
Little Pip is a raider, soaked in blood, dying. That was not my soul. Of that I was certain. But I knew that I could become that. I was already swimming in the slaughter of my enemies. I realized that I was Monterey Jack, forced between destroying what allowed me to live with myself or just dying. I needed another option. The heat of the sun pushed down through black clouds, baking the red-tinged hellscape of Philadelphia. Daffodil stood firm, snorting heavily, the mangled corpse of Cinderblock oozing blood that soaked into the ground around Daph's hooves. The body of Blood, Daph's raider companion, lay not far away, her own blood drying and caking. Daph looked at her, and I could see hurt on his face. I realized that she was just going to lay there, baking in the heat until all the fights were over. I wanted to scream. He wasn't even given time to mourn. The next fight had already begun. Daph turned, locking his gaze on the zebra named Zenith, an extremely rare sight in the equestrian wasteland, possibly even more so than a Pegasus.
Zenith's been in the slave pits for years,
Commented the blue-coated pony assigned to fight after I did.
We worked near each other in the alchemy huts up on the north side for about 3 months, mostly recycling flamethrower fuel. All that time, she never said a word. Way I heard it, the slavers who captured her cut out her tongue after she said something offensive to them.
Number 4 paused.
Her being a zebra and all, it was probably something downright egregious, like, hello.
I watched as the zebra stepped forward, moving up to Daph and lowering her head in what struck me as a sign of respect for her mortal opponent. Daph didn't see it that way. He saw an opportunity and he took it. Spinning around, he delivered a brutal buck right into her neck. The zebra fell, sprawling. Daph turned, rearing up, lifting both hooves over the fallen zebra. Zenith rolled onto her back and kicked out with her hind hooves, planting them ferociously into the rearing pony's exposed stomach. Daph fell, clutching his belly, coughing bloody spittle. The zebra somersaulted onto her hooves. Daph grunted and pushed himself back up, only for the zebra to crouch and spin on one forehoof, her outstretched hind legs sweeping Daph's legs out from under him. He went down again. I stared, my jaw falling nearly to the ground. I watched the zebra's fluid motions. She wasn't brawling. This was more like a fighting art form. I'd never seen anything like it.
Looks like fallen Caesar style. Not that I'm an expert.
Number 4 noted with casual awe. His eyebrows shot up at my blank look.
Don't tell me you've entered the pit without having read at least a few martial arts of the zebra books. How do you expect to win?
No, I stammered. Of all the books I'd stumbled across in my wasteland trek, I'd somehow managed to miss that one. Of course not. I turned back to the fight. Daph had gotten back on his hooves and was circling the zebra. The zebra watched him, waiting for his attack with an almost eerie calm. He lunged, and she tossed herself down, planting a hoof into his breast and using his own momentum to fling him over her. Daph hit the dirt, sprawling. She was a far better fighter. This was unfair. But Daph was stronger, and he fought dirtier. Zenith trotted cautiously closer. I suspected she was looking to end the fight while the piss-colored buck was still face down in the dirt. Daph was trembling as if in exhaustion, and he moaned as he tried to push himself up, only to have his legs go out from under him. His weakness was a ruse. The moment Zenith got close enough, Daph twisted about on the ground and kicked a cloud of dirt and grit into her eyes. She whinnied, backing up, blinded. Her body sunk into a defensive position, prepared for immediate attack. But Daph had seen something she apparently had not, and instead of turning to fight her, he dashed forward. I heard the beep of the undetonated mine as he galloped over it, kicking the explosive back towards the zebra with a hind hoof. Zenith had heard it too. She flung herself away as best she could, the mine exploding in the air with almost 2 pony lengths between itself and the zebra. Not lethal or even crippling, but enough to send her tumbling, the wind knocked out of her. I felt myself gasp.
Oh, she can handle a lot more than that,
Number 4 commented.
The slavers regularly did a number on her back in the huts. Seemed to take great delight in taking everything out on her. Made it a lot easier on the rest of us.
I bristled, wincing both at the mental images his words conjured and at the stinging in my flank. The powder that the slaver had trapped against my cutie mark was sinking its nasty teeth into my flesh.
Hell, I remember one time a unicorn slave messed up with the recycling and set herself on fire. The slavers shot her so she didn't run around setting the whole place ablaze. Then after the flames had gone out, just for fun, they chopped off the unicorn's head and raped the zebra with it.
Number 4 had at least the decency to cringe a little. I was staring in utter horror.
Come to think of it, that was just before she volunteered for the pit.
Zenith was pulling herself up.
Daff had used the moment of reprieve not to attack, but to run across another of the pressure plates. The latch on the barrel above clicked free, and the bottom opened, releasing gallons of a glowing green slosh.
Yep, now that's what most of them have, Number 4 commented.
Something large fell out in the goop, hitting the ground with a wet thud. Daff was out of the way of all but a few splashing drops, but those pulled a scream out of him. He danced, shaking the glowing crap off, then turned to see his prize. An auto axe lay in the spreading, luminescent green puddle, glistening wetly. Daff grimaced. Having just felt a few drops on his flanks, he didn't seem inclined to put something bathed in that goop into his mouth. Zenith was moving cautiously forward again. She'd gleaned enough of his tactics to know she didn't wish to engage Daff anywhere near that glowing puddle. They began to circle the spill opposite of each other, each keeping their distance from the slosh. Zenith even more than Daff. The ponies in the bleachers began to stomp in unison. Fight! 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 Daff made a move. He managed to circle around so he was within range of Cinderblock's corpse, with Zenith on the other side of the pool. Dashing over Cinderblock's remains, he drew up his hind hooves. Buck! Cinderblock's corpse flew behind him. Sploosh! A wave of green sludge surged towards Zenith. The zebra pinwheeled to the side, in a maneuver I didn't even think possible. She charged towards Daff. The large buck saw her coming and crouched down, holding his ground. He drove both hind hooves towards her in a powerful strike, the moment she got within Hoof's reach. But Zenith jumped. She leapt clean over Daffodil, striking the nape of his neck with a passing hoof. She landed in a graceful roll that ended with her back on her hooves facing him. Daff seemed frozen in place. He stared, unmoving. "Paralyzing hoof," Number 4 announced. "Now that's definitely Fallen Caesar style." She could paralyze a pony with a hoof strike? How the hell was I supposed to fight against that? Daff toppled over. Zenith trotted up to the fallen pony, her sad gaze looking into his wide and fearful eyes. The crowd began to chant and pound their hoofs. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Stern's voice called out, bizarrely magnified, "Finish it!" The zebra planted one hoof on Daff's neck. She lowered her head, her muzzle lingering next to his ear a moment before she bit into his mane. She pulled her head back with a hard jerk. I heard Daff's neck crack. Zenith's teeth let go of the dead pony's mane. She trotted towards the center of the arena and waited for her next opponent. Me. The midday heat was becoming stifling under the thick, choking blanket of the Philadelphia cloud cover. My cracked rib ached. My flank was stinging so badly I had to wipe tears from my eyes. Zenith stood watching me with those sad eyes as I plodded into the arena. Now that I was inside, rather than watching through a gate, I could see more of the pit. But it was mostly just more of the same. There was a third entrance. A set of double doors, behind which I imagined slaver guards were waiting, ready to gallop into what had once been an ice skating rink at the first sign of real trouble. I could see Stern standing on a raised and barricaded platform above and behind the bleachers. She was wearing an odd pre-war headset that I suspected was responsible for amplifying her voice. She was also wearing her anti-machine rifle, slung back over her Talon armor. And I could see the mob of ponies staring down into the arena with gleeful anticipation. I noticed a few were eating snacks. I felt a flare of anger. A pony wouldn't want to see me brutally murdered on an empty stomach after all. "I'm trying to save all of you. Why?" I screamed out at them. For just a moment, I could understand how Red-Eye morally justified putting these ponies through such suffering to build a better world. I didn't agree, but I could comprehend it. "You see, little pony," Mr. Topaz had said. "Look at what you ponies are doing to each other up there. Look at what you did to each other in here. What makes you think your pathetic, wicked species is worth being anything other than dragon food?" I tried to remember my answer. Zenith stepped closer to me. I could see that her body bore many scars under her striped coat. Her cutie mark, or whatever zebras have on their flanks in place of one, was a squiggly jumble of lines, looking more like a complex glyph than a proper cutie mark icon. On her right flank, it looked like some pony had snuffed cigars out against it. She lowered her head as she neared me, that same posture which I had taken before as a show of respect. Then very softly, so that only I could hear, Zenith whispered,
I'm sorry.
I froze, stunned. The zebra, who hadn't even spoken out when slave masters were raping her with a dead pony's horn, broke her silence for me. A sign of respect indeed. Of course I realized she had played the mute because doing anything else would have resulted in actually losing her tongue. She could break it to me because I was about to die. I also realized, a moment too late, that her words had effectively dropped my guard. Zenith struck me with her forehooves, driving them into my wounded side. I heard and felt as my cracked rib broke and punctured into one of my lungs. I collapsed, sliding backwards from the force of the blow. The world swam as I struggled for air. It was like she'd known just where to strike to cause the most injury, as opposed to Daff, who had just known where to cause the most pain. I looked into the sky, a red fog seeping into the edges of my vision. I saw the griffins flying above, their talons holding rifles. I could hear the pounding of over 200 hooves as the ponies in the bleachers called for my death. A shadow fell over me. I turned to see Zenith rearing up, her hooves raising above my face for a swift final blow. I gasped, my horn flaring, and kicked against the ground. My levitation blanket wrapped around me, making me nearly weightless, and I surged up off the ground like a kicked balloon. The zebra's hooves slammed into the dirt that still bore the imprint of my head. "Wait!" I gasped again, feeling the strain of levitating myself while I was struggling for proper breath. We don't have to do this!" The zebra looked up to me with an expression of resignation and pity. "Please, don't do what they want you to do." I was sinking back towards the ground slowly. Zenith watched, waiting for me to come back within reach. "Join me. We can escape together." Zenith snorted, giving me a look that made me wonder just how many ponies had made this offer before. But none, I suspected, who could actually succeed. "Fight! Fight! Fight!" cried the crowd. "I have a plan," I offered, trying to sound more confident than I was. My success rate with plans in the last few days had not been self-inspiring. This entire plot had been amazingly ill-conceived. In truth, I had been arrogant, so prideful of my ability to improvise, so full of myself from past victories, that I actually thought I could walk into an enemy camp with nothing but my wits and win. I let the elder convince me this was the only way because it conveniently allowed me to protect my friends. Instead, I had become a slave, and now I was desperately attempting to float beyond the reach of a zebra's devastating hoof strikes. It was time to get out, regroup, and hopefully come up with a strategy less mind-bogglingly stupid. Zenith jumped, a forehoof striking me in the breast. Pain exploded through my body. I screamed, my magic imploding as I dropped to the ground with a thud. The zebra landed a pony's length away. Gasping wretchedly for air, I looked up as she took a step backwards, bringing her hindhooves into bucking range. My horn glowed again. In desperation, I wrapped the telekinetic field around her throat and began to tighten. As I began to choke her, Zenith bucked at my unbroken ribs. But my choking had thrown her off her aim just enough, and I had learned to dodge. The zebra staggered as I tightened my telekinetic grip. There wasn't much physical force behind my telekinesis, but I had enough to crush her throat. I didn't want to kill the zebra mare, but I had to take her out of the fight. Zenith wobbled, eyes bulging, nostrils flaring. For a moment, she gave me the same terrified look that Daff had given her. Then, that look melted into resignation, and she stopped struggling, watching me with a gaze that told me she had accepted my victory. Then she passed out. I released her, letting her drop like a sack of apples.
What an upset!
Stern's voice boomed. All around me, the air roared with thunderous applause. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" I struggled upright, painfully catching my breath, and looked up at the crowd. I hated them. Every one of them. I trotted over to Zenith's fallen form. She was breathing slowly. I looked up at the barrels. My horn flared again, wrapping one of them in a magical field. But the barrel was securely fastened to the cage ceiling, and my telekinesis was not strong enough to tear it free. Stern seemed to glean that I was up to something because she unslung her anti-machine rifle. "Finish it! the Griffin demanded. Couldn't Stern at least call Zenith her? My mind flashed to the memory of how the barrels opened. I didn't need to pull them down, just flip the latches. Latches were easy. My horn glowed brightly. Stern pulled her anti-machine rifle forward and peered at me through its scope. Finish it now! The latches on the barrels sprung open. All of them. My pip buck clicked urgently. True to Number 4's predictions, most of the barrels held glowing green sludge. And weapons. The barrels released their contents, raining down implements of death. A magical energy lance, a sword, a chainsaw, and even a couple firearms. I let them fall where the barrels dropped them. It was the sludge I wanted. The luminescent goop was barely translucent. I spun it around and over the inside of the cage, creating a glowing green curtain, thin as film, but enough to obscure me inside. I didn't want any of those griffins or guard slavers to be able to take shots at me. I immediately galloped into a new position. As I predicted, Stern fired a shot at where I had just been standing. I felt tears in my eyes. The pain in my chest was burning, my breathing becoming more ragged as I tried to maintain focus in so many places at once. Each breath felt a little like drowning. I wrapped another telekinetic sheath around myself, canceling out my weight, then extended it to wrap about the zebra as well. There was never any question that I would be taking her with me. The thought of leaving her behind here had never entered my mind. My vision blurred. I forced myself to keep focus. My horn flared brighter, a layer of overglow erupting from it. It occurred to me that a keen-eyed griffin might be able to spot the glow of my horn through the curtain of muck. But I needed to keep enough focus and channel enough power for just one more trick. And I needed more time. I telekinetically grabbed the magical energy lance and wedged it across the double doors, seconds before slavers started slamming against them, trying to get in. The curtain weakened, holes appearing along the top of it. One of those tears was almost directly above me, revealing the door and top of the cage, which I had spotted earlier, bound closed with a simple padlock. I kicked off, sending myself floating upwards, my eyes fixed on the padlock. I had no bobby pins. My screwdriver had been stolen from me. I should not need them. Manipulating multiple objects that were out of sight was tricky, but I had pulled pins from grenades hidden in a sack. And I knew locks. I knew tumblers and internal mechanisms. I should be able to pick a lock with my magic alone. Reaching out with my magic, I enveloped the padlock in a gentle glow. My own horn flared as a second layer of overglow burst around the first. Streams of light poured from my head. I felt a bullet lash past me, followed by the sound of a gunshot. Below, the blows against the double doors were causing the magical energy lance to bend. I was still floating upward, carrying the unconscious zebra. We were nearing the cage, but our ascent was slowing alarmingly. One of the griffins above fired down at me, but the shot sparked off one of the bars of the cage. I can do this, I told myself repeatedly. A second shot sparked against the gate itself, inches from the padlock. Who was I fooling? I could barely breathe. My magic faltered, the swirling curtain slipping, wavering. No, I can do this. I shifted tumblers into place. The padlock sprung open. My vision swam again. I nearly lost everything. The magical energy lance cracked in two. The doors below swung open, and slavers stumbled into the arena. Frantically, I hovered the padlock away and pushed open the gate. A moment later, we were through, and I was running along the top of the cage as fast as my surviving lung would allow me. I let everything fall except my grasp around myself and Zenith. My whole body screamed in pain and exertion. Shots rang out, bullets striking the cage about me from above and below. I weaved erratically, again doing my best to make a hard target. I was reaching the edge of the cage. The ice arena was at the far end of the Philadelphia Fun Farm. With luck, I could jump from it over the fence, again putting a barrier between me and at least the ground-bound slavers. The end of the cage came faster than I would have wanted. I jumped, screaming from the agony in my chest. The two of us soared out over the amusement park. My heart sank as I realized I had run the wrong way, and my jump was taking me into the fun farm rather than away from it. A tearing kick jerked my right foreleg with a metallic crunch. The sound of Stern's anti-machine rifle followed closely after, as searing red agony shot through my leg. The bullet had missed, just barely catching my pit buck.
but the force of that alone felt like it had shattered my leg. I fell, my magical field imploding, collapsing onto a set of tracks several stories above the amusement park below. I moaned, feeling the world thump rhythmically through my body as if I was riding a washing machine, and not in the way young fillies do to enjoy themselves. The world seemed crazily tilted. I could only take shallow breaths. Bright pain pulsed in my right foreleg. I heard gunfire. Memory flooded back to me and my eyes shot open. I looked around, almost falling off the back of the zebra who was carrying me up a steep slope on the Philadelphia Fun Farms roller coaster track. I had been out for a few minutes at most, long enough for the zebra to come to. Having awoken on the elevated tracks, jumping hadn't been an option. There were only 2 ways for her to go. I felt thankful that Zenith had returned the favor and taken me with her. My first worry was for my pit buck. I lifted my foreleg, but only managed to raise it a few inches before I let out a tortured scream, hot pain bursting through my leg. My pit buck had taken an indirect hit. It was not itself damaged, but the bullet had torn through the peripheral. The broadcaster was destroyed, and with it, my plan for escape. I brought up my eyes forward sparkle. My pit buck was flashing alerts. I had taken more rads from being in the middle of all that green sludge than my pit buck liked. My chest and right foreleg had taken crippling wounds, the latter having suffered a wrenching sprain and a small hairline fracture in the bone. Looking down, I saw slaver ponies shooting at us from the ground. By experience, these mares and bucks were not the best shots at even close range. If they hit us at this distance with the cover of the tracks, it would be by sheer dumb luck. Behind us even more were charging up the track, but they were well behind. It was the griffins that were the biggest threat. I looked around, but couldn't spot them, which meant little. Zenith reached the apex of the track, stopping just shy of it. A set of 3 colorfully painted pony-shaped carriages sat on top of the roller coaster's hill, rusting for 200 years. There wasn't any room to go around them, leaving the zebra no apparent choice but to climb over them. She cautiously put a hoof onto the orange rear carriage and pressed her weight down on it. The carriage gave a metallic groan. She looked back at me with a grimace that I was able to match. I focused, wrapping us in a levitation field to reduce our weight. Perspiration broke across my head. Hot coals formed in my lungs, only one of which could catch breath. The effort sucked all the remaining strength out of me. My magical field popped as I nearly blacked out again. No! Damn it, why did this have to be happening now? I'd overtaxed my magic once before, and it had taken days and a magical statuette before I could properly float objects again. This felt much the same. Perhaps not a true burnout, but a severe drop in power. The result of having pushed so hard in such a weakened state. And true burnout could be imminent. I steadied my breath and focused again. My horn glowed softly. The levitation field wrapped slowly around us. I was breathing quickly, nearly hyperventilating, but the field was holding. "Climb!" I gasped. "Now!" The zebra cautiously mounted the carriage, then stepped down onto the bench of the first seat well. The old car rocked slightly, groaning again. Step by step, she started walking across the trio of carriages. We were halfway across the purple middle carriage when a hole punched through the nose of the carriage in front, followed by a distant report. I grunted as Zenith took an involuntary step backwards and fell partially into the carriage seat. My magic imploded, and the linked carriages let out a protesting whine. I had been wrong. It wasn't the griffins I had to worry about. It was the snipers and the damn Pinkie Pie balloons. Once we crested the top, we had put ourselves right in their crosshairs, and the carriages slowed us to a crawl, giving them easy shots. Another shot punched clean through the seat and carriage frame behind us. Zenith dumped me off her back into the cover of the seat well, then scrambled to take cover in the seat well ahead of us. We were pinned. The shadow of a griffin shot over us, dropping something that hit the rim of the stairwell and bounced over the edge of the track. A moment later, the grenade went off, the sound of splintering wood accenting the explosion. I felt a subtle and unpleasant shift in the carriage beneath us. The grenade had taken out some of the beams in the already precarious roller coaster's framework. Another griffin soared past, spreading his wings and banking. With alarm, I saw the creature was holding a rocket launcher. There was no time to think. We had to go. Jumping out of the seat well, I swung around and bucked the link that held the front two carriages to the back one. Another gunshot ripped the air above my left flank and punched into the back carriage. I noticed belatedly that the nose of each carriage was shaped and painted to look comically like the faces of Pinkie Pie's friends. I flung my forehoofs back into the seat well and bucked Applejack in the face. My body screamed in protest, my right foreleg flaring in pain and slipping. The orange rear carriage squealed and began sliding backwards down the tracks, sparks spraying from rust-jammed wheels. The slaver ponies charging after us stopped abruptly, standing like pins before a bowling ball, then turned and tried to run the other way. One of them tried to leap onto a lower set of tracks and disappeared from sight. Without the rearmost carriage as an anchor, the front two began to slowly slide from the forward slope. I swung myself, trying to hook my injured leg back around the seatwell's edge. I succeeded, but the pain slammed into my head like a sledgehammer. I screamed, nearly slipping free entirely. Zenith jumped back into my seatwell, grabbing my mane in her teeth. The rocket launcher Griffin fired. A streak of smoke shot towards us, tipped with violent death. Zenith wrenched me into the carriage, pushing us both down as far as we could go. A moment later, the rocket struck into the track almost where the rear car had been. The explosion washed over the top of us, cutting our backs with shrapnel and kissing us with flame. The carriage lurched forward hard, bucking up from the track and slamming back down as bits of metal track and chunks of burning wood rained into the park below. What had been a slow crawl forward was abruptly transformed into a racing plummet. The carriages bumped and rattled, squealing all the way down. The light blue carriage ahead bucked and skipped, threatening to jump the tracks. If it did, we were done for. There was no calamity to catch me this time. My stomach lurched violently as the downhill slide swept into an uphill thrust, tossing us against the seatwell's bench. The upward angle of the carriage now left our seat well exposed. A bullet punched into the bench, inches from Zenith's left shoulder, spraying rotted foam. One of the Griffins, I believe the one who had tossed the grenade, had unslung his lever-action rifle and was flying towards us, slowly pumping shots in our direction. Our impromptu ride had put distance between us and them, but we were already slowing. He would be in optimal firing range in moments. The second Griffin was reloading his rocket launcher. A third swept around behind him and banked, moving out of my line of sight beneath the wooden hills of the roller coaster. Lever-action Griffin fired again, and a line of blood spurted from the back of Zenith's neck. A grazing shot that I knew must burn. But she gritted her teeth and kept silent. The Griffin moved closer, aiming, and fired again. The rifle was empty. Cursing, the Griffin drew up into a hover and began to reload. Reloading meant he had less of a grip on his weapon. I focused and telekinetically wrenched the firearm away, closing it. The Griffin's eyes widened as his own weapon twirled around to point at him. Blam! As he fell, another stream of smoke leapt from the other Griffin's missile launcher and raced towards us. The missile streaked past us, and I heard it detonate somewhere ahead. I urgently floated the lever-action rifle, checking the shots. The Griffin had only loaded 2 bullets into the rifle before I had snatched it away, leaving me with 1 shot. I had to choose my next shot. The third Griffin suddenly swooped up right next to our carriage as we crested the smaller hill, aiming a scattergun point-blank at our faces. Blam! The Griffin spiraled downward, my barely aimed shot having gone through her wing. Zenith was cringing in the seatwell. I dared to sit up and look ahead. At the base of this hill, the track took a sharp curve and shot into the tunnel that passed through the barn-like Ministry of Morale building. But that second rocket had torn a hole in the track. Zenith muttered something in a strange tongue, appearing at my side. Then in a low voice, "I hope this is still going according to plan." "Yes," I lied. I crawled forward, cringing as a balloonist sniper sent another shot into the track ahead of us. The bullet from the anti-machine rifle obliterating the track tie. I hooked my flanks against the forward seatwell and slid over the face of Twilight Sparkle. A small horn protruding from the front gave me something to brace a shoulder against. Reaching down with my left forehoof, I kicked at the latch, freeing the light blue forward car. Freed of the extra weight, the forward car began to separate, slipping ahead. It hit the turn, then the gap, and the Rainbow Dash carriage did what it really wanted to do. It flew from the tracks and caught air. Focusing for all I was worth, I enveloped the Twilight Sparkle car in a magical field, negating our weight. I prayed to Luna that it would be enough to let us jump the gap.
I prayed to Celestia that my strength wouldn't give out until we had. If there had been any doubt in my mind that the goddesses were watching us from above, it evaporated as both prayers were answered. The purple twilight sparkle carriage swept into the darkness of the tunnel. A hard jolt slammed through us as part of our out-of-control ride finally skipped the track. I felt my body being flung from the car as it skidded and flipped. I hit the track roughly. New pain bit deeply into my shoulder and arced like electricity along the nerves of my left foreleg as my left shoulder struck the metal rail. Zenith remained huddled in the seat well as the carriage rolled once before crashing against a row of clown pony-shaped pylons. I looked up, wheezing, to see the zebra's form crawl shakily out of the wreckage. I struggled to my hooves. Both my forelegs protested with discordant pain. My head swam. I wondered if I was in shock. Zenith trotted up to me.
"So, my little pony savior,"
she said in her low, exotic voice.
"this is still all part of the plan, yes?"
I turned on my Pitbuck's lamp.
Somewhere in here, there has to be a way into the building.
"The plan to escape is to break into Red Eye's home."
I could hear the incredulity lurking behind her almost innocent tone. I nodded.
We make it to the roof. There's always a Pinkie Pie balloon anchored up there. We're going to take it. That's how we get past the moat and the wall.
I winced as I fought for breath.
I have friends waiting outside for us.
The zebra stared at me appraisingly.
"Are all your friends as crazy as you?"
You don't have to follow me,
I noted with a sigh. I had saved the zebra's life, but in doing so I had kidnapped her. She couldn't go back to the slavers, we both knew that. Until she was past the wall, I had pretty much trapped her with me. After that, however...
Although I really wish you would.
"You saved my life, little pony," she answered. "You are responsible for it now. It is up to you to get me to safety. Until then, I follow."
I nodded.
And after.
"You are still responsible," she said firmly, "unless I take that responsibility from you."
I blinked. It was one thing to be thinking such thoughts. It was quite another to have them thrown back at me in some sort of insane zebra logic. We trekked further into the tunnel, looking for a door into the old Ministry of Morale hub that Red Eye and Stern had made the center of their slave empire. I was badly, badly hurt, but in my experience, I had a much easier time turning interiors to my advantage in a fight. I was feeling a touch of confidence returning. The griffin with the missile launcher flew into the tunnel behind us. Both Zenith and I shrunk into the darkness around the partial cover and held still. The griffin began to walk along the track, his eyes adjusting to the darkness. I focused on the latch of his saddlebags where he was keeping his extra missiles. Nothing happened. I focused again, harder. Nothing. Not even a faint glow from my horn, much less a telekinetic field. I hung my head. Burnout. That save jumping the gap had taken what little I had left. I was defenseless. And useless. Damn it, why did this have to happen now? I had been counting on my levitation to at least get us into the balloon. Now we had to find another way to get into it. If there was another way. And if we survived to the roof, which was now much more in doubt. I looked back up in time to see a shadow move near the griffin. Zenith had slipped right up next to him, completely unnoticed. Only now did I spot her as she struck out with a hoof. The griffin made a choking sound as his body went rigid. She wasted no time snapping his neck with her forehooves. I looked over the griffin as he fell dead beside the zebra. I wished he had been carrying a rifle. I did contemplate taking his missile launcher. But then, not being steel hooves, I decided against it. Clearly Zenith preferred a stealthy approach to combat similar to my own. Plus, with my lack of experience, teeth-wielding high explosives inside a building seemed like a very bad idea. I also wished his armor was more pony-shaped. I did, however, empty his saddlebags and take them for myself. I peeked around the corner, staring down a decaying pink hallway. Two ponies wearing armor in Red Eye's colors were standing guard near a wall terminal, watching over a shallow alcove opposite them. I thought I saw the glow of a sunrise sarsaparilla machine coming out of it. These guards weren't actively hunting us, but as best I could tell, there was no way around them. The only other way up had collapsed decades ago. Still, I felt a pang at the idea of attacking ponies who weren't even threatening us, slavers or not.
This stretched the definition of self-defense. I wondered if it would be possible to sneak past them, but the hallway was far too narrow, and they were standing with their tails to the wall. We'd have to pass directly in front of them. And no matter how light-hoofed we were, crouching didn't make us invisible. Zenith slipped past me before I could motion to her. She had no moral hesitation about killing random members of Red Eye's forces. To my surprise, she managed to creep halfway down the hall before they spotted her. She crossed the remaining distance with a leap, landing on her forehooves and bucking one of the guards in the head, hard enough to send his helmet clattering down the hallway. The other guard was a unicorn, and she was already floating an automatic rifle towards the zebra. I screamed out at the pain in my legs as I charged the guard, lowering my horn. The unicorn turned, surprised by the second attacker, giving Zenith a chance to kick the automatic rifle. The magical field around it imploded as the weapon flew out of it and bounced against the dingy pink wall. My horn glanced off the guard's armor, hurting me more than her. Her horn was glowing. Electricity burst around her, tearing at my nerves as I stumbled and fell to the floor. Between the guard's legs, I could see Zenith collapse as well. I groaned, remembering that, unlike me, other unicorns have more magic than mere telekinesis under their hats. The unicorn wrapped her automatic rifle in a new sheath of magical energy and floated it over me, apparently considering a unicorn attacker to be the most dangerous threat. Fatal mistake. The automatic rifle went off, peppering the ground next to me with bullets as Zenith swept the unicorn's legs out from under her. I was barely able to move, but the zebra seemed to have recovered most of her faculties. My striped companion rolled onto the guard pony and struck her repeatedly in the face with her forehooves. I cringed at the sound of the unicorn's horn shattering. The magic around the rifle evaporated, and the firearm fell to the ground within biting distance. By the time I had gotten up, rifle in mouth, Zenith had rendered both the guards deceased. I looked around. True to my suspicions, the alcove across from the guards held a couple of vending machines, a Sunset Sarsaparilla machine, and a functional-looking Ironshot's ammo emporium. Between them was a heavy metal door of a vault.
What is this?
Zenith asked, staring into the room that had been sealed behind the vault door. She had been understandably perturbed when I stopped to hack the terminal, but relented when I explained that I needed to catch my breath. A statement my shallow, harsh breathing had proven altogether true. The worst part of my injuries was the fact that I couldn't risk healing them. Not with a broken rib and punctured lung. Any poultice would cause those to heal wrong. I needed Velvet Remedy before I could dare use anything more than a healing bandage. And in our situation, I didn't even dare use painkillers. I needed to be thinking straight. "The wasteland taunting me," I answered as I stepped into the vault, looking around at the mostly empty shelves with their scattering of memory orbs, none of which I could look into without my magic, and the line of passkey-coded wall safes along the back, none of which I could open. The Equestrian wasteland loved rubbing my face in my every moment of weakness.
What are they?
She questioned, looking at the dozens of orbs littering the floor. "Confessions." I started collecting the orbs, picking them up in my teeth and dropping them into one of my pilfered saddlebags, opposite the ammo and bottles of sarsaparilla. Moving through the shelves, I spotted the glow of another terminal. Perhaps there was a way into the safes after all. Reaching it, I hooked my pit buck into the terminal and began my hack. The terminal was exceptionally tough. The little pony in my head started crying out for Mentols after the third time that I was forced to back out of the system before its security protocols could lock it up. I fought to silence that voice. I was increasingly aware of how long this was taking. Stern had ponies scouring the building and surrounding grounds for us. They were spread out, but eventually one or more of them would stumble across us. "One more try," I insisted to Zenith after I backed out a fourth time. "If I can't get it, we go."
Why are you trying to unlock Red Eye's safes anyway? What do you hope to find?
Zenith asked reasonably.
Balloon tickets, perhaps?
I snorted. I was about to reply, probably with something snide, when I found the password. Sir Lance-a-lot. After staring at that for a moment, I no longer felt bad about not figuring it out sooner. From the timestamps on the terminal, it became clear that no pony else had figured that out either. The terminal had not been used to access these safes in more than 200 years. A security notice indicated that the far left safe had been accessed several times in the last few years through use of the passkey. I opened them all. The far right safe held a badly damaged memory orb case with a single orb inside. The other 3 were gone. There was also an audio log, a dingy cloak, a stealth buck, and half a dozen files. I caught Zenith's reaction as I pulled out the cloak, even though she recovered quickly. "What?" I asked.
Nothing.
She lied. I took the audio recording and memory orb, keeping them separate from the mess of orbs I collected from the floor. I offered Zenith the cloak. Its dingy color would provide better camouflage than her stark stripes, and it was too large for me. She nodded and put it on, but it slipped off. The neck clasp was broken. I opened the second safe and jumped back in alarm at the pulsing, swirling lights that poured out. Inside were 4 egg-shaped objects that glowed with a hypnotic dance of dark colors.
What?
Zenith trotted closer, studying the objects without looking directly into them.
Balefire eggs.
I stared dumbly for a moment as my brain deciphered this. That's right. Fluttershy didn't actually design city-destroying spells. She designed the magical framework that would take a normal spell and augment it beyond anything they really imagined. But like the healing spell, there had to be a magic to be amplified. These balefire eggs were the base magic for the mass-murdering balefire bombs.
How big an explosion?
I asked my zebra companion.
I don't know. I was never alive 200 years ago, fighting in a war where these were used.
Touché. I imagine the Ministry of Morale confiscated these on a raid of some sort. I could see why they would still be locked up. The third safe held what looked like a Pegasus Enclave helmet, with a built-in recollector, complete with black opal. It also held a whole lot of paperwork labeled CZA, including many photographs too warped by age to make out. I yanked the paperwork out, scattering it onto the floor as I tried to get at something that was hidden behind it.
Citizen zebra activities,
Zenith said behind me, reading one of the folders I had knocked out of the safe.
Your government was paying close attention to every zebra living in Equestria.
Not my government,
I corrected swiftly.
And the Ministry of Morale was watching every pony.
Behind the papers was what looked like a first-generation pip-buck. The pip-buck was still closed, and there were ancient bloodstains in the felt lining. It had been removed through amputation, hopefully post-mortem. I quickly plugged the pip-buck into my own and started looking through the files, but they were encrypted with that odd dual encryption which I had discovered my first night out of Stable 2. The only thing I could get from it was an auto-mapped floor plan for Stable 3. The stable looked identical to Stable 2, except that the apple orchard was only 2/3 the size, and there were 2 interlocking Overmare's offices. I shuddered inexplicably. The final safe was the one Red-Eye had been using, and it held the big prize, the schematics for the radiation-powered engine. Zenith took an involuntary step back from the poster at the top of the stairwell.
Doom Bunny,
She whispered enigmatically. I stared from my zebra companion to the poster and back. It was the same poster I'd seen in the clinic, only this time in better repair. Fluttershy surrounded by animals with the words, "Remember, we are all in this together. Care for one another." At first, I thought Zenith was referring to Fluttershy. It almost made sense. I could see Fluttershy being regarded as a bringer of doom and destruction, considering her connection to the megaspells, and she was abundantly cute. Then my eyes caught the little white rabbit sitting on her head. My eyebrows went up, and I turned to Zenith in disbelief.
Doom Bunny? Seriously?
Zenith snorted.
you would not understand. You have not heard the tales of Fluttershy's protector.
My ears were tilted, and I knew I was giving her the most astoundingly dubious look.
Doom Bunny was a horror on the battlefield. Fluttershy came to heal even the zebra soldiers, and her protection annihilated anyone foolish enough to try and attack her.
The bunny.
Ooh, Doom Bunny was more than just a rabbit. Doom Bunny was death with sharp, pointy teeth.
She was messing with me. She had to be messing with me.
More powerful than a creature several times its size, thanks to the chemicals Doom Bunny brewed in secret laboratories.
Chemicals? This was insane. Zenith lowered her face to mine, speaking in that odd accent.
Oh, yes. Dumbani was a master in the laboratory. I also hear it could cook and toss a mean salad.
She smiled just a little. She was messing with me. Although, from the look in her eyes, not entirely. We moved on, finding ourselves, all too appropriately, in what seemed to be a research laboratory floor. Beyond the stairwell was a single door with a small window set into it. Through the window, we could see a sprawling place dedicated to arcane and earth pony sciences. A huge picture window on the far end of the room glowed with the deepening red-tinted light of Philadelphia. The day was ending. The sun would set soon. We slipped through the door silently. The one pony trotting around inside had not noticed our entry. Zenith made quick work of him. I put down the automatic rifle and started tugging off his lab coat. Zenith raised an eyebrow as I shucked it on.
It's not much protection, I admitted, but anything's better than nothing.
I could have taken the armor from Red Eye's guards, but after nearly being killed by a Pegasus, I wasn't going to make that mistake again.
Besides, it makes me feel more science-y.
Zenith rolled her eyes, then trotted towards the apothecary cabinets in the trot-in closet towards the back of the room. She put a hoof through the lock of the first one and pulled it open. I pulled out the audio recording, downloading it into my pip-buck, intending to play it while we gave the room a look over. My eyes fell to the schematics for party time mentals. This research lab certainly would have everything I need to make some, and I was feeling increasingly desperate. It took a severe force of will to scroll away from the recipe. I forced myself to think of Calamity, Velvet Remedy, Homage. I remembered Homage's sweet voice, and something she said floated back to me. Oh, a mixture of rage and painkillers. A friend and I found the recipe in the ruins of an MOP clinic when we were younger. I blinked, then called out to Zenith. Wait, you mean to tell me that Fluttershy's pet rabbit invented Stampede? Hello? Rarity's voice asked in my earbloom as I started looking through the terminals and notes that filled the lab. It swiftly became clear that I was getting only one side of a conversation. Oh, hello, Your Majesty. How delightful of you to call. Oh, same as always. So much to do, so many projects, and so little time. Honestly, half the time I feel about the same running a ministry as Fluttershy felt about being a model. But the other half, I absolutely love it. Of course, I still find the time to create new dresses. And to get my beauty sleep, I think I'd go insane if I didn't. Oh, no. A few missed meals never hurt any pony. And it helps me keep my figure. Yes. I did hear what happened to Zecora, and I'm as enraged by it as any pony. I've already promised Pinkie Pie any resources my ministry has to offer to help hers hunt down the brutes responsible and bring them to justice. On the plus side, you have to admit, the new poster line is really effective. Rarity sounded legitimately upset about Zecora, and only thinly pleased about the effectiveness of her propaganda. The name was familiar. Oh yes, the zebra who was Applejack's friend, possibly a friend of all of them. I could see why Rarity would draw the connection. Pinkie Pie? She's always eccentric, darling. No, not any more than usual. No, Princess Luna. I don't think you have anything to worry about. Strange and Pinkie Pie go hoof and hoof. You just learn to accept that about her and love her all the more for it. I recalled how Twilight Sparkle, in the vinyl scratch orb, had commented on everyone covering for Pinkie Pie and her addiction. I was immediately thankful I'd resisted the urge to make more party time mentals. I will admit, however, that I'm getting a bit worried about a few of my other friends. Well, I've heard a rumor, just a rumor mind you, that Applejack is having some trouble within her own ministry. No, I really couldn't say. And Twilight. Have you seen her recently? She's just exhausted. And terribly stressed out. The poor dear has taken on so much responsibility and so much work. Well, you have to admit, other than me, of course, Twilight Sparkle is the only one who has really tried to run her ministry, rather than just tossing ideas at them like horseshoes. And the less said about Rainbow Dash's ministry, the better. And with the big move underway, and Spike started his draconic adolescence, so you just know he's a real saddle full right now. No.
But Princess Luna, I really think Twilight Sparkle needs a vacation. No, every pony else is fine. At least they were the last time I saw them. Fluttershy's doing brilliantly. I see her every week. I do wish I could see the others more often. They were my first real friends. My only ones, to be honest. And I miss them all terribly. But there's just always so much to do. I can't remember the last time we were all together. Oh, wait, I can. It was Pinkie Pie's birthday party. No, not this year's. Last year's, I think. Or was it the year before? For the first time in the conversation, Rarity's voice faltered. I could feel the sadness she was trying to hide. It resonated deeply. Maybe because my heart held a similar ache. Oh, no, I'm fine. It's just... Sometimes it feels like we're pulling apart. And I can't stand to see that happen. I really must do something about it. I needed my friends. I was trembling from more than just pain as the audio recording drew to a close. No, Princess Luna, the pleasure was all mine. Thank you so much for calling. I reread the entries that had been concealed within the terminal at the lead researcher's desk. A desk which had held an ashtray, a box of cigars, and nearly 24 bottle caps. Bypass spells. According to the research I was seeing, the Ministry of Arcane Sciences had cracked it already, about a month before the end of their world. They had even begun limited use, not for weapons, but to create shield screens that would only allow specific materials to pass through. Red Eye's research in here had been twofold. First, his scientists had been working to apply a bypass to some sort of weapon effect. The full details had been redacted after the research had been successful. From what little I could read, that was less than a week before I had arrived. I was willing to extend the Steel Ranger's elder the benefit of the doubt and assume she didn't know. The second line of research was ongoing. It had met with considerably less promising results. Red Eye was trying to figure out how to trick a bypass into ignoring something it wasn't designed to ignore. Zenith had filled a bag full of herbs and chemicals from the supply closet and was trotting back towards me when something outside the window made her freeze in her tracks. I abandoned the terminal and moved to her side as quickly as my legs and breath would allow. I stared out the window as something huge came out of the red glow of the Philadelphia crater. It was an armored black alicorn, easily 3 times the size of a normal one. The air about her rippling with power. She flew towards us, leaving swaths of energy in her wake. What is... I couldn't speak further. My mouth had gone dry.
She's been basking in the radiation of the Philadelphia crater,
Zenith commented, then explained as if to a child.
The creatures of radiation do not merely heal in its presence. If they absorb enough of it, they grow stronger, more powerful.
Alicorns could become massive behemoth super alicorns? I squeaked in impotent rage. That's not fair! I looked up towards the sky, cursing Celestia and Luna in turn. Wasn't it enough they were magically more adept than I? That they were smart, crafty, fucking telepathic? With shields that only a small number of things could apparently get through? And they could fly? Or go invisible? Or teleport? I found enough voice to rasp at the heavens. What do you want from me? In your names, what the fuck do you want? A field of dark blue light wrapped around the enormous window. The glass began to vibrate. I had a sudden image of the abattoir that I had turned the maze of mirrors into. Run, I whispered to Zenith. We turned and fled. As we dived through the door to the stairwell, I heard that window shatter, and I heard none of the shards hit the ground. I spun and shoved the door closed behind us, and I blinked before the super alicorn sent hundreds of lethal shards of glass into the door. When the barrage ended, I lifted myself up and dared a peek through the little window on the door. I watched as the huge black alicorn swept into the room and activated her shield, a bubble of scintillating force expanding around her, with enough power to tear into the floor and ceiling, blasting apart desks and chemistry sets. The energy sloughing off the bubble caused nearby terminals to explode in sprays of sparks. I saw the automatic rifle which I'd left behind fall through the broken floor into the level below. Well, at least I didn't have to worry about destroying the research. I turned away, terrified, and discovered that I could make myself gallop far faster than my body wanted to let me. It hurt. My chest raged as if I was breathing liquid fire, but I ran. The alicorn blasted up through the floor into the hallway. Her size was too big to comfortably move through the space, but it hardly mattered. Her shield just ripped away the walls as she passed near them, chewing up parts of the offices on either side. The thought flashed through my mind that she might just bring this whole building down on top of the three of us. Her horn blazed with an almost black light. Her shield dropped briefly as she lashed out with dark energies that only crudely resembled black lightning. I tore around a corner, my body feeling like it was about to explode and then explode again. Zenith was in front of me, moving far more gracefully. The hallway behind us was shredded with a smell of ozone and black licorice. I followed her up another flight of stairs, screaming out in agony and hating the building for making us climb when the damn monster behind us didn't have to. The super alicorn tore through the ceiling, hovering in front of us as we made it to the top. I stumbled and crashed to a stop, realizing with utter loathing that we would have to go back down. Only my body didn't want to move anymore. My body wanted to just give up and die. I felt Zenith bite into my mane and toss me onto her back. The giant black alicorn spread her wings and pointed her horn. A point of light flickered in front of her shield, then spiraled to create an opening. I realized with dismay and amazement that even if I had my magic, it would be useless. This alicorn's shield was so powerful, even she couldn't cast a spell through it. Zenith went down, dropping me like a sack of pain. I saw her twitching. Heart attack spell. She would be permanently damaged or dead within seconds. I screamed at the super alicorn for being so ridiculously powerful and evil and totally unfair. At the goddesses for allowing such a nightmare to exist and for making me face it, and just after I had lost my magic too. At the Philadelphia crater for being so damn radioactive. With a rage-fueled strength beyond what I could actually muster, I wrenched my suffering body off the floor and galloped at the creature, which I suddenly realized looked an awful lot like those old pictures of Nightmare Moon. I leapt, jumping partway into the opening of the super alicorn's shield. The edge cut deeply into my chest, like I was hanging on a curved razor blade. I struggled, cutting myself even worse. My blood poured down both the inside and the outside of the shield. The alicorn at least had the grace to look shocked. I had successfully caused her to drop the spell attacking Zenith's heart. I couldn't get inside with her, but with a mortally wounded cry, I tossed my head back, pulled open one of my saddlebags, and dumped the contents inside the shield. Dozens of memory orbs scattered along the bottom of the magical bubble. The alicorn glanced at them and was unimpressed. She turned her attention to me. In a panic, I realized what was about to happen and kicked myself away before the hole in the shield scythed closed. If I had been any slower, the super alicorn's shield would have cut me in half. I collapsed, bleeding heavily on the floor. That was it. I was done. Time to sleep now. But as I passed out, there was a slight smile on my face, despite all the pain. I had saved Zenith. And I had proven that you could trick one of these fucking cunts the same way twice. The last thing I saw before darkness overwhelmed me was the alicorn floating in her impervious bubble, cut off from every danger except for a few dozen memory orbs and 4 balefire eggs. I never heard the explosion, but Zenith later told me it was loud, only louder. When I awoke, we were in a Buck's bathroom. I was propped up in a stall, looking out at a poster of Pinkie Pie. Watching you piss forever? I didn't hurt anywhere near as much as I should, assuming I wasn't simply dead. And really, who would put a Pinkie Pie poster in a bathroom in heaven? Or for that matter, in a bathroom anywhere, which worried me considerably. I felt lightheaded and odd. I looked down. I was wrapped in healing bandages. Probably 3 or 4 medical kits worth. There were more on the floor next to me, blood-drenched and spent. I had been in here for some time. My mind grudgingly realized I was doped up on painkillers. This escape plan was going well. Zenith trotted back into view. You are an insane pony. Thank you. I wish I could let you rest some more, but we must go. We are being hunted. I nodded and tried to get up. My limbs didn't want to cooperate. A moment later, I once again found myself riding the zebra, slung over her back like an old carpet. I blushed with embarrassment and hoped I didn't bleed all over her.
I wondered what riding like this would do to the wounds on my breast, and how well the magical bandages had healed my other injuries. My left shoulder no longer hurt, and my right leg felt only mildly sprained. Zenith picked up my saddlebags with her teeth and then added them across her flanks along with her sack of apothecary supplies. I helped tie it to her securely. My striped companion crept through the floor swiftly yet cautiously, clearly trying to keep ahead of something. I knew we were being hunted by stern slavers, but something about this felt different. My thoughts turned dark. After the super alicorn, I wasn't ready for another surprise opponent.
What's after us?
I asked, dreading the answer.
Winter,
Zenith whispered in an ominous tone. My painkiller-fogged mind fought to make sense of that.
It's summer,
I responded blandly. The zebra snorted.
Red-Eye's cyberdog. Winter is tracking our scent.
My mind replayed part of the broadcast from Red-Eye that I had found particularly striking.
I was lucky, fortunate beyond my deserving, to be blessed with safe places to roam, security from the fiends and horrors of the equestrian wasteland, and companionship in the form of my beloved dog Winter. Oh, the adventures we had.
If he was but a colt at that time, the dog should have passed away naturally from old age. But now I imagine that instead of letting that happen, he cybernetically enhanced it, replacing part after part as each failed. It was macabre. I groaned. I really needed to get out of Philadelphia. We made it up 2 flights of stairs without trouble. 3 times, Zenith managed to creep past slavers unnoticed, even with me on her back. As we passed an open office, I could see the overhang of eaves out the window, shadowed in light of a setting sun that turned the world outside the color of a bloody river. We were almost to the roof. I heard a low, tinny growl. I looked back. Behind us, I saw a half-robotic dog stalking towards us. Winter was more machine than animal. His brain was encased in a lightly glowing tank, which looked so shockingly like that of the brain bot that I began to assume it wasn't ponies but pet dogs whose brains were used in the awful things. Winter's forepaws ended in claws that looked like they were made from the claw tips of hellhounds. Even Zenith didn't want to fight that thing. The zebra bolted, galloping as fast as she could. Winter howled and gave chase, the glow of his brain case shifting to crimson. I wished I still had the automatic rifle, or for that matter, any weapon at all. Somehow, I didn't think I could strike it down with baleful looks. We made it to the stairwell marked roof access, the cyberdog nipping at Zenith's hooves. I realized belatedly that the dog could have jumped and started tearing me apart, but it chose not to. We were being corralled. I turned to warn Zenith. Before I could, we burst out onto the roof. Zenith skidded to a stop, trapped between the Ministry of Morale roof and the cloudy, blood-red sky. The anchored Pinkie Pie balloon was still there, but so were 2 others, with a third closing in. Half a dozen anti-machine rifles were trained in our direction. With a clear note of sarcasm, Zenith asked,
Still according to plan, right?
Winter came out behind us and stopped as if guarding the door back. I closed my eyes, waiting for the shot, but the sniper ponies were hesitating, waiting for something. The growl behind us gave Zenith a clue.
Red-Eye's coming.
So the bastard was going to take care of us himself? Fuck that.
Oh, come on!
I yelled up at the giant inflated Pinkie Pie heads.
Just do it already!
I was exhausted, the painkillers were wearing off, and the pain was beginning to flood back in. A pillar of golden flame, tinged with balefire green, shot out of the Philadelphia crater. The bolt of light reached its apex and spread out wings that flared across the sky like a second sun. Higher light dipped and swooped towards us, burning with an aura of emerald and gold nearly 100 times her size. The creatures of radiation do not merely heal in its presence. If they absorb enough, they grow stronger, more powerful. Sorry, Celestia, Luna, for everything bad I thought. The incoming Pinkie Pie balloon erupted in flame just at Pyrelight's passing. The majestic harbinger opened her beak, and bright green balefire blasted out, tearing across the roof above us. All 3 of the Pinkie Pie balloons ignited, becoming infernos. Bits of burning balloon and slaver flesh rained down on us as the blazing zeppelins began to collapse, sinking towards the amusement park below. I hoped nastily that it was full of slavers surrounding the building.
Firelight!
I cheered, clapping my hooves in applause. Zenith stared upwards, having lost the very notion of speech. The cyberdog panicked and fled down the stairwell. Firelight swooped around. I could see the energy she had absorbed was already bleeding off of her, like the scintillating waves that came off the black alicorn. The bird dived, and I thought I could hear the crackling of fire and the sound of slaver screams below. I was so overjoyed at the turn of events that it took me several minutes to realize that Firelight had incinerated what I had hoped to be our ride. We were still trapped in Philadelphia. Our capture was as ignominious as it was inevitable. I found myself staring through a haze of red, not a fault of my own vision, but a property of the room we had been marched into. The air was filled with some sort of odd steam. My already strained lungs pitched a fit as I attempted to breathe it. Red lamps lined the room, diffusing their light to make the air take a sickening scarlet tint. There was a line on the floor that the well-armed griffins beside us had warned us not to cross. Winter crouched nearby, ready to launch himself at the first to run. With Zenith's skills, I thought it might still be possible to fight our way out of the situation. But the very idea made me want to drop from weariness. Red-Eye trotted in through a door on the opposite wall next to a large dark screen. He raised a hoof, and the griffins flanking us took their leave. I heard them lock and bar the door behind us.
Little Pip,
He said graciously.
sit, relax. I mean you no harm.
Obviously, the same couldn't be said for us. I was still processing the mere notion that Red-Eye would lock himself in a room with us when Xena charged at him, murder in her eyes. She slammed against an invisible wall, hard enough that she was lucky she didn't break her neck. I stared around and realized suddenly the reason for the odd atmosphere.
You're using the red and mist to conceal an alicorn shield,
I surmised aloud. I was actually slightly impressed.
You must have at least 2 of the green ones doing their statue thing just behind the walls.
Red-Eye beamed at me. Literally. In the mist, the line of red light shooting from his cybernetic eye was clearly visible.
I wanted us to be able to talk freely, without any pony attacking any pony else.
He shot a wry look at the recovering zebra.
What do you want?
I asked dourly. There was only one reason I could think of for him to spare us, and I didn't like it.
All I want you to do is something you were going to do anyway.
Red-Eye said in a tone both casual and infuriatingly confident.
I just want you to do it on my time scale.
Great. My mortal enemy had a quest for me. My life sucked.
I want you to kill the goddess.
My jaw hit the floor. Okay, I did not see that coming.
But you serve the goddess. You're her high fucking priest.
Red-Eye scowled slightly, sitting back.
I like to think of us more like partners. And sadly, the partnership is no longer beneficial to my goals.
He looked me over, ignoring Zenith completely.
And after your handling of the crater alicorn, I really do think you have what it takes to succeed.
Do tell, I glowered.
As I'm sure you've noticed, the goddess controls her children, telepathically. They are not so much individuals as they are extensions of her will. And they will remain so until she is finally put to rest.
I nodded solemnly.
There is no point working towards the freedom of all ponies if unity comes with chains.
Red-Eye pontificated.
There is no room in the new Equestria for slave masters, and no room for slaves.
Zenith nickered.
Not much room for you, then.
I smiled, my own sentiment echoing hers. Red-Eye regarded us calmly.
No, there is not.
Okay, second time he caught me by surprise.
What do you intend to do then? Kill yourself?
He laughed. Red-Eye had a charismatic, likable laugh. I hated him for that.
No. I plan to ascend. Once you have taken care of the goddess, it will finally be time for me to join Unity myself. But not as one of the rest of you. Some pony will have to take up the tasks that the princesses and Pegasi left to run wild after all. Some pony will have to regulate the weather, to raise the sun and the moon.
I blinked.
Okay, I've got a new theory.
You're a loony. Seriously, the goddess couldn't manage these things, much less an alicorn earth pony. Again he laughed, setting my nerves on edge.
Well, then I will fail. But either way, I will be out of your mane. You won't have to worry about me further. And won't that be nice? Crushing 2 eggs under 1 hoof?
I really hated the stallion. And what about all your work? I argued. Damn it. The one reason I was at all hesitant to take down this monster was because even I could see the good his efforts would eventually bring about. I could admire what he was building, even if I hated how he was doing it. What about the schools? The hospitals? Rebuilding an infrastructure that will allow Equestria to pull itself out of this post-apocalyptic pit?
Red-Eye feigned contemplation.
Oh, dear. Well, then, I suppose you'll just have to take my place and see it through.
My jaw was on the floor again. Once more, he had blindsided me.
How did he keep doing that? You want me to... what?
Red-Eye smiled.
Want you to? Or just expect that you won't let all this just fall apart? Of course, I'm sure you'll try to find a way to accomplish all this without the regrettable horrors of slavery. And with at least the foundation I've managed in place, you might even succeed.
He gave me a gracious bow.
I certainly hope so.
Then added in a businesslike tone,
The goddess is still in her home in Maripony.
I realized there was another horseshoe waiting to drop.
And so you'll let me go?
The black-maned cyber pony nodded,
Somewhat implicit in the request.
without even looking at Zenith. He added,
And you can take your new zebra friend with you. The two of you seem to be effective together. Agree, and she has her freedom.
Zenith stared at me with an unfathomable expression. I knew she wanted her freedom enough to risk her life for it, to kill other slaves for it. Was she asking me to accept, or was she warning me about deals with devils?
And if I refuse to kill the goddess?
Red-Eye frowned.
Well, I would prefer not to resort to threats. But let's just say that by succeeding, you will save the lives of your friends in the tower.
No! I should never have sent them into that place alone.
Oh, goddesses, what had I done? What have you done with Calamity, Velvet Remedy, and Steel Hoofs?
I demanded in a frightened voice.
Are they okay?
Red-Eye's one real eye blinked.
Oh, you mean your assault team at the Philadelphia Tower Station? I sent Stern on ahead with a full squad of her best to give them a warm greeting. I'm sure at least one of them survived.
I swallowed hard, feeling all of Equestria fall out from under me.
I want to see them.
Red-Eye nodded graciously. He trotted to a button on the wall beneath the large screen.
Stern report. I have some pony here who wants to see the captives.
The monitor screen lit up. For a moment, all it showed was ruins and blood. Then a hoof rose up, tapping on the screen.
Hey!
Calamity's smiling face and orange mane came into view.
I think this here just turned on.
I could hear the low grumble of Steelhoof's voice.
Calamity, don't mess with it.
Oh, hold on.
Calamity said, looking slightly up.
Hey, I can see little Pip through this thing now. Hey, you kid.
This was obviously not the response Red-Eye had been expecting. I felt a crippling surge of relief and collapsed to the floor.
Oh, and y'all must be Red-Eye. Can't say it's a pleasure to... Whoa, y'all are a cyber pony. I didn't think those were even real.
Red-Eye finally found his voice.
Calamity, is it? I take it you have killed your welcoming party? That who you was expecting? Sorry, but they can't all make it on account of them being mostly blown up. Mostly? We kept your Griffin gal all safe and cozy. Trust me, she ain't hardly hurt, and she ain't feeling a bit of pain.
Calamity said with a mock friendliness that didn't touch the steel glint in his eyes.
Figured things might have gone a bit south for our friend Lil Pip, so I decided we ought to keep someone for trade.
I watched as the drawbridge lowered over the moat. On the other side, through the electrified gate, I could see Velvet Remedy and Steelhooves flanking a thoroughly trussed up and glowering Stern. Calamity was sitting sniper in an undisclosed location.
I could almost feel the air grow colder when Steelhoof's gaze fell upon my striped companion. Red-Eye stood next to me, protected inside an alicorn shield. The projecting alicorns were hidden in a sewer passage right beneath us, yet safely out of Calamity's field of view.
Remember my offer, little Pip. Kill the goddess.
He whispered to me, clearly unconcerned that the goddess's children might hear. Judging from my experience on the roof of Horseshoe Tower, I strongly suspected they couldn't hear anything at all.
And you not only get rid of her, but you get rid of me, and save your friends in the tower.
I blinked, then turned to him with a cross stare.
I think we've already established that threat is pretty stupid.
I pointed my hoof at my friends, waiting for me on the other side of the gate. Red-Eye cocked his head, and for a moment, I think he was actually confused.
I apologize for the misunderstanding. I don't mean these friends in that tower,
he said, nodding towards the rising white needle of the Philadelphia Tower.
I mean your friends in Timpani Tower.
I felt my blood go cold.
Now, I know that the damn building has already survived one balefire bomb, but do you really think it could survive another?
Footnote, level up. New perk, Gladiator Pony. The action point cost for all unarmed attacks performed in SATs is reduced by 10%. Quest perk added, Philadelphia Survivor. Your vicious fights behind the wall in the Philadelphia ruins have left you stronger. Your damage threshold is increased by 2, and your radiation resistance increases by plus 3%. Chapter 27. Distress Signals.
When the walls come tumbling down, when you lose everything you always have family. And your family always has tribe.
Family. It wasn't a word I'd had much use for, nor a concept I'd felt any connection to. I had never known my father, a quite uncommon situation for a filly growing up in stable too. When my mother had been my age, she had spent a large portion of her time being, well, there were other words I would use of describing other ponies, but this was my mother. And for her, I chose the words promiscuous and inebriated. Growing up, I did have my mother, but my memories of her were largely of the sit quietly while the grown-ups are talking variety. However, she did teach me games, and even though I came to realize, even as a blank flank, that she did so more to alleviate her boredom than my own, I cherished each happy memory of playing with her. Every game of boards and strategies and brightly colored pieces that the stable had to offer. But even then, I never really thought of us as family in a way that attached special meaning to the word. Now, through a haze of pain, I realized this was changing. Had changed already, in fact, without my knowing it. With the painkillers worn off and adrenaline no longer propping up my body, I could feel just how much pain I was in. The bandages had helped and probably spared me from bleeding out through the deep slashes in my chest. However, continuing to push myself while injured had harmed more than just my magic. But I was with my friends now. There was a feeling of completeness and safety. My body could finally relax and just hurt. Velvet Remedy had slipped into her mother-doctor mode almost at the sight of me. Now that I wasn't mentally sniffing between her hind legs anymore, I found myself comforted by her fretful ministrations, particularly considering that she did a much better job of mothering me than my actual mother ever had. In truth, these ponies had become my family. Family in that deeper sense of the word that means finding home, not from the location you are at, but through the people you are with. And my family was having an argument.
She's a zebra.
Steelhooves exclaimed. He had kept his silence until we were well away from the wall. But as we had approached the crumbled ruins of Java's Cup, Steelhooves had finally questioned the presence of my new companion. I made the mistake of simply saying she was a friend. Yes, she is. I was weary and hurting. My breathing was shallow, and I felt like I was constantly drowning. I wanted a bath to wash off the blood caking my coat. The stinging powder still chewing into my flank, and the last of the nasty little biting insects that somehow survived along with me. And I wanted a bed that was at least softer than cement. What I did not want was this argument.
Who has clearly manipulated you into trusting her.
Steelhooves surmised.
You can't trust them.
Zenith had wisely remained silent, simply choosing to follow as we moved away from the wall and the slave pits of Stern's Philadelphia. But now, nettled and perhaps feeling bolstered by my assertion of friendship, the zebra retorted.
The war is long over, and I had no part in it. Just because I have stripes does not make me an enemy combatant any more than that armor makes you a soldier in Nightmare Moon's army.
Brilliant,
Princess Luna's army?
snapped the Steel Ranger, who had indeed served in the war 200 years over.
Not that your kind has any right to even speak the name.
He turned to me.
Little Pip, what are your intentions regarding the zebra? Please tell me you don't actually expect her to travel with us.
Oh, heavens, no.
Velvet Remedy chimed in.
I'm sure she doesn't. After all, it would just be foolish to travel with the sort of creature known for degenerating into mindless flesh-eating.
Zenith drew up, staring at the charcoal-coated unicorn with a look of bewilderment bordering on resentment.
Oh, wait. Those aren't zebras,
Velvet casually finished.
those are ghouls.
Steelhoof stopped now, too, and I was sure that behind his visor he was glaring. Zenith huffed, still confused. In her exotic accent, she slowly asked Velvet,
Are you saying I look like a ghoul?
I hung my head. This was going downhill fast. Velvet Remedy's eyes widened as she realized how Zenith had taken the statement.
No, of course not.
She assured the newcomer, then cryptically mused.
But some pony here sure smells like one.
Zenith sniffed at her own coat. I rolled my eyes. Then, just to be sure, I sniffed at my own and gagged a little. I was rank. Calamity swooped up to us. He had been waiting for us in front of Java's, Spitfire's thunder held in his mouth. Java had apparently been, based on the large sign collapsed over the door, a milk-colored stallion whose mane was a wavy light brown with dark brown streaks, and whose cutie mark was a steaming cup of what I hoped were coffee beans. But when we stopped moving forward, he decided to close the gap himself. He landed next to me, slipping the magically enhanced anti-machine rifle into a newly fashioned holster on his battle saddle, and offered Zenith a hoof and a smile.
Well, howdy.
I wanted to kiss him, which was not a desire I normally associated with bucks. Zenith looked hesitant. She reached out a hoof tentatively, and then shrank back, wide-eyed, as Calamity took it in both his forehooves and shook it vigorously.
Pleased to meet ya. I'm Calamity.
Her foreleg was still shaking after he let go.
Welcome to the team. That is it?
She asked cautiously, still looking at Calamity as if she'd never seen a Pegasus before, which I realized suddenly was probably the case.
Oh, shucks,
Calamity said, still grinning.
I saw y'all through the scope. Clearly Lil Pip here trusts ya, and if she trusts ya, that's good enough for me.
Yes, Velvet said in a drawling yet ladylike sigh,
because Little Pip's judgment has been Celestia Tia recently.
She was looking over my injuries with growing dismay. Okay, yes. It was a stupid plan. I'm sorry. I looked to my friends desperately. I knew it was going to be bad in there, and I didn't want to put any of you through that.
I know I should have trusted you to handle yourselves.
And that we should have stayed together. We're stronger together. I'm pathetic without you. I collapsed to my knees, suddenly overcome with fatigue. Velvet Remedy's horn began to glow as she waved everyone else to be quiet and stand back. A moment later, my unicorn friend gasped.
By the goddesses, Little Pip, what happened to you in there?
Velvet Remedy knelt next to me as I stretched out on a mattress in what had once been a child's bedroom. We had invaded a small apartment building that had once shared a Philadelphia city block with Java and his cups. I could see the others in the next room. Calamity was sorting through the small items he had scavenged from the apartment. Zenith was cooking. Steelhooves was glowering.
I gotta wonder why they even bothered,
Calamity mused as he stared at the boards which he had pried from across the door an hour ago. They now served as wood for a cook fire.
Ain't like any pony who's determined and capable enough to brave inner-city ruins is gonna be stopped by a couple planks of wood. Why bother boarding up the door in the first place?
Zenith had found some cooking pots and was brewing something sweet-smelling over the fire. Several other pots sat around her, each waiting for a turn under the flames. I marveled at our good fortune. Ever since I'd left Homage, I had bemoaned our lack of a skilled chef. I winced. What I wouldn't give to see her right now. Instead, she was in mortal peril, and I felt myself flush with angry guilt that I wasn't doing something to help her right that instant. I cursed Red Eye.
Why did he have to go after Homage?
I don't figure he did,
Calamity suggested from the other room.
I reckon he's aiming at DJ Pone 3. Buck's been broadcasting good things about you for a while now, so's that probably gets some chalked up as a friend that Red Eye figures you'd want to keep from harm.
Assuming he hasn't simply surmised that you want to keep every soul from harm,
Steelhooves added grimly.
and that you will go to absurd and dangerous lengths to do so.
I felt the urge to remind him that it was a Steel Ranger elder who pitched the plan, but I bit back. Steelhooves had never suggested or pressured me to go along with the solo mission, merely supported me when I made the decision to. Considering the tones of his previous conversation with Elder Blueberry Saber, I suspected Steelhooves would have just as swiftly backed me if my decision had involved telling her to sit on my horn and spin. I looked from Steelhooves to Calamity, again struck by the difference between them when it came to support. Calamity was loyal. Steelhooves was obedient. Not necessarily to me, but to whomever he accepted as in charge. He was a soldier buck even now. Velvet Remedy's glowing horn passed over me once more. She was making sure she had found every injury. As I had expected, my broken rib and punctured lung had drawn the most reaction from her, including a whole host of dark looks at Zenith that Steelhooves couldn't match. But she commended the zebra on not feeding me any healing potions, voicing confidence in her mending spells. She gasped as she started to pass her horn over my tail.
Little Pip!
She leaned close, her voice scandalized and sympathetic.
How did you get wounded there?
That wasn't me. Zenith's voice sounded from the other room.
What?
Calamity looked up tensely.
Who hurt Little Pip where now?
I buried my face in my forehooves, feeling my cheeks redden with embarrassment.
Never you mind,
Velvet told the Pegasus sternly as she opened her saddle boxes and floated out an array of medical supplies. Calamity scavenging and restocked us well in that regard. It didn't help that my worry over Homage brought with it half-formed daydreams of the wonderful gray unicorn kissing that very wound to make it better. Gracefully returning us to the earlier conversation, Velvet Remedy suggested,
I know you are worried about Homage, but please try not to let it eat at you. Remember, so long as Red Eye doesn't act on his threat, he has something to threaten you with. Once he does, all he has is an angry little Pip. And if he's half as smart as you make him out to be, then he's plenty bright enough to know he doesn't want that.
I bit my lower lip. Calamity stood up, shaking his head.
I hate to be the voice of worry, but...
The Pegasus paused uncomfortably, brushing a hoof over his orange mane.
Well, I figure if he put that megaspell at Timpani Tower, he must have done so before he hatched his plan to use you. So the only thing keeping him from using it is that deal of you.
I frowned. So, do you think he'll set it off the moment he knows the goddess is dead? I hadn't even considered that. That is, if I do that? Calamity nudged his hat.
I don't rightly know, but DJ Pone 3 is a dissenting voice with a huge audience.
Calamity's frown deepened.
Most dictatorships I know of tend to go hell and high water to either discredit or destroy opposing voices like that.
I almost asked how many dictatorships Calamity knew of, but the words died on my lips as a memory floated to the surface of my mind.
Don't you believe him?
Calamity had once told me.
The Enclave has a vested interest in making any pony who bucks their ideals into a monster.
Instead, I nodded, trying to give him a supportive look.
Stern cuts out the tongues of any who speak ill of Red Eye,
Zenith reminded me, putting a little extra loathing into the Griffin's name.
I spent several years speaking nothing so that I might keep mine.
She added,
It is good to finally use it freely again.
Steelhooves grunted.
Now that we're all together, I don't see why we don't just call his bluff. Fly in and level his operation. Take him out.
I sighed deeply.
First, because taking him out wouldn't be that easy. Elder Blueberry Saber was right about that. He's always protected, and he can get out faster than we can get to him.
What I didn't say was that I wasn't sure I wanted to flatten his operation. In fact, I was sure that I didn't want to destroy the work he was doing. I wanted to free all the slaves.
But that wasn't the same thing, was it? Damn it. It was easier to know my moral stance before I discovered that the evil fucker was also, at best I could see, right. He was building a better future, or at least parts of one, and he was sacrificing everything for it, from his own home to your freedom. I recalled a conversation with Watcher regarding how, without what he called the spark, the virtues he valued could become twisted, lost parodies of themselves. I had found another in Red Eye, generosity. Even generosity could wander down twisted, dark paths, especially when what you are giving away shouldn't be yours to give. Steelhooves nickered.
You don't actually believe Red Eye has a megaspell, do you?
I grimaced.
An undetonated balefire bomb. When would he have acquired something like that?
Steelhooves questioned.
Where? It's not like you can stumble over something like that just laying around.
Velvet Remedy, Calamity, and I all exchanged looks.
Oh no.
Steelhooves groaned.
What did you three do?
The building was silent, save for the crackling of the fire and the bubbling of the cookpot, for several long minutes in the wake of our explanation.
You gave a balefire bomb over to New Appaloosa?
Steelhooves exploded, pacing in his heavy armor, his metal-sheathed tail flicking an emphasis with each word.
A town notorious for trading with Red Eye slavers.
Yep.
Which one of you idiots came up with that idea?
Steelhooves demanded. I silently tore through my memories. I remembered being concerned about sending the freed slaves back to New Appaloosa. Stunningly, I couldn't recall having the same concerns about giving them a megaspell. Calamity raised his hoof, a chagrined expression on his face.
This is...
Zenith asked.
Why they call you Calamity, yes?
Velvet Remedy moved to sit by Calamity's side. Steelhooves was fuming.
You do realize that Red Eye is the only reason there even is a New Appaloosa, right?
His visor turned towards us and found only blank expressions.
That place was a small town dying in the dust before Red Eye pranced in and gave them a water talisman. You've got to figure they owe him.
Calamity shook his head, genuinely surprised.
Sorry, partner, but that's a new one on me.
I, however, merely groaned, putting my hooves over my eyes.
I saw the bounty of our stable shared, the water talisman given to a struggling town which now knows the joy of clean and pure water.
Homage was going to die, and it was my fault. My pit buck was clicking at me, not letting me ignore that the water I was bathing in was radioactive. Velvet Remedy had a dose of Radaway sitting nearby for me to consume as soon as I got out of the grossly stained tub. Pure water was a rare treat in the wasteland. Even those who had it would not think to squander it on baths. Not unless they lived someplace with a water talisman like Timpani Tower. And in the Philadelphia ruins, all the water to be found was irradiated. The clicking of my pit buck reminded me that my weeks in the equestrian wasteland had been, in many ways, blessed. I had avoided some of the more repulsive hardships that many ponies faced every day. I had never been reduced to drinking radioactive water from the bowl of a toilet. There wasn't much of a wall left between this apartment's bathroom and the living room, so I was effectively bathing in front of them. Zenith was still tending to her boiling pots. Velvet Remedy moved between helping me scrub places that I normally called on my magic to reach, and watching Calamity as he tinkered with broken radios he had found in the other apartments, rebuilding one with parts cannibalized from the others. Steelhoof stood guard near the front door. The radio Calamity had been rebuilding flared to life.
Yeehaw! Welcome, ponies of Philadelphia! This is DJ Pone 3 beaming a light into even the darkest parts of the equestrian wasteland. You can't stop the signal, baby! And thanks to that kid from Stable 2, the message is reaching even the souls trapped in that Celestia-forsaken hellhole. Looks like our plucky stable dweller galloped into the heart of Red Eye's slavery operation and gave the old bastard a big black eye. In the form of losing nearly half his dirigibles and a small army's worth of his slavers. Not to mention annihilating the crater boss. And she even took Red Eye's right hoof griffin, Stern, down a peg. And that's not all. Our little wasteland heroine, our bringer of light, bucked right through the wall that Red Eye had built around Philadelphia's airwaves, bringing my humble message to the one place I could never reach before. Thank you, stable dweller.
I sunk deeper into the bath and moaned. The elation I felt at hearing Homage's voice, disguised as it was,
and this horrible place battled the humiliation and dismay at hearing my royal fuck-up described as a brilliant victory. I did not earn this.
If you should happen to see our Lightbringer, give her a big thanks. She'll be easy to recognize. Should she keep in the company of the zebra slave she rescued, as icing on the cupcake on her latest escapade. And for the rest of you still toiling away in Philadelphia, our hearts go out to you, and your plight has not been forgotten. Plus, I offer these small words of hope. Knowing our Lightbringer, I don't think she's done with red-eye yet.
Zenith stared at the little radio, blinking slowly.
How does he know so much?
We had walked across the moat and outside the wall less than 3 hours ago. The zebra looked at my companions.
And why does he not give you the credit you deserve? Much of the victory was yours, as was our escape, for which I am most thankful.
Calamity chuckled.
Oh, shuck, 'twerk nothing.
Velvet Remedy purred.
Because we asked DJ Pone 3 not to mention us. Little Pip here should get all the credit.
I groaned. It was a conspiracy. I started to get up and say something, but Velvet Remedy put a hoof to my muzzle, then whispered into my ear.
Oh, and don't think I've forgotten about that barn door comment.
She smiled as a collapse and a splash under the weight of my embarrassment. DJ Pone 3's voice continued bringing news and advice to the ponies of the equestrian wasteland. I felt a chill as DJ Pone 3 talked openly with us, having no idea she was in mortal danger.
Warning to all those traveling Central Equestria. Keep your hooves away from the area surrounding Ponyville. I'm getting reports of fires along the back end of the Everfree Forest. They seem to be spreading slowly, but the advancing flames and smoke are pushing many of the forest's unpleasant inhabitants toward the Ponyville side of that nightmare zone. And at least a couple monsters have actually wandered their way into the old town itself. Fortunately, the only ponies living in that area are raiders. So, to the monsters, I say bon appetit. Well, if it ain't one thing, 'tis another.
Calamity neighed, pointing out that Splendid Valley was beyond Ponyville in the opposite direction. Fortunately, we would be crossing the area well above ground level, so we should be able to fly clear of any trouble.
Unless, of course, the critters wandering out of that place include manticores or the like.
Knowing my luck and the equestrian wasteland's maliciousness, they would be angry dragons.
Well, it's another hard day in this equestrian wasteland, but I've got the news and the music to get you through. So say bye-bye to stupid static and hello to magnificent music. This has been your host, DJ Pone 3.
The voice of Homage's broadcast persona gave way to one of the newer songs on DJ Pone 3's playlist. Something from a record I had rescued out of Stable 29.
Do you dream?
I felt immensely better after the bath. As Velvet Remedy wove her horn about my broken body, mending my rib and lung with her beautiful magic, I began to drift to sleep. Steelhooves walked in.
Little Pip, can we talk about the zebra?
I released a long-suffering sigh. This again? Lamely pretending to mishear, I replied, Candy Hawk? Sorry, don't think I've heard of her.
Funny.
Steelhooves said dryly.
Little Pip, I need to talk to you.
You need to go to the zoo? Fine. Need the 4 of us to come with you? I put a little emphasis on the number 4, only to realize that, with Pyrelight, it should have been 5. Where was that magnificent bird anyway? Snickering softly, Velvet Remedy stood up and trotted over to the Steel Ranger, head down. She pressed against him, wrapping him with a telekinetic field of her own, reducing the massive weight of his armor, so that she could shove him out the door.
Sorry, Steelhooves. Too busy saving Equestria today. All prejudice has to be rescheduled. Is next month good for you?
Steelhooves nickered with a stomp.
You might accept having one of those traveling with you, but even if I did, there is no way the Steel Rangers will let her trot into their citadel and live.
He looked at me over Velvet's scarlet and gold-streaked white mane.
Or am I wrong that you have further business there?
I buried my face as I realized the Ghoul Stallion had a point. Stable Tech's old headquarters was my first intended stop. I had some things to discuss with Elder Blueberry Saber, but that wasn't someplace I could take Zenith.
I'd have more luck walking into the Steel Ranger Citadel with an alicorn in tow and trying to convince them she was friendly.
Velvet Remedy had him all the way through the doorway when I finally said, "Steelhooves, I have welcomed Zenith to join us. She's here as long as she wants to be. If that's a problem for you, then you are free to be elsewhere." I stared at him with what I hoped was a gentle expression. Remember, Applejack herself offered her hooves in friendship to a zebra. The response I got back was an unexpected growl.
Yes, and if you only knew how that ended, you wouldn't speak of it.
Wow, minefield. Okay, but somehow I've become the leader of this merry band of ponies, and I've decided to give her the chance. If you want to stay with us, you will too. I won't have Zenith mysteriously disappearing when my back is turned.
Velvet Remedy gasped sharply at my insinuation. She didn't know the patterns of behavior I had seen in Applesnack's memories, and looked appalled that I could suggest one of us capable of such things. I envied her innocence. Steelhooves himself was silenced.
So, as long as you are with us, you will love and tolerate the shit out of her. Consider that in order.
I stared at him, giving him one chance.
That said, I added reluctantly, you are absolutely right about the Steel Rangers. I won't be bringing her with us to the Stable Tech building, which, means we'll have to split up again, if only briefly.
Steelhooves stood there for a moment, then gave a rigid nod. As he turned to trot away, he nearly ran into Zenith, who was trotting up with a small, covered cookpot hanging from her mouth. They stared at each other awkwardly, then danced about each other. Velvet Remedy backed up, letting Zenith through the doorway, then closed it behind her. Zenith lowered her neck, placing the pot on the floor.
Once again, it would seem I am the subject of an argument. You were the subject of an argument,
Velvet Remedy corrected gently.
Is that not what I said?
The zebra asked, perplexed. I covered a snicker with a hoof. Velvet Remedy gave up with a roll of her eyes.
And what is that?
She asked, pointing at the cookpot with a hoof. Her ears tilted back.
Please tell me there is no meat in that.
Zenith looked quite surprised.
Of course not. Zebras are vegetarians. As I thought were ponies, are you not?
I could see the relief wash over Velvet Remedy as a look of joy broke over her face.
Yes, we are. Thank Celestia, finally.
She slid up to Zenith, wrapping a foreleg around her neck, seemingly oblivious to the way Zenith suddenly tensed.
Oh, we are going to be the best of friends, you and I.
Velvet Remedy backed up, looking over Zenith.
And little Pip isn't the only one in need of medical attention.
The mother doctor side of Velvet was instantly back in control as she pulled the top mattress off a set of bunk beds and insistently guided Zenith onto it. But the nudge to lie down was the final straw. Zenith jumped away, spinning and knocking back Velvet Remedy's nudging hoof with enough force to send Velvet stumbling back with a tear in her eye.
I do not like to be touched,
the zebra spat. Velvet Remedy blinked, falling onto her haunches, holding her bruised forehoof against her breast. I felt like I was frozen. Part of me needed to jump between them to do something, but the situation had changed so rapidly my brain was still catching up.
Oh.
Velvet blinked. Her eyes widened.
Oh.
She stared back to the tense zebra mare with an expression flooding with compassion.
Oh, Zenith, I'm so sorry.
I had not told any pony what Number 4 had told me about Zenith's abuse. I did not feel I had the right. Velvet Remedy didn't need me to. She had figured it out for herself. Not the details, thank the goddesses, but enough. Gingerly putting her sore hoof down and standing, Velvet Remedy apologized again. But with that apology came insistence.
I will not touch you casually without permission. That was wrong of me. But I am a medical pony, and I will need to touch you to treat your physical wounds.
I can do that well enough on my own, Zenith nickered. Velvet nodded.
I'm sure you can, but I can do it better.
There was no boast, and after Velvet had been able to treat my rib and lung, there was no question that she was right.
You deserve a lot better treatment than you've been getting. From others in the extreme, but also from yourself. Let me give you the level of care you need.
Velvet whinnied.
At least to the best of my ability.
Zenith neighed.
I came here to deliver a gift for the little one, not to be prodded and treated by a medical pony.
They both turned to look at me. I was half tempted to pretend I couldn't hear them again. Ugh. Our family had clearly grown big enough that some pony needed to lay ground rules. But why should it fall to me? Considering my whole lack of family experience, wasn't I the least qualified?
Zenith,
I said gently.
in this group, we have to trust each other with our lives every day. We care for each other, and each one of us uses our talents to help all of us.
I stopped as I recognized my line of thought was wandering.
Readjusted.
You are very welcome here, and I do hope you stay with us. But being a part of this group will call for some sacrifices. You told me that I was responsible for you now. That includes making sure you are properly cared for, and this is how I choose to do that. By having Velvet Remedy care for you like she cares for the rest of us. I looked at the zebra, adding, unless you choose to release me from my responsibilities.
Zenith's eyes narrowed, but slowly she lay down on the mattress.
No, I do not, little pony.
I let out a breath I hadn't realized I had been holding. Velvet Remedy moved carefully towards the zebra. She stopped as she passed a small cookpot still resting on the floor. She sniffed at it.
Zenith, what is this gift? It is a restorative brew,
Zenith told us.
It will replenish and heal your horn of the magics you overtaxed in our rescue.
I blinked. On one hoof, this was extremely welcome news. The last time I had burned out, it had taken days to recover. With Red Eye's threat hanging over Homage, I couldn't afford to be ineffective that long. On the other hoof, I couldn't help but question what a zebra could know of unicorn magics, much less remedies for uniquely unicorn ailments.
I know many of the ancient mystical recipes. Ones to cure, to enhance, and to harm,
Zenith told us.
If I have the right ingredients, I can brew potions that will permanently alter and strengthen you, making you better fit for the fight ahead.
Alter? I didn't think I wanted to be altered.
This is not such a potion, but I have what is necessary to craft one of these elixirs. One which will strengthen your bones, such that they will be much harder to break. I will brew this for you, if you allow me to.
Velvet Remedy looked skeptical.
I'm not sure that's such a good idea. Nor this gift, for that matter.
Before either of us could protest, Velvet reminded me.
Little Pip has had some bad experiences with zebra medicine before. She is particularly susceptible to their dangers.
Zenith looked between us.
I would not offer an addictive draught, nor give a cup too full.
The zebra frowned at Velvet, then turned to me.
You just said that here you allow each other to share their talents. Will you not let me share this one with you?
Velvet nickered at the way Zenith used my own argument so swiftly. The zebra cocked her head.
You have seen Red Eye, have you not? That pony has augmented himself with machines and technology. If the little one truly chooses for him to be her mortal enemy, then should she not take advantage of the gifts I offer her? If Red Eye is also my enemy, should I not offer them?
My answer was to get up, walk to the cookpot, and lift away the lid. The brew inside smelled sweetly spicy. The steam that rushed out cleared my sinuses. With only the slightest hesitation, I began to drink. My magic had been completely spent. After drinking Zenith's potion and a night of rest, I still couldn't lift the now empty cookpot.
But I believed I could feel the stirrings of my magic. And I knew one test which called for only the tiniest spark of focus and power. I laid one of the memory orbs on the apartment floor.
I had sacrificed all save for the 2 I had taken from the safes in my battle with the super alicorn, but those 2 had been put in the other saddlebag. I laid down, leaning forward and concentrating as I touched my horn to the orb. Flashes of light burst across the night, scores of cameras capturing the moment for a mob of news ponies and paparazzi. They mixed with a throng of ponies shouting protest and holding signs in their mouths. My host was standing on a set of marbled steps, looking down on them and watching a quartet of armored police ponies push their way through. I was encased in armor, but unlike my experience in the mind of Applesnack, this armor did not feel heavy or claustrophobic. I could, in fact, barely feel it at all. The limited vision, the eyes-forward sparkle that played behind the visor, and the smell of trapped pony sweat were the swiftest indications of how I was clad. A very nice scent of mare sweat, I could not help myself from thinking.
With an unpleasant shock, I realized I could feel my wings. I was in a Pegasus pony. To each side of me stood more Pegasi wearing the sleek black carapace armor I'd come to associate with the Enclave. As the police ponies broke through the front of the crowd below and started up the steps, I could see they were escorting a zebra bound in chains and encircled by the armored ponies. One of them stepped forward, speaking to some pony just behind me.
We caught her in iron-shod firearms, red-hoofed, trying to steal the schematics for the anti-machine rifle.
The zebra protested her mistreatment.
I haven't broken any rule. I was invited there, you fool.
Her exotic accent was like Zenith's, and I recognized the odd rhyming that seemed to flow in all her speech. Lowering her voice loudly, Zecora asked the lead pony,
So are you always such a tool?
I knew it!
cried an equally familiar voice from behind me. The pink party pony advanced into view, glaring daggers at the zebra.
And to think I let you trick us into trusting you! You trickster!
Zecora looked hurt. Pinkie Pie didn't relent, breaking into a furious sing-song.
She's an evil enchantress! She does evil dances!
Pinkie Pie, you have me wrong. I am not like your foolish song.
Don't even try to entrance me, Zecora! Never again!
Pinkie Pie turned from her, scowling. It was the first time I had really seen the mayor of the Ministry of Morale angry, and it was terrifying. In a low voice, she grumbled,
I hope you really like rocks.
Pinkie Pie looked up at me, then jabbed a hoof towards two of the armored Pegasi on my right.
You! Help escort my old friend!
Pinkie Pie hissed the words between clenched teeth.
To the convoy! Zecora will be spending the rest of her life as a guest of Shattered Hoof. Tell them that I want all the zebra's memories. Don't be too gentle!
The two Pegasi on my right rushed to obey.
Pinkie Pie pointed her hoof at me.
You! With me!
The pink earth pony stomped back up the steps and into what I assumed was a ministry building. My host turned and trotted after her, following behind Pinkie Pie as she crossed the dark and spacious lobby towards the elevators. Under her breath, Pinkie Pie continued to sing venomously.
She'll mix up an evil brew and swallow you up in a big tasty stew.
She stopped singing in the elevator, which was good since the song would have clashed unpleasantly with the lullaby version of March of the Paris Sprites that was playing inside the lift. Pinkie Pie turned and pushed all the buttons simultaneously with her rump. The elevator took us directly to a large office
With a huge plate glass window that looked out over...
Canterlot. Pinkie Pie strode dangerously into the middle of the room, then turned, fixing me with the sort of malevolent expression that made me think she might carve me up and bake me into a cupcake. Then, in a magical instant, she broke into a huge smile that seemed to light up the room. She waved a hoof in a sweeping bow, her voice bursting with joy.
Acting!
The aging pink earth pony collapsed onto the floor in a fit of giggles.
Best prank ever!
My host humped and trotted over to the window, looking down below.
The eyes-forward sparkle started identifying ponies and wagons in the street below.
The convoy carrying Zecora to Shattered Hoof was already rolling out, under a light guard supplemented by the two Pegasi in magically powered armor. I felt myself lift the visor. In the window, my reflective face was blue, with magenta eyes and a shock of rainbow-colored hair matted between them. Pinkie Pie's reflection appeared on the window next to me.
Zecora's gonna be all right,
she asked, a note of true concern in her voice.
won't she, Dashi?
I saw and felt my host nod. She's been with the best trainers the Ministry of Awesome has. I wouldn't let this move forward if it were otherwise.
Pinkie Pie nodded and turned her stare to the convoy below. It was already 2 blocks away. Pinkie Pie paused,
Lifting her left forehoof and wiggling it.
Huh.
Rainbow Dash ignored this, eyes narrowing. Extraction by traitorous zebra sympathizers in 3.
2.
Pinkie Pie looked back down, excited.
Ooh! Zecora's gonna make such a good spy!
1. There was a flash down below as the first wagon in the prisoner convoy exploded. Dark figures rushed in from all sides amidst flashes of muzzle fire. Rainbow Dash pushed down the visor.
And here we go.
I sat in the apartment common room, trying to float small objects. I had made it up to levitating a pack of bubble gum, which honestly was the only thing I imagined the package was good for anymore.
Who would even try to eat 200-year-old bubblegum? Over breakfast, a meal which in content was indistinguishable from dinner, the conversation had turned towards more open introductions and an attempt by the others to get to know Zenith a little better, in return for regaling her with stories of our adventures over the past 5 weeks.
I have never seen a bloodwing,
Zenith admitted.
but I have seen the desiccated husks their preying leaves behind. Still, wouldn't a missile be a little excessive for killing one?
Steelhooves ain't never been one for underkill. The ghoul snorted.
You should talk. Tell her about your solution to the alicorns chasing us through Manhattan.
Actually,
Velvet Remedy interrupted.
I think it's Zenith's turn to share.
She gave the zebra an encouraging look and suggested,
Why don't you tell us a little about where you learned those brewing skills of yours?
Velvet was purposefully suggesting tales of a time that must have been before Philadelphia, steering the zebra's memories and our conversation away from more dangerous and hurtful paths. Zenith hesitated, but relented as the silence stretched out.
I learned of brewing potions and remedies both mundane and magical from my grandparents. In their youth, they had been adventurers of sorts, prying into all the forbidden places, even delving into the ever-free forest in search of the hut of Zecora, and braving Lookout Plateau that rises above the dark fumes of Froggy Bottom Bog, along the vilest stretch of the Ponytomic, searching out old recipes and lore of zebra kind that had been over a century lost. It is from them that I learned the ways and tales of the zebra people, or as much as I know of them.
I looked up from my task of stacking bubblegum and bullets into a tiny fort. Somehow, the idea of the zebras as equestrian scavengers not unlike myself was surprising. I don't know what I had expected. Something more military and uniquely zebra, I guessed.
My great-grandparents were amongst the survivors of Stable 3, as were most zebras in the equestrian wasteland. As is typical for youth, my grandparents rebelled against their parents' ways and sought to learn more about the zebras beyond the tales passed down through oral tradition since the sealing.
I didn't need clarification on what the sealing was. No pony who lived in a stable would. But I did wish to know more about the stable whose floor plan I had in my pit book. Stable 3? Steelhooves grunted.
The Let's Get Along stable.
He snorted derisively. I saw Velvet's ears perk at that.
It was clearly an experimental stable.
Steelhooves rumbled.
Virtually all of the zebra citizens of Equestria were randomly assigned to Stable 3. They would have made up half of the stable's population.
Zenith frowned at the unpleasantness of the interruption, but nodded at Steelhooves' assessment.
It was long before even my grandparents' time, but the stories passed down say that the overmares told all in the stable why they had been chosen, and why the stable had no text of history or posters of current events.
Ah, instead of altering things, Scootaloo and her friends had simply filtered out as much of the Ministry of Image's influence as possible. Velvet Remedy questioned.
Overmares? Plural?
Zenith nodded.
One pony and one zebra.
My experience with stables was clawing at the back of my mind. Still, if there were survivors, what went wrong?
Why would you assume something went wrong?
Zenith gave me a questioning look.
Zebras and ponies can live together quite harmoniously if each gives the other the opportunity.
Steelhooves again provided the answer I was looking for.
Stable 3 was built within the limits of the one city in Equestria with more than a hoofful of zebras.
He informed us.
Canterlot.
Oh no. Zenith saw my expression and nodded glumly.
Not even the stables could hold back the pink cloud forever. Stable 3 lasted over a century before the cloud ate its way inside. Within a generation or more, those who still could were forced to unseal the door and flee. Many did not survive the exposure. My great-grandparents were amongst those who did. You killed a dragon?
Zenith stared between Calamity and me, her eyes wide. They narrowed as she asked me,
Is this true? Or is this revenge for Doom Bunny? Doom Bunny?
Velvet Remedy asked curiously. Calamity pulled a book from his saddlebags. I'm guessing something to do with this. I focused, trying to wrap the book in a field of magic. I broke a sweat.
but the book dutifully floated over to me on a cushion of levitating energy. Martial Arts of the Zebra, announced the title. Where did you find this? I asked, as I flipped the book open to the contents page.
Filing cabinet at the station,
Calamity said matter-of-factly.
Strangely, it was under P.
I shrugged that off. The prologue spoke of the zebra's rich history of martial artistry, from the many fighting styles that had been perfected over centuries, such as Fallen Caesar style, to newer ones. The newest of which had only been in existence for a couple years at the time this pre-apocalyptic book had been written, and focused on drug-enhanced martial prowess, Doom Bunny style. The book's author spoke ill of it for having undefined influences from the lands of the ponies. I closed the book, intending to read it later. Zenith tapped a hoof in thought.
Little Pip, with your permission, there is some place I would like us to go. I understand that there are other matters pressing, but this is important to me.
Of course Wait, how come this is my decision? I looked to the others. Why do you ponies keep acting like I'm the leader?
Little Pip's right.
Calamity neighed.
Anyway, we do have more pressing matters, so I think we should first hear that plan. What's next?
I nodded thankfully and laid out the plan. We need to go to Stabletech headquarters first. I have something that Elder Blueberry Saber wants, and I plan to use it to barter for access to the Stabletech mainframe. Steelhooves whinnied questioningly. Red-Eye is building a fortress called the Cathedral, where Stable 101 used to be. I figure the Stabletech mainframe has record of the location of all the stables, so that's the fastest way to find out where Red-Eye's main base is located. I looked to Calamity. After that, I say we fly as fast as we can to Timpani Tower and begin an evacuation.
Calamity smirked and turned to Zenith. I'm sorry for interrupting, just proving a point. Now go on with what you were asking.
I blinked, lost. Huh? What point? Zenith gave her own smirk back, answering kindly.
I believe you just demonstrated to everyone but yourself why you are the leader.
I stared. What did she... Oh, fuck! I shot Calamity a dark look, but the buck just grinned. Luna clopped me with her wings.
You could go yourself.
Steelhooves suggested to Zenith, as non-nastily as he could. Zenith nodded.
Yes, but the journey would be long and dangerous alone. I would prefer to arrive later than not at all.
She looked to me.
Although should you refuse, then I will take my leave as soon as your travels bring us within a few days of my destination.
I nodded. I wanted to immediately agree, but it seemed wise to ask. Where do you need to go?
I need to return to my tribal home. The village that had been mine and my family's until stern slavers descended upon it.
Your family?
My parents and husband were slain in the fight. My daughter...
The zebra choked before plowing on.
My daughter was too young for stern slave pits, and not a pony, so she had no place in Red Eye's schools. So Stern left her there, along with the other children.
Velvet Remedy whimpered, shedding the tears that the zebra seemed unable or unwilling to. My own thoughts traveled back to the words of one of the raiders in Shattered Hoof, speaking about how her own town had been treated to the same, with the children left behind to fend for themselves. She had fled into the life of a raider, to escape the horror her town had descended into under the rule of slaughter-scarred bullies and traumatized children.
It was long ago. Years. I doubt my daughter would know me should she still survive.
Zena's face was sorrowful, but her voice was steady.
Any claim I had as her guide and guardian I lost in the years since. I only wish to know. You really shouldn't be going anywhere.
Velvet Remedy chided as we made our way towards the Stabletech building, itself walled off from the rest of Philadelphia like Stern City in miniature.
Except to a medical clinic for a week or two of recovery.
She was probably right, but we couldn't afford a week. I felt guilty for having selfishly stolen most of a day for resting. But once my magic had grown strong enough to lift little Macintosh, I knew it was time to move. A small family of scavengers spotted us on the street and scurried for cover. It hurt to think that ponies once greeted each other as they passed on the street. That cheer and open neighborliness had once been the social norm. In the equestrian wasteland, a stranger pony was met with guarded suspicion, assessed first for threat potential. I gave the scavengers a smile and a friendly hoof wave as we passed. It wasn't returned as they cringed, the adults hiding the younger ponies behind them, weapons ready should we attack like a band of raiders. I hated the equestrian wasteland, especially Philadelphia.
Oh my!
Velvet Remedy burst out, eyes wide with wonder.
Aren't you just magnificent?
She trotted quickly ahead of us. Firelight was perched on the fountain statue of Sweetie Belle, glowing brilliantly. She had bled off most of the endowment from the Philadelphia crater, but her aura was still 5 times her size, lighting up the Steel Ranger's outer courtyard with golden radiance. My heart went out to the Balefire Phoenix, immensely grateful for her companionship when I was behind the wall. I too began to trot towards her, a tear in my eye. My pip-buck started clicking, informing me that being in Pyrelight's vicinity was even less healthy than bathing in Philadelphia water. I drew up short and watched as Velvet Remedy floated a bottle of Radsafe from a saddle box. She downed more than the recommended dose before trotting right up to the radioactive bird and nuzzling her gently. Firelight cooed. Well, at least Velvet Remedy wasn't spending nearly as much time inside the Fluttershy orb since Firelight joined us. I had mixed feelings about the trade.
All the ponies in this crowd are crazy,
Zenith muttered as she walked past me. I moved up to Zenith. This building belongs to the Steel Rangers. I think maybe it's not so safe for you to come in with us. Would you mind waiting outside? It won't be alone, and I hope it won't be for long.
Zenith considered me. And whom did you intend to keep me company?
I knew I needed Calamity's combat prowess backing me up, just in case my meeting with Blueberry Saber went south. And not only did I want a Steel Ranger at my side for diplomatic reasons, I didn't trust him alone with Zenith quite yet. Velvet Remedy, on the other hoof, would enjoy having some time with Firelight, and I certainly wasn't taking the glowing ball of regal radiation in with me. I told Zenith my decision. The zebra nodded.
As you wish. I will remain here with Unicorn Fluttershy and her Balefire Doom Bunny.
Okie dokie Loki.
Perhaps you could work on that brew you offered me?
I suggested, taking a plunge. I wanted to show the zebra my trust and give her something to do while we were gone that she would find productive. I didn't really want to be altered. I had a hard enough time entering the memories of folk whose bodies were significantly different than my own. I didn't know how well I could handle living in one. But Zenith was right. Red-Eye had his own advantages. I had to at least seriously consider putting my squeamishness aside and taking those offered to me. Zenith smiled.
As you wish.
Those fires I reported yesterday appear to be the work of Red-Eye's private army. Griffins sporting the Slaver King's colors were spotted flying over the far side of the Everfree Forest, carrying incinerators. But where any other woods would be consumed in flame by now, these fires are spreading extremely slowly. Looks to me like the Everfree Forest is fighting back. DJ Pone3's voice came out of the wall speakers in the Stable-Tech Visitors Lounge. We listened as I waited impatiently. And the last bit of news for all of you faithful listeners. Looks like Red-Eye set his sights on Timpani Tower. Fortunately for the folks in that place, it's built like a fortress. And the only entrance is both well-defended and tricky to access. The ponies of Timpani Tower are barricaded inside, safe and sound for now. There's plenty of stockpiled food and water, and the new constable chief is doing her best to organize rationing. So they should be able to hold out until help arrives. I jumped to my hooves at that.
No,
I shouted at the speaker.
they're not trying to invade. They're trying to seal you in.
And now for something a bit unusual. I don't normally read mail on the air, but I have a personal message here from my assistant Homage to the Stable Dweller. Ahem. Dearest little Pip. Aw, now ain't that sweet? I think some pony has a crush. Dearest little Pip, I know things sound bad here, and I know it's your nature to try to rush to our rescue. But we're okay for now, and you have more pressing matters closer to home. Do what you need to do. Take care of them first. Then later, we can meet where we met before. And I promise to give you so many orgasms. Oh! Well, now that's not something I'm comfortable reading on the air. I think I'll be having a little talk with my assistant. Meanwhile, here are the silky smooth tones of Velvet Remedy, singing about what gets her through life in this post-apocalyptic wasteland. I stared at the speaker, my body locked up, my jaw on the floor, heat rushing to my face and other places. Velvet Remedy's beautiful voice poured through the speaker, replacing the voice of DJ Pone 3, but I barely heard it. What I meant to say was, I can't believe she just did that. What I actually said was closer to, eee! Calamity snickered, tears in his eyes, then collapsed onto his back in laughter.
What do you mean the Elder isn't here?
The Elder has been called away on an urgent crusade and is not available, Night Poppy Seed claimed. However, she said that in case you should return, I may receive what you have recovered. I stomped.
I was under the impression that these things were important to you ponies. Or at least to her, considering I risked my life for them and all.
She wasn't actually expecting you to survive.
Steelhooves deciphered. From his tone, he wanted a few words with the Elder himself. I glowered at the mare in magically powered armor.
Fine. I can report that Red Eye's research into bypass spells has been destroyed.
I hadn't scavenged any of it, and would not have given it to these ponies even if I had. But I did know that at least part of the research had been successfully completed. I could tell her that, but really? Fuck these ponies.
I recovered the schematics to the radiation-powered engine, and I'm ready to turn them over to you.
After having made copies, but I didn't feel the need to tell her that. I had no problem giving the Steel Rangers this technology. I intended to give it out to any pony with a chance of implementing it. This was the sort of step forward that all Equestria could potentially benefit from, but not if it was being jealously guarded by only a few. That said, I'd be damned if I wasn't going to get something in return this time.
In exchange for access to the Stable-Tech mainframe.
Night Poppyseed sputtered at that. I'm sorry? No, there is no way. Calamity stepped up next to me, fixing her with a dangerous stare. I reckon we ain't exactly asking. Y'all owe Little Pip, and we're taking payment. Now why don't we do it all friendly-like? The Nightmare looked to Steelhooves for support.
I am a Star Paladin.
My armor-encased companion reminded her smoothly.
In the absence of the Elder, I am the ranking ranger on this base, and I order you to take us to the Stable-Tech mainframe.
He turned his stare to me.
I will personally make sure Little Pip doesn't access any information vital to the security of the Steel Rangers, or the Ministry of Wartime Technology.
Night Poppyseed nickered, but turned obediently and began to lead. Permission to speak freely, sir.
No.
The room was cold and dark, save for the blinking lights of the mainframe. From the locks on the door, the turrets outside, and the hoofprints in the dust, I could tell this room was not only restricted, but rarely entered. I hoofed the light switch, but the room remained dark. I turned on my pip-buck lamp and looked around. The spotlight on Steelhooves' helmet hummed softly to life. Cutting a beam of light through the darkness, he followed me in. Instead of moving directly for the mainframe, I allowed my curiosity to drag me around the huge basement room. At the far end was a huge, gear-shaped door of a stable. It rested against the open doorway, not attached. By removing my saddlebags, I was barely able to shimmy through the entrance. According to the number, this was Stable 0. Beyond stretched the rooms and hallways of a stable maintenance wing, but the hallways dead-ended into shallow caverns of dirt. The rooms were unfinished. Toolboxes and construction equipment lay scattered everywhere. Several sections of the walls and ceilings had collapsed. In one corner, I found the curled-up skeleton of an earth pony. The floor around the pony was littered with empty bottles. I shook my head as I noticed the liquor had been Applejack. There was a black opal laying on the floor next to the tattered remains of a recollector. The lower bone of the earth pony's left foreleg wore an early model pip-buck. I plugged my pip-buck into it and found a single audio recording. Sitting down, I let it begin to play. The voice on the recording was soft, almost overwhelmed by the background noise of sirens and bombardment.
I don't really know what to say, or for that matter, who I'm saying it to. The good news is that Sweetie Belle's got my family safe and sound and stable too. I don't know where Scootaloo's at, but I'm glad she's not.
A particularly loud roar drowned out everything else, followed by the sounds of metal and concrete collapsing within the unfinished stable as a maelstrom devoured the city above.
Philadelphia was just hit. That's it then. It's all over. Every pony's dead. except for the ones we could save. Celestia, damn it, Applejack! Couldn't you have stopped this from happening? Could any pony have stopped this?
I heard a furious clicking. I checked my pip buck, but the radiation meter was safely in the green.
No. I didn't mean that. Ain't Applejack's fault. Hey, it's more my fault than hers, and I know I ain't supposed to feel that way. But I do sometimes. And I guess it don't really matter anymore. Every pony's dead now. I'm dead now. I didn't survive the mega spell just 'cause I lived through the blast. We never even got the door on. Radiation will kill me.
The clicking was coming from the recording.
I just wanted to tell any pony listening that I'm sorry. Even if it's not my fault all those kids are dead, I'm still sorry. I tried to make up for it. I really did.
Steelhooves was calling for me. I'm fine, I called back, wiping tears from my eyes. I'll be out in just a minute. Before worming my way back out, I knelt down and picked up the memory orb in my teeth. Once back in the basement proper, I put the orb in my saddlebags and proceeded to the Stable-Tech mainframe. The mainframe was a tricky hack, but either I had grown more skilled or Pinkie Pie's had been easier. I downloaded all the information I could on the various stables and began sifting through it for the one piece of information that interested me most, the location of Stable 101. I found it, and the answer surprised me. Once I was reunited with all my friends outside of the Steel Ranger Citadel, having given Night Poppyseed the schematics I had promised in return, I told everyone what I had learned. Stable 101 was built within the Everfree Forest itself. The looks and gasps were exactly what I expected. Apparently, there used to be an old castle on a safe patch of land in the middle of the place. That's where Stable-Tech built their last completed stable. Zenith was the first to make a particular connection.
So Red-Eye is building his fortress in the middle of the Everfree Forest, and is burning down the forest around it. Why?
Hard to maintain a growing army in a place where the wildlife wants to disembowel you and suck the juices, I'd imagine.
Calamity theorized. Agriculture, I answered with my own guess. You said it yourself, Calamity. The Everfree Forest was never hit by a megaspell. As far as cropland goes, the Everfree Forest is one of the few places that isn't poisoned with radiation or taint. Zenith agreed with my line of thought.
And after the burning, the soil will be rich with nutrients from the ashes.
She looked grim, slipping unconsciously into the sort of rhyming speech I was used to hearing from Zecora.
I worked for months recycling flamer fuel for Stern. Clearly he was stockpiling plenty for this burn.
And when he's done, he'll put up a wall around the whole place and have complete control over the food.
Steelhooves agreed, glancing back towards the wall that Red-Eye had erected around 2/3 of the city.
It's what he does.
Do you think she'll like it? Applebloom asked, fretting over an exquisite model of an almost monastic walled village. The design looked familiar. I had seen the remains of this model on display outside of Elder Blueberry Saber's chambers.
She'll love it,
I felt and heard myself say. The voice was not immediately familiar and completely lacked the country drawl of the younger mare. This Applebloom, dressed in the manner of formal attire that she had not yet grown comfortable with, was no older than me. Do you think she'll like the crenulations?
She'll love the crenulations, my host assured her gently. The crenulations are fine.
How about the moon in the center courtyard? Maybe I should have gone with the full moon rather than a crescent moon?
She'll love the moon. The moon is fine.
Applebloom trotted nervously around the table, eyeing the model from every angle. The room we stood in was a glowing white marble with flowing curtains and golden filigree in all the accents. If we weren't in a palace, then some pony had gone to great lengths to give the impression of one. How about the tower? Is it too short? Or maybe it's too tall? Applebloom hoofed her ears in frustration. I don't even know if Princess Luna likes towers. I did not ask that earlier. My host let out a long, suffering whinny.
She'll love the towers. The towers are very nice.
Applebloom reacted like she'd been struck. Nice? But they need to be perfect. Applebloom's agitation was strong enough that she nearly hovered. I thought the young mare could spontaneously combust from stress.
Calm down, child. I'm sure Princess Luna will love all of it.
I felt myself smile as soothing words came from my muzzle.
Princess Celestia wanted the greatest architect in all of Equestria for this project, and she made sure she got it.
Applebloom quaked a moment, then calmed with a breath.
Thank you again, Uncle Orange, for accompanying me to meet with the princess. I don't think I could have done this on my own.
You're doing a far sight better than your sister ever managed, but try to watch the country drawl. Remember, sound sophisticated, and you show every pony that you are sophisticated.
Yes, Uncle Orange. I'll remember.
Applebloom returned to fretting, but more subdued fretting.
You should be proud, Uncle Orange said encouragingly. This is the sort of project that will make you renowned across all of Equestria.
Applebloom simply nodded. The fame didn't seem to interest her. However,
with the bits I get from this, I'll be able to expand my business. Hire more help. Maybe start looking into other sorts of designs.
She looked up with a smile.
Scootaloo says she'd like to invest now that Red Racer is doing so well. Maybe build a company together.
Applebloom's voice fell away. Another presence entered the room. An exalted one. My host dropped gracefully into a bow. Applebloom swiftly followed his example. I was in the company of a goddess. Not one of those blasphemous pseudo-goddess alicorn monsters. I found myself kneeling before the goddess of the sun, whom I'd prayed to since I was a little filly, Celestia herself. She was majestic beyond description. A tall, white, proper alicorn, whose mane and tail flowed with color, her flank emblazoned with the symbol of the sun itself. She was graceful, kind, and altogether sovereign.
Please, she addressed us graciously. Rise, my little ponies. It is a joy to see you.
As my host stood, Princess Celestia, squee, moved around the table, eyeing the model favorably.
So, this is to be Luna's new academy?
Applebloom nodded nervously, unable to speak.
It looks lovely.
Applebloom squeaked.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Celestia's ears perked.
Ah, and here she comes. If you would be so kind as to let me speak first. Of course, Your Majesty,
my host said quickly. Celestia turned, and both Applebloom and her uncle followed the glorious princess's gaze. Princess Luna walked in between two curtains. Her dark blue colors looked striking, yet starkly out of place in the rest of the palace. She was much smaller than her regal older sister, or for that matter, than the pseudo-goddesses. Almost the size of a normal pony. While Princess Celestia was resplendent, Princess Luna struck me as cute. The sort of cute that I would have impure thoughts about if the pony in my head wasn't already too busy bouncing around Pinkie Pie style and letting off a barrage of squeeing noises. Sister, you called for me.
Yes, Luna dear, I've been thinking about that school of magic you've been proposing. And I've decided to send all your students to the moon.
Luna froze, her mouth hung open, then closed slowly.
You wouldn't.
I could see the gears in her head start spinning again.
And you couldn't.
Without the elements of harmony, you don't have anywhere near that kind of power, dear sister. What was going on here? Applebloom, apparently either not quite in on the joke, or simply unable to see Luna made uncomfortable, quickly spoke up.
She means Crescent Moon Canyon.
Princess Celestia smiled but tilted her head towards Applebloom, with a look that suggested that the regal princess hadn't wanted the young architect to spill that quite yet. Princess Luna shot her sister a look, then moved to the table, her eyes going wide.
This?
She looked up with tears in her eyes.
This is going to be the Luna Academy for Young Unicorns? A magical school of my very own, just like yours?
Princess Celestia smiled and nuzzled her younger sister.
Happy birthday, little sister.
Applebloom's mouth hung open until my host tapped his own with a hoof. Blushing, she waved a hoof over the model.
Princess Celestia has given.
She paused, looking up at the princess to make sure it was okay to speak. Princess Celestia smiled with a nod and softness in her eyes.
us Little Horn Valley in the Crescent Moon Canyon to build on. It's isolated far away from any dangers.
Or any villages, Princess Luna noted, giving her sister a gentler look, but a look nonetheless. And far away from Canterlot and your own school. Princess Celestia nodded. I want you to have this fairly, without ponies making the comparisons they would if the schools were side by side, and without the students being distracted by rivalry. The princess flicked her gaze to Apple Bloom as she added, and I know you were considering Ponyville, but I didn't want young colts and fillies wandering off into the Everfree Forest. Luna rolled her eyes. Come on, big sister. No filly is foolish enough to go wandering around that place. I have faith in my students. Apple Bloom was making the sort of face that suggested she really wanted to be someplace else. The only thing within a day's wagon ride of Little Horn are some zebra jungles. Yes, Princess Celestia nodded. There will be friendly zebras not far away if they need assistance. And soon several of your students will have baby dragons of their own. So if any pony needs to contact you, you will only be a sneeze away. We were airborne between Philadelphia and Manhattan. As much as I wanted to go straight to Timpani Tower, the warning that DJ Pone 3 had sent me was at the front of my thoughts, so I had directed Calamity to take us to Junction R7 first. If something nasty was brewing in Shattered Hoof, something that Homage thought I needed to take care of first, then I wasn't going to waste any time. That still left me a lot of time to think, and most of that time was spent thinking about the memory orb I had found beside poor Apple Bloom's skeleton. My inner pony had taken over a day to stop dancing at having seen the goddesses, and it was almost harder to prevent myself from reliving the memory over and over than it was fight the urge for party time mentals. And at least with the latter, I had the help of simply not carrying any to take. The cravings came without an easy way to sate them, but this... I couldn't throw away a memory orb of the goddesses. It deserved to be enshrined. I momentarily played with the idea of taking the cathedral for myself, wanting to transform it into a temple to Celestia and Luna with the memory orb as a sacred relic.
It was a silly daydream.
And it passed. I also caught myself revisiting the notion of Luna clopping me with her wings, only this time as a fantasy rather than a swear. I caught myself before my imagination could get too far, and punished myself by banging my head repeatedly against the side of the Sky Bandit until Calamity threatened to land. It took a while before other implications of what I had seen started to sink in. Little Horn. It was a name I had heard before in several contexts, but Watcher's words stood out.
The massacre at Little Horn broke Princess Celestia's heart. After that, nearly midway through the war, Princess Celestia decided she wasn't the right pony to lead Equestria anymore. So she stepped down, abdicated her position to her sister, Princess Luna.
I looked around. Velvet Remedy was lost inside the Fluttershy memory orb once more. Hirelight, her aura merely twice her size, had cradled herself against Velvet's left shoulder and was snoring loftily. I shared the Sky Bandit with Steelhooves and Zenith. Calamity was ahead, pulling us. Well, if there was any pony who would know, it was Steelhooves. What happened at Little Horn? Steelhooves and Zenith both stared at the question. They looked at each other before Steelhooves answered me simply.
Disaster.
I shivered, knowing I didn't really want to hear this, but part of me needed to. Tell me.
Little Horn was a school. Unicorn fillies and colts, many of whom were too young to even have their cutie marks, lived there, being trained by some of the best of Equestria's magicians.
Steelhooves started slowly.
One evening, around twilight, a little over 9 years into the war, a zebra convoy rolled into Little Horn Valley. 24 zebra legionnaires and 3 large covered wagons. When they didn't respond to peaceful overtures, the matron of the school activated the school's defenses.
They didn't know your language, Zenith abruptly interrupted. They weren't frontline soldiers. It was a refugee convoy. Mares and small zebra children just trying to get out of the killing zone.
I know that,
Steelhooves shot back harshly.
They realized that when the first wagon was struck and they saw the dead. But by then it was too late.
He turned to me.
It was too late. The zebra convoy had assassins wearing zebra stealth cloaks.
They had one, Zenith corrected. A father whose family was killed in your school surprise attack.
They only needed one.
Steelhooves growled.
The school was full of children, and the zebras set off a gas bomb inside. It was Canterlot in miniature. The striped bastards killed every pony in Little Horn.
I felt myself crying.
Okay, please. I don't want to hear any more.
They weren't paying attention to me. But then, I wasn't being very assertive. I was still numb with heartache. Little Horn had been the turning point of the war, and the pony in my mind was realizing with tearful slowness how Little Horn had rippled out to destroy every pony it touched. I began to understand. The architect Applebloom's sense of guilt and how it steered her choices. And that would have been nothing compared to the guilt and sorrow of them Princess Celestia, who had herself chosen the location. Or the effects on Princess Luna, whose beloved students were the ones slaughtered to the last.
It was after Little Horn that the damn zebras went totally manticore shit. Every fight became one to annihilation of one side or the other. We struck one wagon, and yes, it was a mistake. They massacred hundreds of small children, and then went completely insane over it.
That had nothing to do with Little Horn,
Zenith said solemnly.
The war had changed. It wasn't about coal or gemstones anymore.
Coal and gemstones? Then that made a lot of sense. Zebras weren't like unicorns. They couldn't cast spells or use magic directly. They had to brew it into potions, infuse into fetishes, or otherwise bind it into objects to get their magic to work. And with the possible exception of soul jars, gemstones were the ultimate receptacle for magical enhancement. Any society advancing through arcane sciences would require trains full of gems. That was easy for ponies. We had lands rich with them, rock farms for growing them. But if the zebra lands didn't have gems, but they did have coal... I was pulled out of my mental distraction when Steelhooves advanced on Zenith.
Then you admit your whole damn species had a fucking mental break.
Not mine,
Zenith insisted.
We saw that you ponies had fallen under the influence of the stars. No quarter could be given and no mercy expected from a nation under the sway of cosmic evil.
What?
I mouthed what Steelhooves screamed.
Did you or did you not choose to follow the champion of the evil stars, Nightmare Moon?
What? Are you... what?
Steelhooves turned, stomping and pacing, until Calamity once again threatened to land the Sky Bandit and give us all a talking to.
Wait,
I said slowly.
are you saying that the reason the war got so bad is because zebras couldn't tell the difference between Princess Luna and Nightmare Moon?
From a struggle over resources to holy war in 10 seconds flat.
They're not the same fucking pony.
Steelhooves screamed at Zenith, although more now because he couldn't scream at the zebras of the past.
We weren't following Nightmare Moon any more than Princess Celestia imprisoned Luna on the fucking moon for 1,000 years.
The Steel Ranger was shaking.
They are not the same.
Velvet Remedy had come out of the Fluttershy orb and was looking on in confusion. Steelhooves turned to the two of us and barked.
Tell her.
They are not the same,
I said firmly, then took note of the silence beside me. I turned to look towards Velvet Remedy.
Honestly,
she whispered,
I was never really clear on that myself. I always figured it was some kind of psychotic break.
Oh.
Steelhooves sounded murderous, which, considering this was Steelhooves, actually scared me.
Psychotic breaks don't come with physical transformations.
I nodded in firm agreement. Unless you were Pinkie Pie's hair, I thought, remembering that weird change at the end of her argument with Twilight Sparkle. Steelhooves visibly shook. His voice changed from an angered yell to a low, even blade.
Then there was never any real chance of diplomacy after that, was there?
I could tell that behind his visor his eyes were locked on Zenith's.
The invitation to Shattered Hoof Ridge for peace talks. There were never going to be any peace talks, were there?
Zenith's ears flattened. She tried to be reasonable, apparently realizing that this was no longer even an unfriendly argument.
I wasn't there. Please remember that these were other people. Zebras and ponies alike, not us.
Answer the question.
Zenith looked away.
From the tales I have been told,
she sighed sadly,
peace was what was hoped, but there could only be peace if Nightmare Moon was removed. Unfortunately, the pony sent the wrong princess to Shattered Hoof Ridge.
The night turned infinitely colder. I waited, my nerves on edge, for what Steelhooves would do. With a final growl, Steelhooves removed himself to the farthest end of the Sky Bandit and crouched down, pretending to sleep. Which I knew he didn't, but I thankfully played along.
Y'all okay back there now?
Calamity called back. My answer echoed Steelhooves' answer to Night Poppy Seed. No. We picked up the signal near within an hour of settling down at Junction R7. It wasn't from Shattered Hoof. Made a distress call from Stable-Tech Stable 2. Message begins. The mechanized voice gave way to one I had written off ever hearing again. The voice of our Overmare.
Little Pip, Velvet Remedy, if either of you can hear this, I pray you're still alive, still out there to hear this. Please, if you, or if any friendly pony can hear this. Stable 2 is under attack. We don't know who they are or where they came from, but they have somehow opened the front door and they are killing every pony inside. I've evacuated all the survivors into the security in Overmare's wing, but now that we are cut off from the orchard, we are running out of food. The invaders seem content to wait us out. If you can hear this, please save us.
My blood turned to ice. I analyzed the signal. The broadcast was being piped through the same transmitter that the father of a dying cult had once tapped into from the cistern under the big Macintosh Memorial. The mechanical voice returned. Home! Message repeats. This is an automated distress call from Stable-Tech Stable 2. Message begins. Oh, goddesses!
Calamity, turn now! We have to get to Stable 2, fast!
Lil Pip, I'm about to collapse here. What's the...
I pulled up my earbloom and played the message aloud. Within 10 words, Calamity was already banking and pulling us onto our new heading.
No.
Steelhooves whispered.
Damn them, no.
I swiveled towards my Steel Ranger friend.
No what?
And then I realized what Crusade Elder Blueberry Saber had rushed off to the moment I was out of the way.
I'm sorry, Little Pip. I did everything I could to make them believe taking Stable 2 was a mistake. I have been for decades. But after you two showed up, and they realized there was still a functional stable down there.
This was your mission?
I strode forward, my glare alone almost strong enough to disintegrate the Earth Pony ghoul.
Assess if Stable 2 could be safely taken?
He cringed back from me.
I even tried giving them Stable 29 instead.
I rocked on my hooves, my mind teetering on the edge of a dark chasm as I struggled to remember if, in my own hack of Stable 29's entrance, I might have left clues that the tech-savvy agents of the Ministry of Wartime Technology could have used to figure their way through my own stable's door. Velvet Remedy wrapped a hoof about me, holding me back.
If the Steel Rangers are assaulting our home,
she said with steel in her voice,
we might need him. Or maybe it's best we just drop you off here,
Calamity called back, fixing Steelhooves with an even stare.
'Cause I'm heading to Stable 2, and when I get there, I'm planning to kill me a whole lot of Steel Rangers.
Footnote, level up. New perk, Bone Strengthening Brew. With this perk, your limbs only receive 50% of the damage they normally would. Note, Bone Strengthening Brew and the Cybernetic Implant perk Adamantium Bone Lacing are mutually exclusive. Chapter 28. The Hour of the Wolf. This is Steel Ranger's level murder here. Rage. Burning, explosive rage. In the moment, I realized that the Steel Rangers had invaded my home, were killing the ponies inside. I saw red like I never had before. My nerves were hot, electric. I wanted to strike out, to slaughter the fuckers, to rip them apart from the inside out, and keep stomping until they were nothing but paste under my hooves. But my enemies, the murderers who were defiling my home, were not here. It would be hours, even at Calamity's best speed, before we would make it to Stable 2. I wanted to hurt some pony now. My whole body and mind and soul screamed for justice and retribution. And if I couldn't have that, at least some pony to buck. but the only ponies around were my friends. So I stood there and raged in silence. And they were wise enough not to interfere.
Do you think I wanted this?
Steelhoof snapped, pacing through the interior of the Sky Bandit.
Stable 2 was home to Applejack's family. If anyone in the Apple family still lives, they live in there.
I ain't saying you wanted this,
Calamity shot back.
and I ain't saying you didn't do your darned best to stop it. I'm just saying your best weren't good enough.
The rust-colored Pegasus was pouring on the speed despite being at the point of exhaustion.
And now it's my turn.
Zenith watched the argument for once not being the focus of the shouting. She turned to Velvet Remedy, eyes large.
This is your home? You and the little one? Why did the Steel Rangers attack it?
Velvet Remedy shook her head. Each blink sent fresh tears down her charcoal cheeks. The wind whipped at her color-streaked white mane.
Resources, nothing more. All they see is a functional stable. In the very least, the water talisman is priceless. The apple orchard nearly so.
She closed her eyes, shuddering with a soft sob.
At most, they want it as a base.
My rage was beginning to ebb, the fire and fury unable to maintain itself without a direction to strike. I could feel numbness, sorrow, and horror lurking behind it, ready to overwhelm me once the inferno of anger burnt itself out.
You can't just prance in and start killing rangers.
Steelhoof stomped.
I don't see why not. Far as I can see, they're nothing more than a gang of high-tech raiders preying on the innocent.
Calamity kicked at his battle saddle, changing the ammo.
Ponies like that need to die, and I aim to kill 'em. It's my policy.
Steelhoof's turned to Velvet Remedy.
You talk to him.
And say what?
Velvet's voice was hard as steel. Steelhoof's grunted.
That it's suicide for a start.
He looked at us.
Do you ponies really think you can take on a few squads worth of knights and paladins in magical armor?
The ghoul's words hit home. The size of this was too much. Who knew how many Steel Rangers were down there, each with weapons and armor and combat experience, far in excess of our own? How was I going to save Stable 2? How could I fight that? I began to remember each and every pony I had grown up with. My teachers, my peers, each pony at my first and only slumber party. I felt myself being crushed under the weight of this responsibility. I couldn't breathe.
Y'all gonna be surprised just what we can do.
The armor-encased ghoul rounded on the Pegasus.
I'm on your side here.
Are you? I asked, finally breaking my silence. The others all turned, a collective gaze on Steelhooves. The Steel Ranger, the eternally obedient soldier buck, had been backed into a corner, forced to choose between his loyalty to us and his oath to them. If that was all it was, then I knew he would lose. But I had seen into his head, into his memories. Steelhoof's oath wasn't to the Ministry of Wartime Technology. It was to her, Applejack. And when it had come to defending her, there had never been a moral he considered sacred enough to let stand in his way. If that still held true, then we stood a chance. Steelhooves didn't answer. That was not a good sign. But such a decision was hard enough without being further forced. I didn't dare push him. I needed him. I needed all of them.
Well, that's just perfect,
Calamity groused.
Can you at least promise not to shoot us in the back when you do make up your mind?
I wanted to tell the Pegasus to shut up. I knew Calamity had a right to say that. And right now, he was the one going beyond the pale just to get us there. But if I had any chance of not letting Stable 2 down, not letting every pony I had ever known die, I needed my friends to pull together. We needed to be strong. Instead, I was drowning. And all about me, they were splintering apart under the tension. Velvet Remedy nickered deprecatingly.
Well, if we're making promises, maybe little Pip can promise that, if we win, she won't adopt any of them.
I stumbled, feeling sucker punched even as I was fighting to breathe.
Oh, come on, little Pip,
Velvet said, rolling her eyes.
It has not passed my notice that you have a habit of collecting ponies and now zebras who have nearly killed you.
She shook her mane.
I'll admit, I sometimes wonder if there isn't a part of you that is doing it to get back at me.
What? What the hell?
Well, aside from just being the one who patches you up every time you get yourself hurt, I'm also the one who is at least a little responsible for you getting trapped out here to begin with,
Velvet pointed out. Her normally beautiful voice sounded frayed. I could tell this was the return of nasty, bitchy Remedy, who dealt with the horrors around her by thinking poorly of her friends. I had really hoped we'd left this Remedy behind. But there she was, buried under the surface, just waiting for enough stress on the fault lines of Velvet's personality to set her free.
Are you sure there isn't a part of you that isn't trying to punish me by surrounding us with reminders of all the times you've nearly died out here? Whoa, Nellie!
Calamity looked back.
Is that how you think of me?
Oh, goddesses, please. I don't know if I can even do this with you. I can't do it without you.
Stop it, all of you! I stomped with all hooves shaking. We can't tear apart now. Our home! My home! They need us! What good are we to them if we're already bleeding to death when we get there?
Bits and shrews.
Calamity exclaimed.
You're right, Lil Pip. I'm sorry. As am I,
Velvet Remedy said. The good Velvet was, at least for now, back again.
I don't know what came over me. I guess I'm just not dealing with this well.
So,
Steelhooves inquired, his voice calm, as if the arguments had never happened.
do you have a plan?
I felt the wind blow through my coat and mane, ruffling my utility barding under saddle packs and armor plating. I looked at each of them, suddenly feeling very small. My eyes fell to Velvet. This can't just be my decision. Velvet, this was your home too. My eyes pleaded with her. Silently, I begged her to help me. Please, Velvet, please, don't let this be all on me. This is home. These are our ponies. I can't have whether they live or die be all on me. I just can't. Velvet returned my gaze. In her teary eyes, I saw a kindness that told me she understood, and that she would take as much of this burden from me as she could. Velvet turned to the others.
Steelhooves is right. I doubt we have the firepower to take on the Steel Rangers. And even if we do, we couldn't hope to without losses. So we look for an avenue of diplomacy first.
I nodded, weeping thankfully. Suddenly, I could breathe again. There was an odd orange glow on the horizon, like an angry dawn was approaching. But the glow was from the wrong direction, and they were many hours before the first hints of daylight. The sun and the moon had gone wild, raising and setting by their own whims. But even those whims seemed to have a clockwork precision. What are we looking at?
Fires,
Calamity answered.
That's out there's the ever-free forest. Looks like Red Eye's got the whole backside ablaze.
Zenith queried.
Do you think Red Eye's troops might be near stable too?
No, not a chance, Calamity answered.
Those fires are over a day away. Wouldn't make no sense for 'em to be anywhere near Ponyville.
I leaned against Velvet Remedy, using her soft body for physical support, drinking in the scent of her to calm myself. I was still trembling, trying to steady myself, fighting off waves of alternating rage and bleak sorrow. The stress was winding me up until I felt I would explode or shatter. Velvet Remedy was allowing herself the distraction of staring at the firelit cloud cover in the distance.
I remember when I left Stable 2. The cloud cover had breaks in it. I could see real sunlight. It was the most beautiful, warming thing. More beautiful than anything I had ever experienced in my life. I thought, if there is something as wonderful as this out here, then the outside can't be bad.
She chuckled sadly.
Haven't seen the sun like that again. Sometimes I wonder if that isn't why this world feels so dark and hopeless.
I remembered a similar break in the clouds pouring the soft light of Luna's moon down upon Monterey Jack and me as we faced off on the Ponyville Bridge. It seemed like a lifetime ago.
Yep,
Calamity replied, missing the art and soul of Velvet's comment.
The ever-free forest don't work properly. Peg and I have always had a tough time keeping the cloud cover over that place. It's like the clouds want to move, all on their own. Cloud curtain and the areas right up against it can get mighty patchworky sometimes.
Steelhooves was staring in the other direction, his visor gazing out into the darkness.
Finally, he admitted with a low rumble.
I don't understand why Elder Blueberry Saber is doing this.
I felt Velvet Remedy had covered that question fairly well earlier. Steelhooves let out a breath.
This is far outside her territory. Elder Blueberry Saber is the elder for the Philadelphia contingent of the Steel Rangers. Stable 2 technically falls under the purview of my elder and the Manhattan contingent.
Oh, they can't keep Philadelphia, I offered, feeling a fresh surge of fury as my thoughts touched on what must be happening every minute now. Red Eye keeps growing stronger. The Steel Rangers' position there is stagnant, if not weakening. I think Velvet's right about them needing a new base.
The ghoul nodded inside his armor.
Still, it should fall to Elder Cottage Cheese to take Stable 2. For him not to be there would be a considerable divergence from protocol, and to have 2 elders in the same place would be strategically unwise.
In front, Calamity whinnied, letting all legs hang in the air and sticking out his tongue with an expression of disgust. Seriously now? Your commanding officer's name is Cottage Cheese? Did his folks hate him or something? Steelhooves chuckled despite our dark situation.
He does prefer to simply be called Cottage.
I like cottage cheese,
I said in a very small voice. Hey, maybe your Cottage Cheese elder is pulling the same thing on Blueberry Saber that she pulled on Lil Pip, Calamity suggested, sending her into a situation that he feels is a giant death trap. After all, don't he believe a bunch of rubbish about the Ministry of Awesome having Black Ops stables and nonsense like that?
Well, maybe not complete nonsense,
I muttered under my breath. What you mean by that, Lil Pip?
Crap, Calamity heard me. Well, I mean that I saw Rainbow Dash and Pinkie Pie setting up Zecora to be a double agent for Equestria. Rainbow Dash said Zecora trained under the Ministry of Awesome's best trainers, which made it sound like MAW did that sort of thing a lot.
I was met by stunned silence from everyone, except Pyrelight, who cooed curiously at Velvet. I had been slightly worried that mentioning I had a memory orb of Rainbow Dash might lead to Calamity demanding a recollector. I didn't want my Dashite friend losing himself in the orb the way Velvet often did with the Fluttershy orb. Zecora, Zenith asked, her exotic voice slow and cautious. Do you mean Zecora of Zecora's hut in the Everfree Forest?
Whoops. Yes. Turns out she was a friend of the Ministry Mayor's and chose to...
Was it really a good idea to tell Zenith that Zecora had gone undercover to betray the zebras?
Zecora was a traitor.
Steelhooves growled dangerously.
She was selling weapons technology to the zebras.
He took a step towards me.
She tried to give them the damn gun that would punch through Steel Ranger armor.
Oh boy. No, not really. That was part of her... cover?
No, that is not true.
Steelhooves insisted adamantly. Fluttershy knew a zebra? Velvet Remedy's voice asked. At least that revelation, thank the goddesses, probably didn't lead down dangerous paths. Lil Pip, maybe you ought to be explaining some of these memory orbs y'all been looking at. I groaned. Even staying away from personal memories like Steelhooves' memory orbs, or dangerous ones like anything involving Fluttershy and the damn mega spells, this would take a while. But part of me was thankful for the distraction. We still had a few hours to go. Burning hoof means what?
That's what she said.
I was still as overwhelmed by that as when I lived it. I'm still wrapping my mind around Fluttershy hitting on Applejack. Velvet chuckled with amusement, even if it was for a good cause. Her eyes twinkled as she looked at me. I hung my head. I had some torment coming my way after the barn door slip-up, and I suddenly felt sure Velvet Remedy was drawing a whole new level of inspiration from the Yellow Pegasus. As if to confirm my suspicion, Zenith leaned close and intoned, "You're doomed." Steelhooves had remained abnormally silent, even for the taciturn ghoul, ever since I explained that first memory. At first, I thought that the revelation about Zecora had affected him, or perhaps the confirmation of his theories about the Ministry of Awesome. With time, I grew to suspect that neither was the case. Rather, I suspected that while we were distracting ourselves from the conflict that awaited us at Stable 2, Steelhooves was plunged deep into his own internal turmoil, and was working through it as best he could before the moment of choice arrived. In a way, he was stronger than we were.
Or at least than I was. The sound of rapid fire pops floated up to us on the wind. We were approaching Ponyville. Sweet Apple Acres was still a good bit away, but in the stillness of the wasteland, the night air carried the sounds of battle great distances.
Velvet Remedy whimpered.
That's a lot of gunfire.
Grenade machine guns.
Steelhooves noted.
Like mine, several of them.
I felt myself trembling as my imagination insisted on conjuring images of what might be happening. They wouldn't be using that sort of weaponry inside the stable, would they? And if not, what were they doing? Suddenly, I pictured all the ponies of Stable 2 marched out into the nearest field of poison apple trees, lined up, and fired upon with grenades, just for the cruel pleasure of seeing their bodies torn violently apart. I let out a low moan, tears in my eyes. I tried to banish the image. Surely, even these monsters wouldn't be so vicious, so cruel. These were Steelhoof's brethren, not raiders, right?
Monsters.
Velvet Remedy hissed next to me.
I think you're right.
Calamity agreed, making me cringe. Please, no, this can't be what I'm thinking. It just can't.
Red Eye's fires are driving a whole mess of things towards Ponyville. Sounds to me like a few have wandered their way up to Sweet Apple Acres.
It was the deepest part of the night. There was a name for it that I couldn't remember. That mystical black hour where all is darkest and you can't sleep. When the weight of all your sorrows and bad decisions come weighing on you most heavily. And when the monsters scratch just outside your door. Velvet Remedy got up and started rummaging through the supplies we had stored in the back of the Sky Bandit. All those things we were keeping for trade or had intended to stash back at Junction R7, but didn't want to burden our saddlebags with. Including every weapon Calamity had been able to strip from the pony Stern had brought with her to attack my friends at the Philadelphia Tower. I began to reload my weapons. My choices were limited. Little Macintosh was powerful enough to possibly punch through a Steel Ranger's armor if I could hit a weak spot, and I had a single clip of armor-piercing bullets for my sniper rifle. Only my Zebra rifle had sufficient armor-piercing rounds, thanks both to the convoy Calamity and I had looted outside of Philadelphia and some additional ammo he had liberated from Stern's slavers. I floated the Zebra rifle in front of me, looking at it. My rage was beginning to boil again, pushing away the numbing pain. For once tonight, I put up a wall against it, trying to remain at least partially rational, not let this overwhelm me. Did I really want to use the Zebra rifle against the Steel Rangers? On one hoof, these were my enemies, and they deserved what they were going to get. And the rifle was the best weapon I had for putting a mess of them down.
But the Zebra rifle's enchantment.
The bullets would do more than just punch through the armor. I'd seen what happens to a pony who is set on fire inside a suit of armor, and the memory still horrified me. Was I really ready to go spike on these ponies?
What is that you are wearing?
Zenith gasped. Velvet Remedy responded gracefully.
We are going into battle against truly dangerous opponents. How foolish would I be to not go in wearing armor? And this is the best armor I possess.
Velvet Remedy was wearing the Zebra Legionnaire armor.
Unless, of course, you wish to wear it,
Velvet said kindly.
I think you have more claim to it than I do.
Zenith considered that a moment, glancing toward Steelhooves.
No, Equestria is my home.
Oh, horse apples.
Calamity muttered to himself, wincing, then speaking up.
Velvet, Lil Pip, I've got a request, and feel free to say no. I know I'm asking a lot. I have no right to ask.
He paused a moment, then pushed forward.
But if we're gearing up for a big fight, then I've got some stuff stashed not far from here that might help. Only add about 15 minutes to our flight, I promise. But that's 15 minutes them Rangers could be killing your kin.
I was already feeling each second drop away with blood. 15 minutes more when we'd already taken so long? I couldn't bear the thought. No, I said firmly. We can't give them a minute more, much less 15. I took a deep breath. But if you think it will help, then drop us off at the stable door and go. You can meet us back.
No,
Velvet interrupted.
Splitting up is a bad idea. I don't want Calamity wandering the stable alone trying to find us. We all go in together.
She was right. My suggestion was a bad one.
Calamity, go ahead,
she continued.
We've taken hours to get here. If 15 minutes more is going to make that much difference, we've already lost. I know you wouldn't even bring this up if you didn't really think it would help. And anything that helps us get through this alive is worth 15 minutes.
Calamity extended his wings, changing course. Sweet Apple Acres was now looming into view, the rolling hills of feeble trees bearing poisoned fruit, the old barn still standing, surprisingly intact.
You won't be able to use the barn until next spring.
I suddenly imagined that Apple Bloom had torn the original barn down while they excavated for Stable 2, then rebuilt it afterwards. When Stable Tech builds something, they build it to last. I could see the sparkling lights in the air, like part of the night sky had descended through the clouds and landed in the middle of the farm. A swarm of evil stars. The pinpoint lights of muzzle flashes danced across the ground all around it. Zenith drew a sharp breath.
No!
What is it?
The zebra's eyes were wide with horror.
Starspawn!
What the Steel Rangers fought was a horror out of zebra legends. A creature from beyond the moon, unleashed upon the world eons ago as a gift from the stars. The creature was massive and completely invisible save for the surging, living constellations of light that seemed to float around and inside it. I brought up my eyes forward sparkle, but while the compass burst with lights for the ponies on the ground, most of which were hostile red, my pip-buck couldn't lock onto the entity they were fighting at all. As far as it was concerned, nothing was there. Gunfire from the embattled Steel Rangers poured into thin air, and the starry air attacked back, crushing them or sending them flying. Rockets exploded, bathing parts of the creature in fire long enough to get glimpses of its shape. I felt only mildly reassured that its structure seemed at least vaguely pony-like, with a head, body, and 4 legs.
An eldritch roar blasted across the cloud-shrouded heavens.
It sounded like the cosmos screaming in rage. My first instinct was to try to help. I wanted to run to their aid. It actually took a moment for me to remember that the ponies down there were our enemies. But not all of them, at least according to my EFS, and wasn't that enough?
We've got to help them.
Steelhooves insisted, voicing my own thoughts.
You wanted diplomacy. This would be the first step.
You cannot hope to fight a Starspawn,
Zenith gasped.
What manner of fool are you? All you can hope to do is run and hide.
Have you met us?
Steelhooves asked, and with those words, I knew he had made his choice. Detour abandoned, Calamity winged towards the barn and flew us into the storm. Boom, 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 boom! Steelhooves stood on top of the Sky Bandit, his grenade machine gun tearing at the virtually invisible monster as Calamity circled us around again. The Pegasus Buck was doing his best to get us as close as possible while keeping us outside the Starspawn's striking range. Not an easy trick being unable to properly see the creature. The Steel Rangers on the ground had been nearly decimated. There were at least a dozen corpses and crushed and mangled armor. Nowhere near the forces that Steelhooves estimated had been sent to take the stable. I could make out 3 remaining from the dim light of their EFS visors and the brilliant flashes from their weapons. One fired off a pair of missiles. They exploded against the transparent hide of the monster. The Starspawn retaliated, an unseen appendage connecting with the armored knight, with a sickening crunch. The pony flew through the air towards us. Yow! Calamity cried, dodging. I could see the pony was dead as it arced past us, internal organs pulverized inside gruesomely dented armor. Pyrolite shot out past us, strafing the creature with balefire, washing part of its back with flames that quickly died away. I focused, trying to wrap the entire entity in a magical field. I had no intention of moving it, but as the magical aura spread around it, the creature became clearly outlined. It was far bigger than I thought. But at least now we could properly dodge the alien behemoth. Velvet Remedy cast her anesthetic spell at the cosmic beast. Her magic hit it square in the head. The creature stumbled, phased for only a few seconds, then let out another unearthly roar.
Dang it, she's just too big. We ain't doing more'n bee stings to her. I told you,
Zenith warned, cringing.
You can't slay a Starspawn. You best be thankful this one is but a baby. A full-grown one would have devoured all of Ponyville without even noticing.
That's just a baby?
I asked in shock as the monster stepped backward, colliding through the barn.
The last building standing on Sweet Apple Acres, the barn which had weathered apocalypse and 200 years of the wasteland, came crashing down. I felt a pang as I watched the barn I'd witnessed Applejack and her friends together enduring sunnier, happier times be obliterated by the uncaring misstep of the star spawn.
Little Pip, keep that glow up.
Steelhooves ordered as my telekinetic field began to slip.
Calamity, bring us around in front on the thing and hover. Velvet, have that spell ready again when I say.
I sure hope you know what you're doing.
Calamity said as he brought the Sky Bandit directly in front of the monster's snout.
Now, Velvet.
Velvet Remedy focused, unleashing a small bolt of magic that splashed against the head of the creature. Again, for just a moment, it was stunned by the same magic that would completely paralyze a hellhound for nearly an hour. A streak of smoke shot out from the top of the Sky Bandit above me as Steelhooves fired off a single rocket. I watched as the missile shot through the glow of my magic and beyond where the height of the creature should be, lodging inside the monster's transparent star-moted head. The star spawn let out a howl that tore us from the sky. Calamity fought to regain control before we smashed into the poisoned orchard below. A moment later, the missile detonated, its explosion accompanied by a gut-wrenching, wet, splorchy sound. We hit the ground seconds before the star spawn's body did. I bounced around inside, banging heavily against the benches and metal walls, bursts of pain blossoming throughout my body. The Sky Bandit rolled, crashing through several trees before coming to a stop. Calamity hung limp from the harness. Velvet Remedy lay amongst the scattered supplies, moaning. I could not see where Steelhooves had been thrown to, or Zenith. My pitbuck was clicking madly. I felt the warm stickiness matting my mane. I reached up with a hoof. My lightest touch brought dizzying pain and shooting lights. And then darkness. The bright spotlight from Steelhooves' helmet found me. Zenith trotted beside him, looking annoyingly unhurt. She had, I would learn, jumped out a window as we crashed, landing in a controlled roll that left her unmangled save for her mane.
Is every pony okay?
I asked weakly.
Never better.
Steelhooves said. The way my pitbuck was clicking, he may have been telling the truth.
You flew through a tree, Zenith countered. Your back should be broken.
Hard to keep down a Canterlot ghoul,
Steelhooves replied. I got the feeling he enjoyed the way she gasped in near horror, stepping quickly away from him.
That's us.
I smiled weakly.
Full of surprises.
I looked to Steelhooves. How did you kill the star spawn?
That was amazing.
I'd seen an Ursa once before, back in the war.
Steelhooves replied.
From your outline, looked like the monsters they turned into weren't too physically different. Just a bit nastier and a lot harder to see. So I fired where the Ursa's eye socket ought to have been and hoped for the best.
Calamity had come to with a weary groan. Finding himself hanging upside down in the Sky Bandit's harness, he waved his forelegs, as if hoping to flip the entire passenger wagon back over. It wasn't going to work.
Here, let me help,
I called out and magically unhooked the harness.
Calamity fell onto his back with a thump.
Oof! Velvet Remedy hobbled out of the passenger wagon, dragging our medical supplies with her. I realized we had probably scattered our belongings across 100 yards of irradiated cropland. But that would be a task for the morning. First, we had to get through the night. At least I hadn't lost my weapons.
Every pony and zebra gather round,
Velvet said politely, dropping her saddle boxes to the ground.
Your medical pony is going to patch you all up before we proceed further, while simultaneously managing to not take it as a bad omen that she's having to heal your wounds before you even get inside the stable door.
Hold up right there, ponies!
A voice ordered from the darkness. 2 helmet spotlights pinned the group of us. The 2 Steel Rangers who had survived the Star Spawn battle were moving towards us, weapons pointed. The light from their EFS visors letting me know they had their targeting spells locked onto us.
Oh, wow,
came a sweet mare's voice from the second suit.
Look, it's Elder Steelhooves.
Star Paladin Steelhooves,
the other corrected swiftly.
and keep your weapon locked on Night Strawberry Lemonade.
That one turned to face our ghoul companion.
We have specific orders to send you on your way. You will not interfere with this operation.
That was awesome, Steelhooves, sir.
The younger knight gushed, turning off her EFS.
How'd you kill that thing?
Night Lemonade.
The older Steel Ranger turned with a growl.
You will bring your EFS back up and lock it onto your targets.
Do you even realize which stable you are attacking?
Steelhooves asked evenly.
This is Stable 2, the stable built to preserve the Apple family and the ponies of Ponyville. This is the Apple family's farm. That barn had been the barn that the mayor of the Ministry of Wartime Technology, Applejack herself, had grown up in. That stable holds her kin. You are attacking the family of the Ministry Mayor of Wartime Technology. It is you who should leave in utter shame.
We have our orders, as do you.
You are not my commanding officer, Paladin, nor is Elder Blueberry Saber.
Steelhooves stood his ground.
And even if you were, these orders are wrong. This operation is a disgrace, and any pony involved in it does not deserve the title of Steel Ranger.
The orders I'm giving you come from Elder Cottage Cheese himself. You are to leave at once and take your tribal friends with you.
The Paladin turned to the knight once.
And bring up your eyes forward, Sparkle, and lock on target. That is an order.
Sir,
Knight Strawberry Lemonade faltered.
Star Paladin Steelhooves is right. This operation is wrong.
The Paladin turned to face the knight, a back-mounted light machine gun swiveling to lock on her now.
You will bring up your Sparkle and lock on target, or you will be facing a court-martial for disloyalty before the sun next sets.
The Paladin growled.
Do I make my—
Blam! The Paladin fell, twin bullet holes forming black zeros in his armored helmet. Knight Strawberry Lemonade backed up in shock. The rest of us turned to Calamity.
What? I gave diplomacy a chance. He obviously wasn't about to join the good guys.
Velvet Remedy's horn glowed softly as she did her best to heal the gash on the back of my head without binding my whole face with bandages. Fortunately, she said it looked and felt far worse than it actually was.
Elder Cottage Cheese is dying,
Knight Strawberry Lemonade said, filling Steelhooves in as best she could.
I mean, I know he's been dying forever. But just this last month, not even the medical bed seems to be helping anymore. He's focused on taking Stable 29 before he dies. That's where he is, with Star Paladin Crossroads. He invited Elder Blueberry Saber to lead the acquisition of Stable 2, along with Star Paladin Nova Rage.
Of course he did,
Steelhooves commented.
Star Paladin Crossroads had pushed for me to become an elder. She has the same sentiments that I do. Cottage must have known there was no way Cross would agree to the taking of Stable 2.
He stomped.
Star Paladin Nova Rage, on the other hoof, is a MWT traditionalist, just like Elder Blueberry Saber.
Calamity wiggled his left wing. It had suffered injury in the crash, and now Velvet had it mummified in bandages.
Reckon this cottage feller wants the Crusader in Stable 29? Live forever inside a machine?
But that's insane, I asserted. The Crusader can take an imprint, a copy of a pony's mind, but it's not like the pony actually becomes part of the machine. Cottage Cheese would still be just as dead when he died.
Unless, Velvet Remedy suggested,
he thought he could really put himself into it, mind and soul.
It took me a moment to realize what she was thinking. A soul jar. Blackwing's talent group had been hunting for information on the Black Book for some pony. Now I suspected I knew who. If a soul jar could be made out of anything, why not a Crusader? I suddenly imagined the Elder who ordered the attack on my home living forever in an indestructible computer. There was no way I could let that happen. He didn't get eternal life as a reward for this murder. Steelhooves continued to speak to Knight Strawberry Lemonade. In the end, she told him,
Look, I believe you're right, and I'm willing to stand aside. But I can't follow you in. I can't attack other rangers.
Her visor turned towards Calamity.
Or cooperate with tribals who do.
Steelhooves nodded, putting an armored hoof on her shoulder.
I respect your decision. You are doing the right thing.
He turned to us.
Are we ready?
I stood, floating the zebra rifle to my right and little Macintosh to my left. From what the knight had told us, Elder Blueberry Saber had left a fifth of their force guarding the way in, a precaution against us as much as the horror slowly emptying into Ponyville from the Everfree Forest. Truth was, I was not ready.
But every moment we spent talking and healing was one more for the 4 steel rangers inside to tear their way into the security and Overmare's wing and slaughter every pony they hadn't killed in their initial strike. They couldn't wait for me to be ready. We go. Calamity brought up the rear. His sharp shooting would be critical should we be flanked. I kept glancing back at him, watching his reactions as we passed through the tunnel beyond the apple cellar. It was not like the sanitized little tour he had seen in Stable Tech headquarters.
This is Velvet Remedy's home,
He muttered.
Little Pip's home.
I'm pretty sure he didn't know I could hear him. Before the Pinkie Pie statuette, I probably wouldn't have been able to.
I gotta be strong for 'em, not go crazy. I can't just charge in and kill every armored bitch I see. And I need to be strong. I need to watch for them. I need to protect them. I can do this.
The skeletons which littered the floor had been crushed and broken, trampled by an army of metal hooves. I felt a twisted sickness welling up within the reservoir of rage that was filling my head. No pony knew who they were, but they deserved better than this. I felt part of my anger turn in on myself. Why had I not returned to bury them? They died at the door to my stable. But then the equestrian wasteland was filled with skeletons. I hadn't treated any of the others any better. Not even the skeletons of Apple Bloom or Pinkie Pie. But at least I hadn't defiled them. I hadn't smashed them under hoof without even caring.
The door to Stable 2 was wide open.
Velvet Remedy and Steel Hooves were our diplomats, so they were in the lead. I wanted our Steel Ranger to have a shot at wooing any other rangers before we had to shoot. So Velvet was the first to step back into the place that had once been our home. She stopped with a painful gasp. I galloped up to meet her. The entrance room was as gray as the maintenance areas of Stable 2 had always been, but now there was a cacophony of color splashed all over it. The pretty colors of pastel-coated ponies lay in pools and sprays of darkening crimson. The Overmare had sent half a dozen ponies to greet whomever was coming in. Only 2 of them, stable security guards, were armed. The others had come bearing only hopes of friendship. Scattered near the open muzzle of a magenta-coated young mare was a bouquet of flowers, a welcoming gift. The white flower petals were stained red, and the Steel Rangers had gunned them down. The pony in my head stood teetering on the edge of a great dark spiral, a bath covered with bones that led forever downward into blackness. The currents of my rage pulled her towards it, a tidal force of crimson pouring into the abyss. I pulled her back, and my rage shattered.
The horror and sorrow and hurt that had been building just behind flooded in.
I collapsed to my knees, sobbing openly.
That's it,
I heard Calamity say. He sounded so very far away.
Fuck diplomacy. Any pony who was part of this, who even stood by and watched, is a dead pony.
I realized I recognized the yellow-coated mare who lay disemboweled in the corner, but I couldn't remember when I had met her, or what her name was. And that made it so much worse. Why couldn't I remember her name? She deserved to have her name remembered. She deserved to be alive. Velvet Remedy, her own face wet with tears, trotted up and wrapped her forelegs about me, pulling me into an embrace as I heaved and sputtered and wept wretchedly against her armor and coat.
Little Pip has been strong long enough,
I heard her say.
This is my home, too. I'll take it from here.
Calamity, Zenith, and I formed our stealth team. As soon as I could quiet myself and move again, Velvet Remedy sent the 3 of us ahead. We were no longer looking to negotiate unless they offered the white flag first. Instead, we would strike first, fast, and with finality. The first Steel Ranger whom I pumped full of bullets from the zebra rifle died in agony, screaming as his internal organs burst into flame, cooking him from the inside out. I didn't feel any remorse, no sympathy, nor did I feel glee or even a grim satisfaction. My emotional deluge had left me fiercely numb and focused. The act was necessary and right, and beyond that had no more emotional impact than brushing my teeth. I no longer even felt a twinge of revulsion for what Spike had done defending his own home. We passed more dead ponies in every hallway. The Steel Ranger's attack had been brutal, but there were not nearly the number of dead that I would have expected. The Friendship Committee had been a well-calculated play on the Overmare's part.
and when the Steel Rangers showed their true intentions right there in the entrance, they gave her enough forewarning for a rushed evacuation into the security and Overmare's wing. I both loved and hated her for that. So far, the maintenance wing had been hit the worst. The Steel Rangers had moved to secure it first, probably to prevent any pony from sabotaging the technology they were most interested in. The ponies down there had no time to get out before the Rangers had cut them off. I turned a familiar corner and found myself face to face with the Pit-Buck technician's stall. A fresh surge of emotion hit me as I saw the black scorch marks on the walls I had once cleaned. A red trail of blood ran along one wall, dripping at the end until it met the corpse of my mentor. If I ignored the missing leg, I could almost pretend that he was asleep on the job again. This was not the mural I had once hoped for. I was crying once more, my vision blurring, making the lights of my EFS swim. The door into my mentor's office lay open. There was movement inside, a red splotch on my compass. I waved the others back and started to creep forward. The Steel Ranger never saw me coming. I floated little Macintosh up right behind her head, just to the left of the fins. Blam, 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 blam! I unloaded the full cylinder into her brain. She was probably dead after the first, but I didn't care. I turned to walk out and froze as I spotted my mentor's hammock. There was an empty Sparkle Cola bottle and a maintenance book. TLC squared, Tender Loving Care for Totally Lost Causes, laying on the floor beneath it. I remembered how my mentor would skim that book while talking in a direction vaguely connected to where I was sitting in rapt attention. Shedding tears of painful nostalgia, I floated the book into one of my saddlebags. I heard the distinct sound of Calamity's battle saddle. A moment later, Zenith and Calamity dove into the Pit-Buck technician's stall. The hallway outside erupted in flame.
Lil Macintosh ain't stealthy, Lil Pip.
Zenith pulled a jar out of the small saddlebag she'd been using to carry her herbs and mixtures. She tossed it to the floor, where it shattered, spreading a licorice-scented goop. The zebra clopped her forehooves in the goop, then her hindhooves. The rush of flames down the hallway stopped. A moment later, a grenade bounced into the room. I grabbed it with a telekinetic shroud and floated it back out the way it came. I heard a shout of alarm just before the explosion.
Damn it, I hate unicorns,
the Steel Ranger said, letting us know he had survived largely unscathed. I turned to Calamity and... where was Zenith? I looked around, then up. She was crawling along the ceiling, the goop on her hooves providing a magical adhesion, similar to the spell that the slavers on the train had used against us weeks ago. She crept up to the doorway of the stall and peeked out, looking both ways before slipping back and mouthing, "2." With small nods of her head, she indicated where, giving Calamity the same information my EFS was giving me. I reloaded little Macintosh. Then she snuck out, keeping flat to the ceiling, silent as a ghost. Calamity waited until the moment she dropped onto one of the Steel Rangers, then rolled out, facing the other and fired a single double shot. I charged out, swinging little Macintosh around as I kicked on my targeting spell. But Zenith had already crippled the other pony, her hoof strikes resonating through the armor to pulverize internal organs. I let my jaw drop a little as she finished him off. Fallen Caesar style scared the crap out of me. As we swept further into maintenance, we started seeing glowing piles of green residue or pink ash. All that remained of ponies killed with magical energy weapons, scattered amongst the massacred ponies of Stable 2. Calamity found that disturbing. My EFS told me there were 4 Steel Rangers around the next corner, near the door to the generator room. I relayed this to the others.
I'll take 'em,
Calamity said, starting to move forward, but I put a hoof on his shoulder and shook my head. Calamity frowned. He didn't want to back off, but he did so anyway. The Pegasus and the Zebra held position as I galloped silently back to where Velvet Remedy and Steelhooves were waiting. A moment later, Steelhooves trotted past Zenith and Calamity and rounded the corner. His missile rack was open, his weapons primed.
I am Star Paladin Steelhooves. I am declaring an end to this travesty of an operation. We do not assault the stable of the mayor of our own ministry. And we do not slaughter innocents when she was dedicated to protecting ponies.
His voice rumbled with command.
You have 2 options. Side with me and stand by your oath to the principles of our ministry's mayor. or side with Elder Blueberry Saber and Star Paladin Nova Rage and be gunned down.
Then you admit you're a traitor, one of them called back. You stand down and submit to arrest.
Wrong answer. Steelhooves fired everything he had into the hallway, which was torn apart in a blaze of light, heat, and shrapnel.
I don't think I'm going to be able to wear this armor anymore,
he said, stepping back around to where we were waiting, his armor smoking and peppered with red-hot shrapnel.
which is a problem since I cannot take it off.
Honestly, Calamity said with a grin, you ain't never looked finer.
Zenith slipped through the back door of the Stable 2 saloon. I followed close behind, getting a surprisingly pleasant eyeful of the zebra mare's hindquarters. I found myself cursing the slavers who had scarred it so. The back of the saloon was a darkened kitchen. Well, darkened until Pyrelight flew in and landed on one of the pots sitting on the stove. The Balefire Phoenix had almost returned to normal, but was still shedding off enough energy to glow like a torch. Mr. and Mrs. Sparkle Cider were dumped in a far corner, their bodies bleeding into each other. Mr. Sparkle Cider had always given me free ice cream when I was younger. Well, until he caught me lockpicking his wine cabinet. His wife had been one of my mother's friends. Mrs. Sparkle Cider's hindhoof was caught on the door of the walk-in freezer, propping it open. All the ice cream inside was slowly melting, swirling in pools with the sherbet on the floor. I felt an uncontrollable rage sweep over the numbness. My heart was pounding in my breast.
It's clear,
Zenith whispered, looking out into the saloon itself. I passed the message back. A minute later, I crouched in position at the door, loading the last of my bullets for little Macintosh, the magical bullets. Calamity and Zenith remained in the kitchen, taking their turn as rear guard. Steelhooves stood in the saloon, looking out of place amongst the rich pseudo-wood decor. Velvet Remedy, however, moved with purpose, almost gliding up to the raised stage, the magic of her horn playing against the terminal and soundboards. Velvet Remedy had a plan. A moment later, she strode to the edge of the stage, looking down at Steelhooves. My mind flashed back to sneaking into the saloon, an underage Blank Flank hiding in the back of the crowd and watching as nearly adult Velvet Remedy performed. Her music moved my soul, and often it was agony not to dance. "Ready," she said, and her horn flared.
Attention, Steel Rangers!
Steelhooves began. His voice boomed throughout all of Stable 2. Velvet Remedy had commandeered the public address system.
This is Steelhooves, founding member and eldest living of the Steel Rangers, Star Paladin of the Manhattan contingent. I call on you to stop and consider your oath. Consider where you are and what you are doing. Do your loyalties lie with Applejack, the mayor of the Ministry of Wartime Technology, the creator of the Steel Ranger armor, and the mare who by her own hooves, the sweat of her brow, and the honesty of her heart, forged the Steel Rangers? Or is your oath to the fearful, greedy ponies who abandoned all that she stood for, turning us into little more than technology raiders, hoarding toys from the past because they have forgotten that it is virtue, not trinkets, that make a pony great? Ponies who now turn their eyes on Applejack's home, commanding that you slaughter her family for their greed. These orders, this operation, would be an abomination in the eyes of our ministry's mayor. Applejack was put in charge of the Ministry of Wartime Technology because she was the bearer of one of the elements of harmony, and the ruler of Equestria recognized the caliber of that. Do you think it was the virtue in her soul or the jewelry on her neck that made Applejack a bearer? Today you must choose with whom your oath lies. Surrender this ignominious goal and join by my side, reaffirming your oath to the protection of citizens of Equestria, just as Applejack dedicated her life to, or continue in this disgraceful act and face the wrath of those of us who choose to stand true.
The glow around Velvet Remedy's horn faded. Steelhooves looked up at her.
Well, how was that?
She smiled brightly in response. 3 Steel Rangers charged into the saloon, battle saddles filling the room with flames and machine gun fire. Steelhooves fell in the first volley. I stared at the Steel Ranger, collapsed in the spreading pool of the ichor that ghouls called blood. I slid into Sats and fired the last of little Macintosh's rounds into them, felling one and crippling the second. I dropped Applejack's gun and swung about the zebra rifle as 3 more poured in. Behind me, I could hear the explosive blast of Spitfire's thunder as Calamity decapitated the first Steel Ranger to try and get in through the back. One of the 5 remaining Steel Rangers fired a pair of missiles up at Velvet Remedy. The Unicorn Singer threw up her shield as the rockets detonated against the underside of the stage, spraying the air with jagged chunks of pseudo-wood. Another turned towards me, leveling what looked like an anti-material rifle at my head.
No,
Bellowed Velvet Remedy, her horn glowing and her voice magnified.
this is my stage.
The room blazed with light conjured from Velvet Remedy's horn as she made herself the center of attention. The Steel Ranger in front of me sidestepped as Velvet Remedy's light show blinded her. The distraction gave me enough time to fire a burst from the zebra rifle, one bullet tearing through the visor of my opponent. One of the Steel Rangers responded to Velvet with a roar from her twin miniguns. Velvet's shield held. I fired 3 more armor-piercing shots from the zebra rifle into the minigunner's head, seeing the flash of fire through the bullet holes. I could smell the pony's brain roasting. Velvet whipped out her combat shotgun, firing it at the invaders, but their armor proved more than sufficient. It did not, however, protect them from her anesthetic spell. The Steel Ranger I had crippled went down. Another Steel Ranger fired up at her with a back-mounted sniper rifle. The bullet tore through her shield and armor. I saw the look of shock and hurt in her eyes. Pyrelight swooped in for the kill, blasting the downed Ranger and the 2 still standing with radioactive flame. Their suits protected them against that as well, but the flames obscured their vision. I slid in and out of sats, spraying each Steel Ranger until I was out of armor-piercing ammo. Spitfire's thunder sounded again. A moment later, Calamity and Zenith galloped into the room, knocking me over. I realized I could smell gas. Somewhere deep in the stable, I heard a deep explosion that didn't sound like firearm or grenade. Alarm shot up my spine as I wondered if the Steel Rangers had managed to blow the security doors that the bulk of my home's population was hiding behind. Zenith turned, grabbed me in her mouth, and pulled me from the doorway.
Whoosh!
The kitchen erupted, an inferno pouring out into the saloon and setting fire to many of the pseudo-wood tables and chairs.
Not one word about my name.
Calamity panted, looking at Zenith. Then he saw Steelhooves and froze. A moment later,
Where's Velvet?
I pointed upwards at the stage. I could see her fallen form. In the eerie silence that followed the battle, I could make out the sound of drops of blood falling from the stage to the floor below. Blop, blop, blop.
No,
He whispered. His wings propelled him up to the stage far faster than either Zenith or I could have made it by hoof. The orange-maned Pegasus landed and pulled Velvet Remedy into an embrace with a gasp.
Ow,
Whispered Velvet.
Shush now, you silly pony.
Calamity said, holding her.
You done got yourself shot, but you're gonna be right as rain soon enough. We got ourselves the best medical pony in all of the Equestrian wasteland.
I stared up at the stage stairs towards them. Zenith was right behind me.
Ow,
Velvet said again, then added,
Who's a silly pony? Ya is Velvet Remedy.
Calamity insisted gently.
You beautiful, wonderful mare. Now shush it.
I reached the stage just in time. I don't know what Velvet had started to say, but this time Calamity cut her off with a kiss.
Aww,
Zenith whispered in my ear.
I've been waiting to see those 2 do that since I first met them.
I was stunned at first, but then I realized that the little pony in my head wasn't feeling the slightest bit envious or jealous. She wasn't happy exactly, but that had more to do with the situation we were in, and the fact that Velvet Remedy was bleeding all over Calamity from a bullet wound. The air filled with an odd, unholy sound from down below. A chill filled the air. Steelhooves stood back up. My jaw hit the floor. I had sorely underestimated what it meant to be a Canterlot ghoul. I didn't have time to marvel. Oh, fuck! I moaned as 2 Steel Rangers took up position outside, aiming grenade machine guns at the front windows of the saloon. Every pony, we've got to go! The Steel Ranger mare stepped through the door on the far end of the bathroom and opened up with a grenade machine gun of her own, blowing up the stalls and toilets between me and her. Heat washed over me, searing my lungs. Shrapnel cut at my armor and flesh, leaving me bleeding from dozens of small wounds. Outside, Calamity and Zenith crouched behind a row of lockers, which I had floated into a barricade. We were getting close to the school where I had once taken my cutie aptitude test, and the place was swarming with Steel Rangers. I was out of ammo for little Macintosh and was actually beginning to fear for the zebra rifle. We had been lucky taking them on one or two at a time, the element of surprise on our side. But now they were alert and moving against us in force. Only the narrow hallways prevented us from being surrounded or utterly overwhelmed. A missile flew over the lockers, exploding against the wall behind Zenith and Calamity. The explosion blew them both hard into the barricade. Calamity rose up, dazed and bleeding. Zenith didn't get up at all.
Steelhooves, Velvet!
I cried out.
We need your help!
The two of them were guarding our rear, Velvet considerably worse for wear, even after downing both of our remaining extra-strength restoration potions. She needed to stay out of the heavy fighting, but we couldn't spare her entirely. The farther we got into the stable, the more ways to flank us opened up. Another thunderous explosion sounded from somewhere deep in the stable, followed by more. Water sprayed from all the destroyed toilets. The Steel Ranger's hoofsteps splashed as she approached closer.
Give it up, little Pip.
Crap.
Surrender now. An Elder Blueberry Saber might just spare you and most of your friends. You won't get that offer from Nova Rage.
Yeah, that was going to happen. I don't suppose I can talk you into surrendering to us, I called back. Is mass murder really the Earth Pony way?
Fuck you,
she retorted and opened up with another barrage of grenades. I wrapped all the debris around me in telekinetics and pulled them together, creating a shield. It didn't work very well. The first explosion blew the debris out of my magic's grasp, pummeling me with it. I felt bones break as pain surged throughout my body. More grenades detonated around me. My pit-buck screamed as every limb registered as crippled. My pit-buck politely told me I was dying from internal injuries. I couldn't feel them. My body was in shock. All I could feel was cold. 2 missiles streaked through the air overhead, entering the room from behind me. They hit the Steel Ranger, blowing her off her hooves. She slid across the wet floor and collapsed in the corner, unmoving. Little Pip, Velvet Remedy cried from forever away. I lost consciousness. My eyes blinked open. I couldn't feel my body, but somehow I was still alive. My EFS was reading my condition as bad, but stable. I was looking up. I could see the lights of Stable 2 overhead. Heard the ever-present buzz.
Where am I?
Really, little Pip.
Velvet Remedy chided kindly.
With your habits of gross injury, you can't tell me you don't recognize Stable 2's clinic.
Calamity! Zenith?
Velvet Remedy's face leaned into view.
The good news is that all 3 of you are going to survive reclaiming this floor. The bad news is that I've used up all our medical supplies and an unhealthy portion of the stables to save you.
She glanced away.
A few of Zenith's brews, too.
Elder Blueberry Saber had pulled most of her ponies back into the apple orchard.
Steelhoof said.
She's worried now, and with good cause.
She's worried? They nearly killed us, and we were nowhere near the security in Overmare's wing yet. I didn't understand why they weren't just swarming us and wiping us out. I said as much.
Because there are less of them and possibly more of us.
Steelhoof said bluntly.
About 1/5 of the rangers she was leading didn't take too well to what was going on down here. Star Paladin Nova Rage killed one of them for disloyalty, and Elder Blueberry Saber locked away the rest of the dissenters behind a welded door.
Explained why diplomacy hadn't been working. All the ponies that diplomacy might have worked with, the Elder had locked up.
They're trapped in the school,
Velvet interrupted.
Steelhooves has been speaking with them. If we can get them out, we'll have nearly a dozen Steel Rangers on our side. Unfortunately, we're having a bit of trouble with that. But Elder Blueberry Saber doesn't know that. As far as she knows, the moment we took this section, we got a whole lot stronger.
I tried to get up, only to realize that not only could I not feel pain, I couldn't feel anything. Velvet Remedy had used her anesthetic spell on me. I tried to get up again, fervently sending the signals from my brain to a body I couldn't sense that ought to make it move. My body heaved, and I fell to the floor with a thud, bloodying my nose. I couldn't feel that either.
Now look who's a silly pony,
Velvet Remedy giggled.
Stop that, or I'll tell Homage that you're into bondage and spankings.
I couldn't feel myself blushing, but I'm sure I was. As extra punishment, Velvet let me lay there on the floor as she turned her attention to Zenith. The zebra was still unconscious. Calamity trotted in a short time later.
I'm afraid there ain't an easy way to get that door open. Best bet's to cut through it with the blowtorch, and that'll take hours,
He whinnied.
On the plus side, seems like that's what the enemy is trying to do with the S&O wing. Only those doors are a hell of a lot thicker, and there's more than one of them. Best bet we've still got a couple hours before they're through.
I forced my body to roll over, feeling an uneasy sense of accomplishment when I managed it on the third try. I found myself staring up at the ceiling rather than at my friends, which significantly diminished the victory.
You know, magical energy weapons would melt through these doors a whole heap of a lot quicker.
Steel Ranger's battle saddles aren't equipped with magical energy weapons.
Steelhooves replied.
That is an Enclave design.
Yeah, Calamity said in an odd tone. That's what I figured.
My gaze fell on the grate to the air ducts. Unfortunately, while I was small, I was no chimera. I couldn't fit through them. But Pyrelight,
What's that, Lil Pip?
Calamity asked. Pyrelight can get through the air ducts. She can carry a blowtorch to the good guy Steel Rangers trapped inside the classroom. Let them cut their way out, I suggested. Plus, she can carry in food and water to them while they work.
I like it.
Calamity said, the grin I couldn't see evident in his voice.
Frees us up to continue the mission while we're still providing diplomatic relief.
We had a plan. So did Elder Blueberry Saber. While we were busy, the bitch had welded shut every entrance into the atrium except for the passage through the apple orchard. The orchard was a huge open space with only thin trees for nearly useless cover. She could amass her forces inside, creating a kill zone while a few of her soldiers worked on cutting through the security doors. The best plan I could come up with was to float more lockers in front of us, forming a wedge 2 lockers deep and 2 lockers high. Steelhooves and Calamity were going to join me. Velvet had clearly taken far better care of us than of herself, unwilling to use up more than the minimal medical supplies on herself that we might have, and did, need later. She was still partially crippled from the gunshot wound, and I insisted that she stay behind as a liaison with Pyrelight. Zenith promised Calamity that she would stand guard over our wounded medical pony. To claim that I was in good shape would have been an outright lie, but the pain I was in when the spell wore off was not the worst I had felt. Definitely better than being set on fire by a dragon or bucked between the thighs by a scarily strong raider. I could work through it. My legs, fore and hind, all seemed to work, if stiffly, and could breathe without too much effort and feel my heartbeat. Plus, I had my magic and my pip buck. I was not in optimal fighting shape, but I really didn't need more, and there were ponies counting on me. I'd already seen too many ponies whom I recognized laying dead on the stable floor. I wouldn't allow Elder Blueberry Saber or Star Paladin Nova Rage to add to that number. Steelhooves trotted up behind me as I floated the lockers into formation. A moment later, another Steel Ranger trotted up. Only it wasn't a Steel Ranger. It was Calamity, wearing a Steel Ranger's armor from the neck back. His black Desperado hat was still firmly on his orange mane, and he held Spitfire's thunder in his mouth.
What are you doing wearing that armor?
Steelhooves demanded. Calamity just gave him a look.
Okay, then how do you expect to fight in that? Magically powered armor requires months of training to perform even adequately in.
Woof muff.
Calamity mouthed through his grip on the unique anti-machine rifle. I shook my head, sending up a prayer to Luna for our coming battle and a prayer to Celestia to keep Zenith and Velvet Remedy safe. I telekinetically triggered the door. My brilliant battle strategy lasted about 2 minutes. Like with the debris before, my magic couldn't hold the lockers against the explosive force of their missiles and grenades. I was forced to plant our barricade in the ground, creating a makeshift pillbox about 20 yards into the orchard. The Steel Rangers quickly surrounded us, firing into the lockers, slowly tearing away at our shielding. Our line of sight was limited to small cracks between the lockers, purposefully not large enough to allow a grenade. Even so, I had focused my magic on flinging all grenades back at our attackers until they stopped trying that. The gaps were too small for Steelhooves to fire through. Calamity was using Spitfire's thunder to great effect, downing a Steel Ranger every time one was foolish enough to make herself or himself visible. The noise was deafening in our metal cage. My ears were ringing so badly, I felt I would vomit, but I stayed on task. But the Pegasus was down to less than half a dozen rounds of the rare ammo, even after having pilfered some from the battle saddle of the anti-machine rifle ranger in the saloon. And the twin minigun battle saddle integrated into his armor couldn't be aimed through any tiny cracks. The Zebra rifle was out of armor-piercing bullets, and the normal sort didn't have the penetrating power to take down a Steel Ranger. I was using my sniper rifle now. It, too, was out of armor-piercing ammo, but a well-placed shot to a weaker part of their armor would still go through. Part of me felt chagrin that I was becoming so practiced at defeating Applejack's creation. Calamity and I kept firing.
Son of a...
Calamity mouthed as he fired a final shot. He motioned to me that he was out of ammo. My hope had been that we would take out enough of them to make moving again an option. From all the red lights on my eyes forward sparkle, we had done admirably. But we were still doomed. I had walked us into a trap with yet another stupid plan. And this time I had probably gotten all of us killed. I wasn't ready to give up just yet. It was about time to try a rush and gallop. Steelhooves and Calamity still had their battle saddles, and for the first time, the one pony not in any danger of running out of ammo was our ghoul. Finally, being willing to scavenge ammo helped immensely. I focused, floating the lockers, and hurled them in all directions, aiming at the red marks on my EFS compass. There wasn't a lot of force behind the throw, but I released them just before they hit, and suddenly they went from flying weightless lockers to flying damn heavy lockers. A chorus of thuds rang out as several Steel Rangers were clobbered and trapped underneath. Unfortunately, Steel Ranger armor made them strong. They began to buck the metal weights off faster than I expected. We all took off at a gallop, running across the orchard for the opposite door. Gunfire and explosions erupted all around us. Dirt and wood filled the air. A missile roared past me, disappearing into the foliage of an apple tree before exploding. I felt applesauce splatter my face. Steelhooves fired forward, clearing a way ahead. Calamity, bemoaning the magically powered armor's lack of wings, spun and poured out suppressive fire behind us. Several Steel Rangers fired back with light machine guns and miniguns, but their shots glanced off of the power armor he was wearing. Calamity swiftly turned, racing to catch up before one of them returned his fire with a missile or sniper round. He was doing far better in the suit than Steelhooves had anticipated, but nowhere near as well as Calamity himself had expected. Still, it looked like we would make it. I pushed as far as my battle-weakened and overstrained body would take me, and I was the first to reach the door. It was locked and trapped. Of course. But this was not a problem for me. Well, not one of skill or tools. It was a problem of time. Calamity and Steelhooves reached me as I attempted to disarm the explosive. Steelhooves began to guide me through it, his skills far surpassing my own, while Calamity turned to face the approaching Rangers. "Give it up!" called out Elder Blueberry Saber as the Steel Rangers advanced, encircling us. I heard a click as the bomb disarmed. Now for the door. I heard more clicks as every enemy Steel Ranger in the apple orchard reloaded. Elder Blueberry Saber called out again, "Last chance, give it up." I sighed. Damn it. This was the damn Ministry of Morale rooftop all over again. Why don't you just kill us?
Because now she needs to make an example of me.
Steelhooves guessed.
And she knows that will go a lot smoother if she has hostages I care about.
Or maybe I just need a good lockpicker, Blueberry Saber answered. Some pony who can get me past a security door. Oh, hell no. A deep explosion rang out. One of the Steel Rangers fell, her midsection torn through. Several friendly lights suddenly danced across my EFS compass. But that was impossible, I thought. The Steel Rangers upstairs were still hours away from being freed. We wouldn't be getting reinforcements for... A magical energy pistol appeared, pointed at Elder Blueberry Saber's head. It was held by a familiar-looking griffin, the hood of her cloak falling back to reveal her head. Blackwing? Elder Blueberry Saber's eyes went wide as she realized the situation had dramatically changed. Where did you come from? Blackwing smirked as she pulled the trigger, the green beam from her pistol striking the pony between her eyes, turning her into a pony-shaped glow of luminescent green.
God sent me.
Elder Blueberry Saber collapsed into a luminescent puddle. The battle had changed. Arcs of magical energy from the small group of griffins were exchanged with the artillery fire of the Steel Rangers. Calamity and Steelhooves waded into the fight, while I struggled to unlock the door with my telekinesis. The door unlocked with a satisfying click and slid open. Beyond, I could see the atrium. But even before I could see it, I could smell it. The cloying stench of burnt pony hair and the reek of spilled blood, cooling and drying by the gallons, smashed into me like a speeding wall. This room had become a slaughterhouse. Colorful, innocent ponies lay dead everywhere. In many cases, the same ponies could be seen in multiple places. One of the Steel Rangers had unleashed a grenade machine gun in the room. I stepped into the atrium, over a pink leg blown off at the knee. I saw a yellowish clump of matter sliding down a wall, mixed with blood. It took me a moment to realize it wasn't part of a pony's brains. It was cake. I looked up and saw the colorful banner. The Steel Rangers had interrupted a cutie mark party. I felt rage. Pure, unadulterated rage. I met 3 Steel Rangers on the atrium balcony at the top of the stairs. 2 of them were wielding auto axes and were working their way through the 3rd and final security door. They had about half an hour's work left to go. I wrapped each of them in magic, floating them up and turning them towards each other before they could react and turn the auto axes off. The magically enhanced blades did exactly what they were designed to do: cut through metal. The flesh beneath offered no resistance at all. It was gruesomely messy. I dropped them, but kept the auto axes, turning to face the last of the Steel Rangers.
Star Paladin Nova Rage, I presume.
I noted her battle saddle had a grenade machine gun. The Star Paladin stared at me.
Yes, and you are.
Run.
The adrenaline had once again left my body, and I hurt, physically and emotionally. It was literally all I could do to stand up. I had exercised my rage, but that left only despair and a deep sadness. The hour was long over, the blackest hour whose name I couldn't remember, where the darkness of the world is echoed most heavily by the darkness in the soul. But I was still trapped there. Blackwing joined me as I waited for Velvet Remedy and Zenith. The Overmare had surely been watching everything through the stable's friendly pie observation system, but she had not yet opened the door.
God knows you've flown to our aid without contract, content to negotiate compensation after the fact,
The Griffin explained.
When we heard the distress signal, she decided to give you the benefit of the doubt and asked if my talons would be willing to help.
I'm thankful you said yes, I replied with a grim smile. My gaze kept drifting up to the gaily colored Happy Quinceañera banner. Calamity trotted about, flexing his wings, thankful to be out of the Steel Ranger armor.
I do not envy Steelhooves.
He looked up.
How the hell did you appear right next to the Elder like that? Stealth buck?
Zenith trotted up the steps of the atrium balcony. She stopped abruptly upon seeing Blackwing. Velvet Remedy collided with her backside and stumbled with a moan. She was crying again. Calamity flew to her, wrapping her in one of his wings as she moved onto the balcony.
My girls had to make do with stealth bucks, yes, but Where did you get that cloak?
Zenith interrupted. Blackwing gave the zebra a tolerant smirk.
Yes, as I was saying, zebra stealth cloak.
She fixed me with a serious look.
You have more friends than I thought, kid. We'd barely made it past New Appaloosa when this Pegasus ghoul and her kid flagged us down. Turns out they'd heard the distress signal too and wanted to pitch in. Practically gave us enough stealth bucks to get in while all you ponies were busy with the star spawn and wage war of our own. Not to mention the cloak, which I would note I insisted on paying for.
I looked over the railing at the other griffins in Blackwing's talons. The deep explosions I had heard before were now obviously from Butcher's little Gilda.
I think she wanted to come in herself, but, well, she has a kid.
A frown passed across Blackwing's beak.
Whom I'm really hoping she adopted, because if not... Ew. Sorry we didn't get to you sooner.
Butcher called up to us.
Managed to get ourselves trapped in the generator room for the longest time. But then you ponies come along and not only take out the guard sealing us in, but most of the door too.
I was standing in an abattoir that had once been my home, and yet I found myself laughing. It was not a good laugh. It was a hurting, horrified, emotionally wrung-out laugh. The laugh of a pony that can't scream or cry. I forced myself to stop as the security door slid open. The overmare stood there gazing at us. Behind her was a throng of terrified ponies.
Is it safe?
One of them asked. I found that I couldn't find my voice. I was petrified.
Yup, Calamity answered for us. Rooted out the last of 'em. The ones in the school are good ponies who just got wrapped up in something really horribly bad. They'll be leaving soon with us.
The auto axes were making cutting through the welded door a much quicker task.
Thank you,
The overmare said to all of us. Then she shooed the other ponies back inside. They did not need to see any more of what had become of the atrium.
Little Pip, Velvet Remedy, would you please come in?
The overmare motioned for us to enter the formally sealed wing. Calamity slid his wing from Velvet and poked her towards the overmare with his nose. She moved slowly, but with ladylike grace. I followed, feeling clumsy and small and horrible.
And then there was blood everywhere. Sparkling Cider did a wave of his hoof like this and fell down.
As the overmare slowly guided us through the crowd towards her office, a familiar voice froze me in place. Mother? I looked up and there she was, standing in a small clique of friends, notably absent Mrs. Sparkle Cider. She turned and looked at me with a vaguely scandalized expression.
Is that little Pip?
She asked one of her friends. The other mare answered in the affirmative.
I don't even recognize her,
Mother said, not with awe or maliciousness, but as a casual statement of truth. I felt all the life drained from me as she looked me over. My blood had turned to ice water. My stomach knotted up, then sank to the lowest part of my body it could find. The world seemed to stretch away from me. She turned away from me, delving back into her conversation, my presence barely augmenting her tale.
I was traumatized. I mean, I'm going to have nightmares of this forever. I'm going to need therapy, and as horrible as this sounds, my first thought was that will never come out of his apron because he was wearing that lovely yellow one with the...
I spotted the glow from her horn, so very soft, and the bottle floating nearby, surrounded in the same light. She was drunk. Of course she was drunk. That's how she had always protected herself from whatever crisis she thought she was going through, and this had been a real one. Still, she was alive. Alive and exactly the same. I was right here, again.
Mom?
Suddenly, Velvet Remedy was between us, and her hoof was striking my mother across the face so hard it knocked her down. I stared. Velvet Remedy had just hit my mother. Velvet's voice sounded like she was throwing all the hurt and rage in her behind it. It wasn't a scream, but it was somehow much louder than that.
You have suffered nothing.
She turned from my wide-eyed mother and lowered her head, pushing me away.
There are no thanks which are enough for your bravery and heroism,
the overmare told us, thanking us yet again for coming to Stable 2's rescue.
And little Pip, I owe you such an apology. You are always welcome here. This is your home.
I looked up at the overmare, then down at my body. I was caked in blood. Maybe half of it mine. No.
No? The overmare asked.
I have no place here. Not anymore. I looked up at Velvet Remedy, who was laying on a couch in the overmare's office across from me. I've been outside for 5 weeks, and look at me. As much as I try, I'm not the same pony I was when I left, and I never can be. The wasteland has changed me, bloodied me, maybe even poisoned me like it has everything else outside. I can't come back. I can't bring that poison in here.
I think it's already gotten in,
the overmare said sadly. I nodded. I know, but these ponies are good ponies, innocent ponies. They need to treasure that and hold it as long as they can. You need to wash away the blood, clean away the bodies, try to make Stable 2 right again. Tonight will be enough of a nightmare already.
Then, is there anything I can do for you in return for all you've done for us?
I thought about it, then looked into her eyes. Yes. First, we need to arrange for some sort of payment for the Griffins.
Payment? The Overmare blinked. Ah, I see. They are mercenaries. Mercenaries who came to Stable 2's aid without contract or promise of payment.
Velvet Remedy swiftly added.
Because they trust us to do right by them in return. Then I will not sully your reputation, Velvet darling. The Overmare turned to me. And there was something else?
Yes. I want access to the Overmare records.
That she did balk at.
I want to look at the population records, nothing more.
Somehow, she liked that even less. I do as well, Velvet Remedy said, getting up and moving to my side. I was still conflicted, wanting to simultaneously hug her and buck her for striking my mother. You know, the Overmare said slowly, addressing Velvet. When I gave you Sweetie Belle's possessions to look through, it was with hopes that her rich history as a musician would persuade you to accept your career. I hadn't expected you to use the opportunity to find a way to escape. She frowned. CMC3BFF. Clearly, I needed to give the recordings of a previous Overmare a much closer inspection before allowing them into any pony else's hooves. Velvet Remedy shook her head. You had to have known. I may have suspected, but I thought you would make the better choice. I did make the better choice,
Velvet Remedy said firmly. I found what I was looking for in the population records within the first few minutes. She made it! Applejack made it into Stable 2. She was here when the stable door sealed. According to the records, she lived peacefully for another 25 years. Happy, or at least as happy as some pony could be, living in a stable and knowing the world above had been obliterated. Still, she had survived. According to the records, she spent 10 years down here bucking the stable's apple orchard until a hip injury forced her to retire. The doctor's addendum suggested that weakening hips might have been a genetic ailment common to her family. Even after that, she spent another 10 cooking for the stable's inhabitants from the kitchen of what was now the Stable 2 saloon. She passed away peacefully, and unlike other stable residents who were incinerated, the Overmare insisted that she be buried in the apple orchard. She was. I paused in my reading. I walked into Pallet's stall. The always messy, paint-splotched artist of Stable 2 had survived the slaughter and was already diving into a new project. The Steel Ranger stood very still in front of her, obediently at attention as she painted over the symbol of magical sparks and gears with 3 candy-red apples. Steelhooves plodded up to me.
I am no longer fit to wear Steel Ranger's armor, but I can't take it off,
he said as I took in his new look. Like the Ranger being painted, he too had the Steel Ranger symbol painted over with the likeness of Applejack's cutie mark. The red paint continued from there, accenting the ridges and edges all over the rest of his armor.
So I thought this would be appropriate.
I was a little surprised he didn't go with orange, but I could see sticking with the cutie mark's color. They're all doing it? I asked, looking at the Steel Ranger being painted and then at the line down the hall.
Every pony who has decided to return to the true meaning of the oath. That is, the oath as Applejack would have wanted it.
He whinnied.
We won't be able to call ourselves Steel Rangers anymore. I won't be able to.
He grumped.
That's going to take some getting used to.
What will you call yourselves then? I suggested. Applejack's Rangers?
Humph, I'm hardly worthy of that, but maybe. We will see. For now, we're simply outcasts.
He looked away, his metal-sheathed tail swinging.
I have to go for just a bit. I'm taking the others up to Stable 29. I've been in contact with Star Paladin Crossroads, and she immediately joined the cause. She's already planning to make Stable 29 into some place we can operate out of. All it needs is a functioning water talisman. But there's another problem.
Elder Cottage cheese?
As Calamity would say, yup.
Steelhooves nickered.
Looks like you were right about him. Cross says he sent a squad of Steel Rangers to the Canterlot ruins to retrieve that black book for him, but they haven't returned yet. If we can get to Stable 29 before they do...
You have a ride.
Do you really think Calamity can haul 10 more Steel Rage... outcast all the way to Fetlock?
It is a passenger wagon, I commented. Besides, have you met us?
Steelhooves laughed.
All right. But after you drop us off, you need to head to Timpani Tower. No more delays. I'll catch up to you later, I promise.
I nodded solemnly. I was going to hold him to that. I started to walk away, and then remembered what had caused me to seek him out. Steelhooves, we need to talk somewhere private.
Applejack didn't leave you.
Steelhooves shook his head.
Yes, she did. She chose to be with her family, and I don't blame her for that. I never have.
He paced a little.
We weren't exactly... Our relationship was in a bad place. We were trying to put it back together, but it really wasn't going to work, and we both knew it. I loved her, and I let her go.
I whimpered and sighed, but stood firm.
No, Apple Snack.
I said using his real name.
She loved you. She tried to come back to you, but the Overmare wouldn't let her.
He stopped pacing and looked at me.
Wouldn't let her?
She helped her family into the stable, and the Overmare closed the door. Applejack didn't know that the Stable 2 Overmare was under strict orders not to open the door for anyone, under any circumstances. Not until the atmospheric and soil monitors read that the world above was clean and safe again.
It's been 200 years.
I know. Stable Tech grossly miscalculated how long it would take. But that didn't matter because there was no way Sweetie Belle was going to let Applejack out. Applejack wanted to leave. She wanted to find you. The record for Applejack is full of annotations about her arguments with Sweetie Belle over this. But of course, with her condition, and with the readings outside, there was no way Sweetie Belle was going to let her back out.
Steelhooves stomped.
Wait, her condition? Was she hurt? If those zebras...
I could feel my heart sink. Oh, goddesses, he didn't know.
Steelhooves,
I said, my voice sounding tender and small in my own ears.
Applejack was pregnant.
I swear, the Overmare huffed. This is why I didn't want you becoming a medical pony. Velvet Remedy glared at her crossly. You just can't help yourself. You dig and pry. You and Little Pip are a match, you know. Velvet took a deep breath. You have a serious problem here. Have you even looked at the population reports? Do you have any idea how many of the original inhabitants of this stable were extended members of the Apple family? By Celestia, even Little Pip and I have a common Apple ancestor 6 generations back. I had stopped just inside the Overmare's office, watching the two mares argue. Neither had noticed me. That's not a big deal. 6 generations is a lot. This entire stable is in danger of becoming completely inbred, Velvet Remedy shot back. I'd say that's a big deal. Little Pip was wrong. You can't stay locked up in here for much longer.
Hello,
I finally said. The two mares turned to look at me with matching shocked expressions.
Maybe there's another way?
One last detour. It was a small one, fast, 15-minute stops. We'd be back to pick up the Steel Ranger outcasts and ferry them to Fetlock before they knew it. And then it was on to Timpani Tower. I needed homage. I needed to just fall to pieces in her embrace. I found one. Velvet Remedy read, the words scrawled in full like letters on the side of the metal monster rusting in front of us. It was a cannon, and it had probably been rusting here for years even before the war. The goddesses only knew what it had been doing in this secluded portion of Sweet Apple Acres.
The trees here grew close.
The cannon would only have been visible to a Pegasus flying almost directly overhead, and it certainly didn't seem pointed any place strategic. Small patches of the old metal muzzle were still polished enough to reflect the orange light of the rising sun. The base was partially sunken into the ground amongst several large rocks, making the weapon cant strangely. Nearby was a crumbling picnic table. There were a few planks of wood nailed to a dead tree behind me. How would this have helped? Zenith asked Calamity. I had to admit, I was asking the same question. This old metal monster couldn't possibly fire. Calamity chuckled. Not the cannon! He trotted around the pile of large stones that the base was partially leaning against. He tapped his hoof on one, then another. This one.
A rock?
I asked. The Rock of Destiny, our Pegasus friend says, grinning cryptically. I was tired, physically and mentally exhausted. I couldn't keep up.
Destiny is a rock?
Even Velvet Remedy was looking confused. Calamity sighed.
Hollowed out rock?
He explained.
This rock has been used by every Dashite since the first Pegasus was hunted down by the Enclave and branded for leaving. It's enchanted to open only for some pony who done know the proper past phase.
He looked down at the apparently special rock.
Every Dashite has put something in here, some token of the life they left behind. How did a Pegasus enchant a rock?
Velvet Remedy asked.
Calamity shrugged. Well, I assume she had some pony else do it for her. Or perhaps the zebra helped her,
Zenith offered. Calamity took a deep breath, tapped at the rock again with his hoof, and said loudly and clearly,
Cutie marks don't matter.
Footnote, level up. Skills note, firearms has reached 100%. New perk, Zebra Augmented Pony. You have allowed your body to be permanently enhanced through Zebra Alchemy. You gain plus 10% to your poison, fire, and radiation resistances, and plus 3 to your damage threshold. Note, Zebra Augmented Pony and the Cybernetic Implant perk Cyber Pony are mutually exclusive.
That's all, Zipsters! Like and subscribe.